Ladies and gentlemen, we're here.
We are here.
We are here.
Hi, guys.
All right, so we are here with our latest episode of OnPoint, the Gaming Newscast. This is episode 50. Fifth? What did I say? 50?
I don't know.
50.
See,
Pretty sure
We're getting close to a year, man. 52. That's a good number.
we are a couple of weeks away. Yes,
Right? It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
I'm digging it.
Absolutely. So I am C Money, and I'm here with an amazing panel, which
Yep.
we have right on the other side of the screen that you can see my very lovely doodle.
Hi, you guys.
Absolutely. And then we have in the middle, the non-moving character there. That's going to be Madman. Welcome.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is indeed. So this week, it's been popping. All right. It's a
Yes.
crazy busy week. We have a lot to talk about.
I'm ready.
Absolutely. So before anything else, let's just dive right into the news. Right.
Let's
so
go.
the first thing, you see it in the thumbnail. The Xbox versus the FTC trial is happening now.
Let's go.
And if you're not, familiar with what that is, Xbox is trying to buy Activision, the United States government or the FTC trying to block them. And right now they're doing the court case to see who's going to win and whether, well, it's not who's going to win. They went ahead and did a, FTC got desperate because the Xbox was going to move ahead, and they put in a block to make it so that the government would have to put this to trial and see if we can, if they could get a preliminary injunction, which for all intents and purposes, Phil Spencer has been on record saying that would essentially block the deal, right? So that's the sum up. But the case that's happening, it's already been 2 days of the case.
See, Money's been listening.
I've been listening.
Yes.
I've been listening. And there's a lot of bombs that are being dropped out of there, not just, between the two companies and trying to stop it or not, just fun stuff for us gamers, right? So before we get into some of the fun stuff, one of the things that came up was the fact that Microsoft sent a bunch of their CEOs, right? So like a bunch of their higher ranking people. So like Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, all these Pete Hines from Bethesda, Bobby Kotick's supposed to be there. So basically, a bunch of the higher ups are actually physically going to be there. But Doodle, man,
Yes.
you know who's not going to be there?
Who?
Oh, I know.
Jimmy Jim.
Jimmy Jim.
That coward.
Jimmy
Ryan
Jim
is hiding.
He is hiding. He is not going to be present physically there. He was
He
not.
sent a pre-recorded video
He did.
to state
He
his
did.
case.
That's
It was-
crazy, you guys. That would have been entertainment at its best because we've
Absolutely.
seen Jimmy lose his temper. We've seen him react. We've heard about some of the things that went down and were written. And it's kind of like a reality show that I was really excited for. But
Absolutely.
that's been shut down. I guess they either kept him from going or he knows better than to go ahead and get poked, essentially, because these are obviously triggering moments for him. Like it's going to get to him in some way or
Look, here's the
another.
thing. Phil Spencer's a man of truth and facts, and he knows he won't be able to combat Phil Spencer after he dropped some bombs at court, and he's just happy that he wasn't there to get, hit with the effect of the explosion.
Well, we have tons of bombs that were dropped for sure. And Jim Ryan, he didn't just send a pre-recorded video. It was a video from like a different testimony that was done. So they took that testimony, and I guess there was some cross-examination there as well. That's what they sent over. But the fact that Homeboy did not show up is pretty telling, right? I mean, it's pretty damning. He knows what's going on. He knows there's no
Yes.
chance for victory for him. So, all right. So let's go ahead and jump right into the big thing for me. I guess I would say the most exciting thing for
The
me
most exciting. Let's go.
The
Let's
most
hear it.
exciting
I want to
thing-
know.
All right.
is finding out that Indiana Jones is in fact Xbox exclusive.
I've heard
And
those
PC
words from
exclusive. Hell
Madman.
yeah.
He was hoping that they would do that.
Yep.
And we did talk about this. And they needed to do this, right? We're talking about PlayStation having Uncharted, and this is kind of like a hand in hand, right? Situation.
Absolutely.
Or an even better comparison, they have Spider-Man, which is one of the biggest IPs in the world. So Indiana Jones is now Xbox's unofficial mascot or IP in the global pop culture and global culture space, you know?
That is true.
Well, I mean, Xbox hasn't really gone into that world, right? Like they don't spend money on Star Wars or any of these brands,
Exactly.
right? They only use their own things. So this is a big first, but obviously they were basically forced into this situation, right? Because
The deal was made beforehand.
Bethesda made this deal with Disney. But what we did find out when Pete Hines took the stand and they asked him about it
Mhm.
was that Xbox went ahead and renegotiated the deal, right? So Pete Hines actually said, like, listen, when we made that deal, we were a small company, you know, going ahead and negotiating with Disney, right? So we kind of had to do whatever we had to do to get that deal. And then when Microsoft bought them, they're no
Yeah.
longer a small entity, right? Now they're a much bigger entity. So Microsoft could go ahead and get involved, and they did. And they renegotiated it, and it is going to be an Xbox console exclusive,
This
which
is
I'm so
crazy.
pumped for. Not because, I mean, yeah, I do want them to have it as an exclusive,
Mhm.
but even still, for me, the game itself is going to benefit, right?
I believe so.
Just like Starfield, right? When they have one system, one ecosystem to create for,
Hmm.
they can work better, right? They
I
can
agree.
be more efficient. They could dig deeper into the system itself, right? So they could go ahead and do more with the console and push the power.
Yes.
Now, Madman, actually, you brought up the Uncharted, right?
I did. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the big thing, right? So you got to remember, right? So Lara Croft from Tomb Raider,
Hmm.
that was based off of Indiana Jones,
Yes.
right? So they made that game based off of Indiana Jones, right? Using that as a reference. And then Uncharted did the same thing, right? Uncharted is based off of Indiana Jones and Tomb Raider type deal, right? So the thing about Xbox is they now have the actual source that all these other things were built off of.
Exactly.
Now, as far as the game itself is concerned, we got Machine Games who are going to be making it, right? And Machine Games, they're known for Wolfenstein, right? That's their big game, and it's a
Yeah.
first-person shooter, and it's
Mhm.
crazy hectic, and the cinematics are amazing, the story's amazing. So they're
So
top
this
tier.
this is like
Gonna
hand
be a
in
big
hand.
deal.
This is going to be a huge deal, you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the one thing though is that they're first person.
Hmm.
Uncharted, third person. Tomb
Yes.
Raider, third person. I can't see a world where Indiana Jones is first person.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So in my mind, I mean, they haven't announced it, but in my mind, it has to be third person, right?
Listen,
I mean, why would it
Philly's
not?
over there saying, you don't know what I'm sitting on, C. You know, we don't know what they have planned, but it's exciting. Just the fact that this came out, and it's good for Disney as well. I feel like, they had this deal going on before. Microsoft is going to do right by the game. I feel like
I'm sure.
you are correct. It benefits from being made for one system. In Xbox, as we know, is the stronger system right now.
You mean more powerful?
More powerful, yes. So this is a huge deal. This is cool.
Absolutely.
And as far as like the angle in which is going to be played, I mean, that's they'll figure it out. I feel like.
Well, what would you think it would be? I mean, considering the fact that Indiana Jones is a character, right?
Mhm.
So you're paying for the character to have his look,
To see,
right?
yes.
So first person means you don't see.
You
that,
don't see it. I
right?
think
That'll
maybe
be
it should be
silly.
an option, though, right? Like, because this team has worked on that before, maybe it should be an option. And I think that will be in the best interest
I would
of the
s-
player.
I would
Yes,
say
if you want to
most-
see your character, great. You get to see the character. But also to have the ability of playing it in a different way, that's a benefit for the player,
I mean, that would definitely be interesting,
right?
I mean, I would say historically, games are either first person or third person outside of
Minecraft.
very specific situations like a Minecraft
Yeah.
or Starfield, like any of Bethesda stuff, or like Red Dead or Grand Theft Auto, right? Like they added those in, the ability to swap. But typically for if it's going to be like a story based kind of game, you know, especially platforming, you know, if it's Indiana Jones, you're climbing up rocks, you're doing all this stuff. It just seems like
but
it might be a
also,
bit
wouldn't
much
it
first
feel
person.
like super personal? Like if you're grabbing onto the rocks and you see the hands, but like you're right in there. You know what I mean? Wouldn't you get the experience? That's why, like, expect the unexpected right now. That's what I feel like with Xbox. And I feel like Philly's throwing in that money to make anything possible. And like that would be like, don't put it past the fact that that would be an awesome experience. And I do get 100%. You got to be able to see the characters. So the best thing to do would be to give us a little bit of both. And that will be a very unique experience because of the things you mentioned, like climbing on rocks and things like that.
I mean, yeah, I guess we don't know. We don't know.
We'll see.
I would say it would, if at this point, if you have Indiana Jones, you want it to compete with an Uncharted. You know, you want it to be like Xbox, quote unquote, Xbox is Uncharted. So I would say that, yeah, I would venture that they would go ahead and make it a third person game. I just think that it would be the thing that makes sense. But you never know. Maybe it's third person mixed with first person, you know, parts. Like if you're driving, it turns first person, something like that. I don't know.
Yes. Now, again, yeah, it will be the easier way to, and the best approach, right? Because it's what they normally do. But wouldn't it be epic to have those options? But I get what you're saying, 100%.
Absolutely. So, man, what do you think? Indiana Jones coming home, exclusive.
Yeah, it should be. It's silly why it would not be. If Spider-Man is PlayStation only, Indiana Jones should be Xbox only. It makes things more interesting. So Indiana Jones definitely has more potential because it'll be made specifically for Xbox Series hardware instead of PlayStation 5's limiting technology. Okay, but it's not as powerful as an Xbox.
Oh my god, that's funny. That's funny.
My man.
Yeah. So all right. So Indiana Jones exclusive. That's a big deal. We're very excited for that. Third person, cannot wait. I feel like it'll be third person. I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. And that's what, you know, I mean, taking a step back, if you go back to that reveal, I'm sorry, the showcase that we had, and we saw so many bangers.
That's
right?
crazy.
So many amazing looking games. And we haven't even scratched the surface, dude. Like there's so many more games yet to come. When this drops, when this, like the trailer drops, when they finally release this and show it to the world, oh my God, who knows what this is going to be looking like? I'm so excited.
Exactly.
I'm so excited.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be epic, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if they go the route of trying to make it more of like an Uncharted experience, which I think they should. All right. So the next piece of information here.
Yes. Give it to us.
Essentially just kind of confirmed what I always thought. And I believe I've shared it here. I know right before this came out, I was on Boom's podcast and I mentioned this exact thing, but it did come up and Phil Spencer made it very clear. I actually have it quoted right here. They're talking about Starfield. Okay.
Yes.
And they're talking about how Starfield is exclusive to Xbox. And if you remember, PlayStation had exclusivity for Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo, right? So they had exclusivity for both of those games, and they were trying to get exclusivity for Starfield, right? So Starfield was next up on the docket for them. They were
and they had a relationship, you know? So obviously that's the way the cards would have, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing it. It was happening. They were getting to the point where they were going to make it happen.
I agree.
So Phil Spencer, obviously we know Xbox bought Bethesda. Phil Spencer has a quote here where he says, "When we heard that Starfield was potentially also going to end up skipping Xbox, we can't be in a position as a third place console where we fall further behind on our content ownership. So we've had to secure content to remain viable in the business." So
that was beautiful.
He went ahead,
right?
And they realized that they couldn't let it happen. Can you imagine if Starfield was also PlayStation exclusive? It'd been crazy.
That would have been insane, and also the game would not have been what it is now, where it's going to be, right? See, you said that on our last podcast, so you called it. He knew it. You felt
Absolutely.
it.
It's what
right?
makes sense.
That was awesome that you said it before Phil said it, right? You said he went. What did he do? He went and bought the building.
He bought the building, baby.
Yes.
Bought the building.
On Boom's podcast, this topic came up on Thursday, and you said he was flexing, He went and bought the building. And the next day, boom, out of Phil Spencer's mouth, he said he bought the building because it was going to become a PlayStation exclusive. And listen, when you got it like that, that's pretty sweet.
Absolutely.
And that was a great move. And not just for Microsoft and Xbox, but also for the players, right? We are able to get that next-gen game that maybe it wasn't going to be.
Absolutely.
It got held back. A lot of money was poured into that. Phil said it himself that everybody was working on this game, making sure that everything was perfect. So, a lot more went into it than it would have. So we appreciate it, Philly.
Absolutely. Especially considering you're talking, yeah, right. Especially you consider, the game, he had admitted it. We talked about it last time, but the game was going to release in 2021.
Exactly. That's like years ago.
Yeah. So if he didn't buy the building, he wouldn't have been able to put the money into them to help them.
And the team.
Delay
There's a lot more people
and get to the actual game that they wanted to make, right?
Exactly.
And man, we saw that conference, bro. That direct was insane. Insane. Starfield, whole nother level.
Yep.
Man. You hear the story. Philly Phil out here buying buildings when he wants it, right?
Of course.
Obviously, he's trying to buy the building now for Activision too, right?
Right.
So, could you imagine a world where they didn't do this and then Starfield was coming out on PlayStation 5 as an exclusive?
I'm sorry. Like, people wouldn't have wanted to wait for Fable and Starfield because they were like, honey, what? Wait for Starfield. The point is that they're going to be on PlayStation. Starfield is Xbox's biggest game. And if Sony took Starfield, it would have been over for them. It literally would have been over. Fable would not have been enough. So, yeah.
I don't think so. That's a great point. I feel like Fable is a big deal, but
not Starfield.
Yes, and it's not coming out. We're hoping next year, correct?
No
for
date.
Fable, correct?
Maybe.
But,
I don't know. No date.
Look, it has such a great.
You're talking to me, see?
About the exclusive deal until too late. No, I was just reading in the chat. Beasley McNasty brings up a good point.
Hi, Beasley.
So he says, or they say, luckily they have such a great relationship with Bethesda because they might not have known about the exclusivity deal until too late, right? Which that's facts.
Yes.
Right? Can you imagine if Xbox wasn't aware that this was going down and they couldn't buy it beforehand?
Yeah.
That would have been ridiculous. Actually, funny that you bring that up too, because there was an article over on Windows Central written by our boy Jess Corden. And he went ahead and said that he's heard from a couple of sources that one of the reasons a deal to sign Starfield as a PlayStation 5 console exclusive didn't pan out, or rather wasn't reached before Microsoft reached a deal to buy ZeniMax Media, was directly because of game director Todd Howard, who wasn't keen on the game having PS5 exclusivity.
Plot twist.
Holy shiznits. Todd, God Howard, bro. God Howard out here in these streets, shutting it down.
Shutting it down.
This wasn't happening.
It down. You got to remember, Todd Howard said it when Xbox bought them, that he has a great relationship with Phil, right? That he's, used them for help on things like Fallout 76, even though it's not, before they got bought. It's not their game, right? But they were looking for help. They were doing all that. It's like that relationship bared fruit, right?
Yes, of course.
Phil being the dude that he is, right? And he seemed like no matter what, even when you listen to him, I was listening to him in the court case. He's like the same guy, no matter what.
I love Philly. I've said it for
crazy.
Ever. Like
no personality switch there.
Like such a genuine person, so down to earth, with such a good heart, and like easy to work with and for. Like, it seems that way to me, you know? So
Yeah,
Philly,
absolutely.
you know,
Absolutely. And,
holla.
and BG says he was thinking that Todd has something to do with it. Absolutely. Right? That's where we are. Todd Howard out here flexing for Xbox.
Flexing.
You know what I'm saying?
We like that.
He's letting them know we want to be with Xbox. And look at that's where it is. I wouldn't put it past him to have talked to Philly himself directly. Like, yo, this is going down.
Of
All right?
course.
They're trying to do it. I'm trying to delay it as much as possible.
Come through.
Right? They already bought 2 other games. Right? They're trying to buy this one. And yo,
It was the right move.
they pulled up.
Yes, they
Xbox
did.
pulled up.
Yo,
made it
to
happen.
have that kind of I want it, I got it in that
Yo, I
in that
want it,
level.
I got it.
Come on, man.
He Ariana Grande.
Yeah,
their
he
ass, you know
Ariana
what I'm saying?
Grande
Hey, yo.
for sure.
Oh, snap. All right. Another piece of news that
Give
came
it to
out
me.
of this, because again, they're talking to everybody. They're asking all types of deep questions here. It was revealed by Phil Spencer that Elder Scrolls 6 is still 5+ years away.
Dang.
Ooh.
That's a lifetime, bro.
Well, remember, they're making Starfield, right? Starfield's coming out. He had done an interview with Ryan McCaffrey, Todd Howard,
Okay.
where he talked about this, where like Elder Scrolls is the next game up, right? But as far as time frame was concerned,
Yeah.
he had mentioned that there was a little overlap, like it's that it wasn't going to be a straight, oh my god, another 5-6 years, because they've been making the same technology that's doing that's the basis of Starfield is the same technology they're using for Elder Scrolls.
Okay.
Right? They're just obviously using it for different purposes with Elder Scrolls, but they're using the same base. So the work that they're doing that made them take so long on
Mhm.
Starfield is going to directly translate into Elder Scrolls, which will reduce that time.
Okay.
But I think Phil is being clear as saying, like, I guess looking at the roadmap of what he has coming up,
Mm-hmm.
right, and what studios are going to be ready for what, he's going to want Starfield to go as long as it needs to be the game that it needs to be,
Agreed.
right? So the sad part is that Todd Howard did say that he's getting up there in age, and he said that this might be the very last Elder Scrolls that he makes.
Oh, he's getting old. An old boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you put it in perspective. He's been making games forever. You know what I'm saying? He's been, you figure the first Xbox came out in 2001, right?
That's
So that's
crazy.
22 years
Time
ago. And he
flies.
was making, before that, he was working for Bethesda
Morrowind,
making
right?
Morrowind, right? So you're talking over 20 years doing this. He's in his early 50s. You figure if you take another 5 years or so
He's
to
almost
make
60.
Elder Scrolls, and then you got Fallout, and then you got another Starfield,
Mhm.
and then an Elder Scrolls. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
It never ends.
it's so far away in the future for that even to be a reality.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Doodle? Are you heartbroken that it's going to take so long for Elder Scrolls to be
No,
released?
because I feel like we have such a lineup. They're working on so much. I don't think we're going to even notice. We're going to be excited when the game does come out, but I'm not sure that it's going to be in a situation where we're going to be like, oh my gosh, where is this game? We have been starving for games from Xbox, and I feel like they're finally getting that wheel rolling. As I had said, they just have to get it going, and I feel like they're there now. So this is good. I don't feel like with the games, the amount of studios that they have, the games that they're working on, and the level in which they seem to be producing from now on, I don't think we're going to miss it. We'll be happy when it comes, but not waiting for it, which is
that's kind of where
great.
I'm sitting on too with it. It's
Mhm.
like, as much as like, oh my god, I would love an Elder Scrolls 6, right?
Yeah.
It's like also, man, I need
Take your
Starfield in
time.
my life,
Mhm.
and then I'm like, all right, well, shit, I need to make time for Fable.
Yes.
Right. And like, these are not games that are going to be like, oh, you're playing
Forza's
for like
coming
for a
out.
day. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's it.
You're going to play for a very long time. You got
Exactly.
the South of Midnight and Avowed, another huge game
Yes.
coming out. And then
Like,
you
we're
got
stacked.
future games that you got the Initials Perfect Dark. You got so much stuff coming out.
Mhm.
Like we're so stacked that it's like, all right, you know,
take your time with it.
We'll see you when
Deliver
we see
like
it.
the best game possible. Work on it, and then like top yourself beyond, because there's so much good stuff that we're getting right now that you're gonna have to really outdo yourself. And that's what I'm loving about this situation. Like things are starting to level up. We're starting to get that next gen feel and look that we've been waiting for. And so what that's going to do is allow these, you know, these studios to produce better, to reach higher and give us more. You know, I feel like we've been in such a like standstill, like such a level of like crap, essentially, you know, like, yeah, the game's like this, but we'll work on it, or this is what we got. It's like, no, we want more. You're charging us the same. We want more, you know?
Absolutely.
So I feel like this is going to challenge the developers of the games to give us more graphically and story-wise and in the game overall, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, McNasty's bringing up a point about next year. You did mention it. You got Hellblade 2.
Yes,
Avowed,
yes.
South
Hellblade
of
looks
Midnight.
amazing.
Then you got Fable. And then Indiana Jones, we just
Mhm.
been talking about. And then who else know? Like, what else is coming? Gears? We haven't talked
Oh
about
my
Gears.
gosh,
What is
yes.
Halo doing next?
Exactly. The lineup is just
Dude, it's
there.
crazy.
It's yes.
It's never ending, bro.
And Activision's coming into the picture. I feel
Oh my
positive
God, dude,
that
every
this is
single year.
happening. You know?
That means they'll never have a bad holiday season ever again with Call of
Dude,
Duty.
they won't have a bad year ever again, bro.
No.
Like like the numbers don't lie. You got
Agreed.
X amount of games and only so much time. You have to put them somewhere.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And you can't overload it where you got like big banger. You can't have Starfield this month and like Fable the next month.
And that's exactly what I was saying. You gotta let Starfield is such a big game. We're talking about what, 1,000 planets in the game. You gotta give it time for people to enjoy the game, to not feel rushed to move on. And that's obviously Forza's coming out, but it's not the same type
very
of game.
different
You
type of
go
game.
ahead, you play Forza, you do a few races, you know, and you're Gucci Gooch. And then you
You're
go ahead
Gucci
and you like the game that you want to focus on and spend your time with right now that we're all looking forward to is Starfield. So we need that time where we don't feel rushed out of it or feeling like we're, you know, we have FOMO, fear of missing out on what else is coming out. So they can't
Absolutely.
step on their own toes, you know?
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Paige, tell Casey we said what's good.
Casey,
Thanks for
hi
hanging.
baby.
But yes, that's really the reality that we're in now. We've reached like this place now where it's just nonstop big games
Agreed.
in our future.
Yes.
Like I feel really bad for like PlayStation fans right now. Not the fans. I'm a PlayStation fan, but like the PlayStation fanboys, you know, who like live their whole life trying to fight the console war battle.
Like, instead
and
of
it's like, bro,
playing
you got nothing on the docket, dude. You know, like you got Spider-Man,
and
coming.
what?
Yes.
That's it.
right? And then Wolverine, whenever that happens.
I'm so excited for Wolverine though. Like
gonna
that
be
could be
epic.
such a badass
be epic.
game.
I think Insomniac can do it.
Say that again?
I think Insomniac is not a one-trick pony
Yeah.
with Spider-Man. I think they can do it with Wolverine.
I
We'll
agree.
see.
And listen, I don't feel like PlayStation put out all their cards. I don't think they're stupid.
No, for sure.
Obviously, they have Spider-Man. That's their big game coming out, you know, during the fall. They moved the date, so it's a little closer to the holidays. But look, they were working on a handheld. They have their VR going on. Like, we don't know what they're sitting on.
Well, they're working on everything
Because,
except for games.
Listen,
right now.
Jimmy Jim, though, he's very sneaky. He doesn't show his cards as wild and, you know,
Oh, we
crazy
got
as
Jimmy
he
Jim
can
quotes
get.
coming up soon.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited. I love talking about Jimmy. But, like, we know how he is when it comes to this stuff. And you can never, like, lay low or sleep on him because, like, he's
You know
got
what's gonna
something
happen.
planned. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel, and that's why I'm so proud of Xbox right now. I feel like that's what they did. They got ready for a battle.
Yep.
Like they were stacking studios. They were ready for this Activision
They
deal.
were getting ready for the war.
Just in case. Yes.
They lost the little battles last
They've been
year.
losing
They
battles
lost the
left
battles.
and right, though.
But they were getting prepared for this
Yes.
war.
They
And-
lost the battle, won the war.
Mhm.
Basically.
Well, they're ready. Like they're really coming. They had a plan that was more than just like, a 3-month plan or, a year plan. This is like revolutionary. Like this is huge. This is what they're
Absolutely.
doing, what they're working on with Game Pass, the studios, the games that they're producing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
This
And
is
they're-
like
and they're on pace.
next generation situation.
Yeah, they're ready for it. Like they're
Mhm.
actually getting there now, which is a huge thing. They
Yeah.
want 4 games a quarter. I mean, 4 games a year. Beasley pointed that out that they're looking for a big game every quarter.
Yes.
Purpleberry did make a good comment there about how bringing Xbox into the fold. I'm sorry, not Xbox, Activision into the fold. Xbox is going to give them the budget they need to make whatever they want.
Yeah.
Right. So
For sure.
we know Activision up to this point has been a big, essentially, Call of Duty house,
Mhm.
right? Besides, obviously, Blizzard and stuff like that, who make Diablo and Overwatch.
Diablo is so good, you guys. It's so good.
It really is.
It is. It's so fun
It
to
really,
play.
really is.
Man, I love that you could just you don't have to go anywhere. You kind of just, as you go, you pick things up and you just change your armor, your outfit. Like it's not going to do an upgrade. Like you just, as you play, it all happens. It's so freaking fun. If you haven't tried it and you can, go ahead, check it out. It's
Absolutely.
So good.
Absolutely. So, that was because of money.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like the whole fact that they wrap around Call of Duty so much is because they know that's the only thing that brings them money in a big substantial way outside of Blizzard games. So that's why they only make fucking Call of Duty
not
mostly,
much
right?
else.
Where now, they have so many IPs, right? Like they're sitting on so many classic IPs
Seriously.
that now Xbox can just
make
whatever they want.
Make it all
Bring
happen.
back Skylanders, but without the toys.
Oh my
and
gosh,
nonsense like
I
that.
would
God,
love,
I would love
a Skylanders game. Like
Skylanders
now.
was good, bro. I
That
don't care
would
what
be
anybody says.
crazy. I
Funny
know.
thing-
I had so much fun playing it.
Yeah, maybe you could have the argument that it felt cheap in the beginning, but funny thing is that if you look at it, play an old Sky like Swap Force or some shit like that, it still looks beautiful.
It
and it's it's a
does.
kids
Yep.
game, so it's like, bruh.
Yeah, they
And
did a great
listen,
job.
They were the first ones, right?
Toys to Life. Yep, they were the
yes, to
first.
give us these little figurines, which they looked awesome. They
Which
did
that's the only thing,
milk
though.
it, though.
It's not
they
gonna
went
be Toys to Life.
overboard with
They're
it.
just gonna use the Skylanders
But that-
name in their
but that's
world.
But
what-
they were
make a
killing
game
it.
out
That's
of it.
the thing that Activision does,
Mhm.
right? Activision, if they find something that's making them cash,
They
they're gonna
the
milk it, bro.
crap
Like
out
they're
of
just
it.
gonna
Yes.
keep going until there's no life left into it, because that's what they do. That's what they're doing to Call of Duty.
Yes.
The thing is that because of the style that Call of Duty is, people just love to shoot shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's always gonna be popular. And so
Yeah.
they keep investing in it, right?
Like, here's
But
the thing.
everything that they've ever done, Guitar Hero, right?
Oh, that was so
That
fun,
was
you
so
guys.
fun, but
I
they
love
milked
playing
that shit. Like, you can't give me a Guitar Hero every 6 months, bro. Like, what do you think
Yes.
we're doing? Like, I'm gonna play this one for a while.
Mhm.
Like, let me play.
And listen, it's that fear of when you find something good. Like right now, they could just chill and go ahead and work on everything because they got Big Daddy Philly, right?
Well,
But-
soon.
Soon they will. But I feel like they needed to do that. As a company, you need to focus on what's bringing in the money, and you need to keep at it and keep going until you maximize your profit, right? They need to get bought, right? They haven't been able to work on other projects that they may have wanted to do because of the need to go back to Call of Duty and go ahead and continue to produce that. Now they won't feel that necessity.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
that's going
obviously
to
they're
make
gonna
them
keep
be
going with
even
it.
better. Obviously, Call of Duty for sure, but they have the resources now and the money once they get bought to go ahead and work on other things. Because we saw, you brought up a great point with Diablo now, their value has gone up, right?
Yes.
As a
Absolutely.
company. So
Absolutely.
considering everything that Xbox has been going through, trying to purchase them, I think it's only fair, right? That they can produce a game like Diablo, have their value go up even higher than the offer that they got, right? I think,
Yeah, they talked about that too in the trial,
yeah.
because they, obviously Microsoft is spending, almost $70 billion here.
Woo!
But they value them much higher than that.
Mhm.
And, the FTC was trying to get them. We're actually we'll talk about it in a little bit, dive deeper into it. But, obviously Xbox is not going to buy them if they don't think they're worth more than what they're paying.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why spend the money to make the same money, right?
Exactly.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
I agree. And also, remember, Call of Duty, like, no matter how critically acclaimed or critically shit it is, Call of Duty sells. I guarantee you most Xbox games don't sell that great because Game Pass, so why would you even need to buy it? But here's the thing. Kids love Call of Duty. Adults who don't even bother with Game Pass or play anything else buy Call of Duty. That'll probably be their best-selling game that they'll ever release. Like, they won't need to worry about anything else, not that they ever had because they're Microsoft, but that's going to be a big source of income, just selling games without even taking Game Pass into account.
Game Pass is,
Absolutely.
I think, has not even reached like a quarter of where it's going. Because once they do have Activision and they start, I feel like they're going to be throwing Call of Duty in there. Once they start
as soon
throwing,
as they can, they will.
yes. So it's nowhere else to go but up. So get in there because there are a lot of games available.
Absolutely.
And right away too. That's what I love. You're paying for this membership, but like they release a game and it's right in there. Starfield is going to be in there. That was like mind blowing to me. Like, this is such a huge game. You're just throwing it in Game Pass. Whoever has Game Pass goes ahead and plays. That's
insane.
Crazy to
It's
me.
insane.
But like, it makes no sense for me to not have it.
Assuming you
Agreed.
play a lot of video games. Because if you're like in it for like one or two or maybe a couple a year.
Even
Even
then,
that, bro.
Yeah.
Even that. The whole point is you're only one or two because you have to buy them.
Exactly. Like, you
know
imagine
what I'm saying?
buying a game and being like, shoot, I was just going to buy 3-4 games this year or this month or whatever. And one of the games you bought, you tried out and it sucks.
Yep.
And now you have to either,
And you're stuck with it.
Yeah, you stuck with it or you sell it back for less. And it's like, damn it, lost some money. Try it on Game Pass. You don't like it. Next. That's
Yep.
fucking dope.
So dope.
Yeah.
So dope. All right. So next little news bit that came out. and
Let's
it's
go.
Not so much news, but Phil Spencer out here, making shit known. So obviously, Xbox, Phil Spencer said that they have like about 50 games or so on
Mhm.
PlayStation that Xbox makes. Okay.
That's crazy.
Dang.
And they were asking them about it. Like the FTC was asking Phil about it. And Phil was like, yeah, PlayStation, they make 30% and we make 70%. But PlayStation uses that 30% that they make off of Xbox games on the PlayStation 5 to pay for other games to block on the Xbox platform.
That's crazy.
So essentially, Xbox is funding the games that PlayStation is using against Xbox.
They're funding
So
their
like
own
Final
downfall.
Fantasy 16, all this stuff.
Yes.
Which is wild because if you think about the fact that if that 30% would equal that much money,
Yeah.
just take the games off of PlayStation. You know what I'm saying?
And
Hey, Natalie, what's good? Hey,
Natalie,
Shin,
welcome.
what's up, bud?
Natalie Portman?
But yeah, I mean, you figure that 30%, you take it off of PlayStation, you keep the 30% now, you go ahead and stop the funding.
Stop the funding. And you know what's crazy? Listen, it's genius, right? You go ahead and you use that extra money, you put it towards this. It's your budget, right? And great. But seems like, everybody's onto the games. They figured it out. So sorry, Jimmy Jim.
Or Jimmy Jim.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. Damn.
Yeah, right. All right. So next up,
Yes.
our boy Jimmy Jim. So we remember this whole time, right?
Yes.
That Jim has been out there crying.
He has.
Crying and crying to all the different countries that he's flying out to go ahead and talk about how if they lose Call of Duty, PlayStation is over. Call of Duty is and lying for sure, McNasty.
Yes.
Lying while flying.
Like,
Absolutely. But he's out there crying, letting everybody know, oh my God, Call of Duty, if they take it from us, we're done. PlayStation is over.
Well, that's
You
a fun
gotta save
joke.
us. Call of Duty, no. Okay, well, yo, on day one,
well said.
okay, on day one, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
On day one of the court trial case or whatever, however they phrase it,
Mm-hmm.
Xbox's attorneys came out and they dropped a bombshell on
guys.
the FTC.
Ooh.
A bombshell.
Do tell, C. Do
Take
tell.
cover.
Give us the
They
juice.
showed an email from Jimmy Jim, our boy Jim Ryan.
Oh my
showed
gosh.
an email that he wrote himself
Yes.
to the FTC directly.
Damn.
And in that email, this is what he wrote. It's not an Xbox exclusivity play at all. I'm pretty sure we will continue to see Call of Duty on PlayStation for many years to come. I'm not complacent, and I'd rather this had it happen, but we'll be okay. More than okay. Ah, Jimmy boy.
He literally ruined his game.
Jimmy boy.
The chessboard's now in flames.
Jimmy Jim.
I agree, McNasty. It should have been over right there.
Yep.
Because the whole backbone of what the FTC is trying to hold against Xbox is the idea that if they take PlayStation, take Call of Duty away from PlayStation, it's gonna hurt the competition for PlayStation, and it's gonna hurt the PlayStation players.
And there was
Bro.
Xbox in Philly throwing contracts left and right. Here, you get 10
Nonstop.
years. You get this. You get that. Nothing. And obviously now it all makes sense. And we knew this was going
Paige,
on,
thanks
right?
for coming. Appreciate
Hi,
it.
Paige.
Nice.
We knew this was
Bye-bye.
happening. We just, didn't have the receipts.
Yes,
Yo,
but
the
now we got the
fact-
fucking
This
the
is-
receipt so hard, yo.
Yo, and it's
Oh my
not
God.
even, this is just a warning, all right? Because I feel like there's so much more in there. There are so many more emails. There's so much stuff that's going to come out, juicy stuff, peachy, all right? I
Peachy.
feel like this is going to get really, really juicy and interesting. I feel like this is the first email that was dropped. And it was kind of like, this is probably why, this is why Jimmy didn't show up.
Exactly.
Yo. He knows what's
Exactly.
coming. He knows what's coming. This is messed up. He's been out there throwing tantrums, okay? He's done everything he can do. And listen, we saw him desperate. And when you get desperate, you do desperate things. And that's exactly what he did. And he's out here now, not just looking desperate, but it seems like he's auditioning for the next Pinocchio movie. He's trying to get that Disney money because he's out here lying. All right?
That's 100%. And that's why McNasty just said it. I was just about to say it. That's why he didn't show up. He didn't want to go on the stand.
Yes.
He didn't want to be put up there where he had
to tell the truth.
tell the truth and the whole truth.
Yep.
But another thing too, when I was on Boom's podcast, King was there and he made a great point, which is, you got to think about this for a second. Jim Ryan wrote this to the FTC.
Yes.
Right? Then the FTC, after seeing this, proceeded to try to block the deal
Plot twist.
using the fact that PlayStation was
at a disadvantage in this entire situation.
Yes.
If Xbox got their hands on Activision.
I feel like Jim Ryan probably bribed them with like a free PlayStation or something.
But that's
like
the thing. And listen, I don't know if it was a free PlayStation or what it was, but it seems like there are deals that were made and we need to get to the bottom of this.
well. I mean, but the idea though is more of how comfortable
The
Shit.
relationship.
Purpleberry put Jim equals jail incoming momentarily. That's fucked up. Yo,
Facts though.
they're definitely doing. Listen,
Cheaters
the
never
FTC
prosper. That's right.
the
Purple.
FTC knowingly went ahead and went forward with this. Okay, like they went forward with this, knowing that Jim was lying.
Yes.
Okay, that Jim was out there crying to the world, and then coming to the FTC like, no, we're actually good.
So they
Like,
knew
we're fine.
what he was up to. He was up to no good. And they knew this and they still backed him up. So I feel like that's going to be a whole other court case.
Yeah, I know. And they're
like
still
they're going to
using it
settle
here.
this down and then they're going to have a whole other case on Why was this so shady? What was going on? You're supposed to be neutral to this entire situation.
Dude, this entire court case.
And they used us too. Sorry, C, to cut you off. They used us, the consumers, that it was about us and looking out for us.
This was a classic wolf in sheep's clothing situation.
Yeah.
We thought they were the protagonist, but it turns out that they were the plot twist villain, you know?
No.
We never guessed it.
It's crazy.
It is. But they're using it in the court case as we speak, as literally the last 2 days. They're in there talking about putting their games on PlayStation, keeping the games on PlayStation. It's nonstop. That's all they care about, dude. And it's dude, that's not the point of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's how are the consumers going to be negatively affected by this purchase?
Exactly.
They're not saying shit for that at all. It's all about Sony and how we're going to guarantee these games stay on the system.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what Nasty said.
Go ahead.
He
Read
put
it
out there. He said FTC is basically negotiating in court for Sony. That's
I was just reading
100%.
that. That's crazy.
That's 100%
Literally,
Yes.
that's bias.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, you can't
100%
have
reality.
bias in court.
Yep. And BC also said that Jimmy didn't want to get put on that stand. Now, picture this, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's on the stand. He's obviously going to look out for himself. You're supposed to tell the truth. You know that they have these things on you. But, even if you choose not to tell the truth and then this comes out, boom. And if you tell the truth coming from your mouth, that's so freaking embarrassing, yo.
It would have been great if he was on the stand.
It would have been great.
Yo, the Xbox, the lawyer would have ripped him a new asshole, bro.
They should have done, arrested if he didn't show up in court.
Well,
because he was so passionate about this, dude. He flew everywhere trying to make deals, conversations. Dude, and you don't show up for this?
It's simple. Just people won't take his word seriously in the future.
Well, but I mean, if you think about the fact, if you just imagine, right? He's sitting up there on the stand and the Xbox guy, they don't talk about the email yet. The lawyer, Xbox lawyer goes up there and he's like, so if you don't have Call of Duty, you think that if this goes through, you think there's a chance that Xbox might make Call of Duty exclusive, right? That's what you mean, right? That's what you said. He's like, yeah, it's a possibility. I could see it. And then it's like, really? Do me a favor.
Read this for us.
Read this right here for us. And you just see him die internally.
He would have ran out that courtroom so fast.
He would have had a panic attack.
He would have hauled ass,
problem.
yo. Or passed out
Seriously.
up there. Man.
He would have made Magic Man and just falling over.
Pass out.
Oh my God. That blows my mind.
It does.
It blows my mind that this came out.
But listen, again, imagine being in his situation, right? And he did. We knew the fact that there was more to it. But when it came out that he said that he just wants to stop the whole merger. He didn't care about a contract for Call of Duty. I just want to stop the merger.
Yep.
We knew there was more to it. There's been signs here and there. And if he lost it like that, who knows what else is in there? And he deserves his own reality TV show. I feel like if he loses his job, he needs to go ahead and I'll be watching, Jimmy. I mean, I've seen you lose your temper. I've heard the situation. I'll be watching.
That's
for
hilarious.
Sure. Entertainment 2023, top notch.
Microsoft did put a statement out after that first day. And they wrote, today showed Sony has known all along that we'll stand by our promise to keep games on its platform, and made clear its work to lobby against the deal is only to protect its dominant position in the market.
That's crazy, dude.
Which is wild because obviously Sony only gives a shit about Sony, right? We know that,
obviously,
right?
yes.
And so does Xbox and so does everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that they try to frame it PlayStation would be over. Our PlayStation fans would be, the PlayStation owners would be screwed, right? And it's dude, you knew it the whole time. You said it.
Yes.
You said it right here. You knew the whole time it was never going to happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just out here trying to create a problem. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here, dude.
And listen, I know they're in for themselves. Obviously, everybody's trying to make money. But like I do feel like Philly, like a personal thing. Like I feel like he gives a crap about us, about what we're getting. You know, he did when he was out there talking about Redfall. I felt like he genuinely felt bad about the fact that this went down and that we, you know, some of us didn't care for the game.
Yep.
Like he made me feel that way. And listen,
He's a great leader, man.
I love to shop, right? I go to the Xbox gear
I know.
shop. Yes. And like, dude, their clothes, the stuff they sell, like they take pride in that. Yo, the material is good. You pay that money, but you get good shit. Like I've shopped at the PlayStation
It's
store,
painfully made,
and
the
there's
products.
a difference, you know.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I don't know. I just feel like they charge and then you get what you paid for.
Absolutely. McNasty put this in here, and we were going
Yes.
to talk about it, but yeah, the judge went ahead and asked Phil Spencer straight up, like, does he swear under oath that he's going to keep the Activision games on PlayStation? And he did. He said it. And McNasty says, you know, he thinks that he feels that her asking that was all she really needed
Yeah.
to hear to make her decision. I feel the same way. I feel like she's already made her decision.
Yeah, she knows.
I feel like this is done, dude. I feel like
Yeah.
she already knows what she's going to do.
Mhm.
Especially later on, a little piece we'll talk about, like kind of really kind of shows the where she's at with all of this. But I think this is just a done deal, bro. We're just prolonging it, right?
I agree. And they did them a favor by going ahead and trying to stop it, right? Because now everything got, you know, pushed forward. Like we're getting this happening a lot sooner. It's this week, right? That everything's going down?
Yeah. Thursday is going to be the last day.
Exactly. So
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the last days.
I'm excited. This should be a done deal.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So, another little piece of tidbit information that came from this, which
Do
again,
tell.
I love these. I hope all the companies go to court every once in a while.
Right?
Just to make them
For
tell us the
entertainment,
reality
yes.
of shit and what's
and
going on.
it's good to know what goes on behind closed doors, you know? Like,
Absolutely.
this is juicy.
Absolutely. And also, listening to this really shows like why the FTC never wins any of their merger cases.
Yes.
Because they have no fucking clue about anything. It's
about what's
crazy.
going on.
So they try to catch Sarah Bond, right? And they were talking to Sarah Bond and they were asking her about XCloud and
Mhm.
how they wanted, that Xbox really wanted to have a dedicated XCloud service. That was
Yes.
just like, you're just paying for XCloud only, and charging people for that. So we did find out that was actually true, right? It was true. They were looking into the idea of having a dedicated cloud gaming situation.
Okay.
But the file that they brought to Sarah Bond to kind of corner her
Yeah.
is dated from September 2022.
Mm.
And she's like, oh yeah, like back then we were thinking about it.
Yeah.
But now we don't want to. Like I said, we're not thinking about that anymore. You got to remember, they made all these deals with all these cloud companies now.
Yeah.
Like, why would they literally try to compete with them?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why do
Agreed.
it? Why waste the money to invest into cloud to make it even bigger when you have all these other options now?
You could bring it all together, right?
Absolutely.
Agreed.
It makes no sense, but you got to see, like, they're dumbfounded. Like, every time they ask these questions, they're like, oh,
Yeah.
you know, all right, well, moving on. Like they're just going to the next one.
We tried. Let's go. Next
it's serious.
one. Yeah.
Like it's just ridiculous. And they did it so many times. We did find out though, that Sony again kind of throwing a fit. All right, throwing
love
a little
these fits. Tell me, please.
little tantrum
I
here.
get so excited. Go
saying,
ahead.
"Oh well, if you guys buy Activision, then we're gonna have to withhold the information for the PlayStation 6.
Oh no.
Oh.
We can't let them know what's going on with our PlayStation 6 You know what I'm saying? Because, you own them.
They realized how they were worried about, they're going to intentionally make the worst version of the game. Meanwhile, if they don't know your console, how are they going to make a better version?
Exactly.
They're going to have to make a bad version.
How are they going to make your version work for you if they don't know your console? Like, what are we doing here, guys?
And this right here also reveals to us
the bullshit.
Why Xbox had to cancel that super duper graphics pack for Minecraft.
Yes.
And that's why we still don't have it. That's why they released it on PC. So on PC, Minecraft looks like a whole different game.
Other world,
right?
yeah.
Like ray trace Minecraft. We should actually I feel that's what we should do. We should play some ray trace Minecraft.
Let's go.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
But it looks amazing, right? Like it's a whole different world. And they were going to make something similar for Xbox, but they didn't. They canceled it out of nowhere. Why? Well, because PlayStation did the same thing to Minecraft, to Mojang, who makes Minecraft. They didn't have the dev kits for the PlayStation 5 before they could do it, right? So because they didn't have it in time, they didn't make a PlayStation 5 version of it, right? The FTC tried to catch Phil on this, saying that, you didn't make a PlayStation 5 version. Well, it's like we couldn't.
How can we do that?
We couldn't because we didn't have it, and then by then we didn't. But there's also not an Xbox One.
What happens though? Like if they do go ahead and make something for them to put there, and it's not compatible, and it doesn't look right, then they'll be like, "Look, they were trying to sabotage our version of the game."
Yeah,
actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's no Series X version, right?
It's like a lose-lose situation.
There is no Series X version. It's the same. It's just upscaled or whatever. Yeah, but McNasty said it. They'll cry parody. Yeah. That's what they're going to do. Because that they put these things in their clause, that they have to be the same, right? So if Xbox boosts up the Xbox version, PlayStation's going to start crying that they did this. And this is where they are. So look, they're already kind of saying the same thing for Xbox, for Call of Duty.
Call of Duty. They're saying the same thing. And the reason why they're saying this is because they're trying to play older cards. And we know how much Call of Duty sells on PlayStation, right? They know that power. You're going to have to call their bluff. And what's going to happen is, unfortunately, the consumers are the ones who are going to get affected.
Exactly.
At some point, you have to stop giving into the games and say, well, listen, if you are not providing us with this, then we can't make you a game, which will lead to your consumers not getting this game. And we're going to cut those losses, right? What that's going to do is up the sales from Xbox eventually. And that's where we're at. But they have to start calling their bluff. They have to keep getting stronger with them. And it's like, you don't want to play, you don't want to work with us, then it is what it is, You can't make them, but you also can't fall with them.
Facts.
Like, let them drown, That's what they're doing. Go ahead and, you can't swim, you jumped into the pool, go ahead and drown.
That's exactly it. And,
there's just so much you can do about it.
Dude, you had to hear it yesterday. I was listening to it, and the guy from the FTC is like pounding Phil, like to say, can you swear right now under oath that you will keep Call of Duty on PlayStation?
Yes,
right?
I solemnly swear.
He's like, yeah. But he's like, no matter what. And it's like, well, what do you mean no matter what?
Yes, if they keep the specs from us and we can't make them a game, how are we supposed to do that, right? But these are the loopholes where they're like, okay, well, you have to make us a game, right?
Exactly. And then they feel like they have the power to dictate whatever they want. So they try. So right now they have like this special contract that they're making for Call of Duty with PlayStation because of this entire thing, right? They need to make this special thing to say, hey, listen, we're guaranteeing you 10 years and blah, 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 blah. Right. And the FTC guy is trying to get him to commit, to that and further.
Yes.
And it's like, well, like he keeps saying, regardless of anything. And it's like, no, there's a contract.
Yes.
That has to be done. And then Microsoft's lawyer jumped in and she was like, well, it wouldn't be for $0 if that's what you're implying. So he's like, yeah. So then there has to be a contract. Yeah.
There has to be a contract. There has to be a contract that not only specifies on the money, right? They also need to cover their bases. If you're not cooperating with us for us to make you a game, either you won't get the game or you're going to get whatever version we supply you with. And then when all the PlayStation fans that bought the PlayStation version of Call of Duty and their game is not running properly, you bring out that contract and you say, well, this is why.
Yeah, and well, he tried to put Phil on the spot, saying, "Well, you have to make a contract for Call of Duty," and Phil was like, "Actually, we don't make contracts for individual games.
Mm-hmm.
All the games that we release fall under our publishing deal with PlayStation.
Yeah.
So when we release a game, all we have to do is announce that we're making the game for PlayStation, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's like the only reason we have to do this particular thing with Call of Duty is because of this whole arrangement that we have going on now, where we have to let them know they're getting it for 10 years. But outside of that, we would have our normal scenario where we would just publish Call of Duty on their system. We know the parity clauses. We do all of that stuff already, right? So he just was so dumbfounded by the answer. Like, he didn't know what to do. He was like, God damn it. Like, he couldn't win. He couldn't win. It's just so stupid.
It's ridiculous to ask that question, though.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think? Like, come on, man. This is a business. Don't be stupid.
If Call of Duty only knew, right?
Yep.
How they're fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know what I mean?
It's crazy, 100%. So another thing that came out of it, and this one was just funny because the FTC is saying this is also about partial foreclosure. If the game has a neat player or a tool or a thing you can buy, maybe you can only buy it if the game is on Xbox. And you can't buy that same thing if you're playing the game on Sony, right? So they're trying to say, if you're going ahead and you own Call of Duty now, and you come out with a cool skin, like a character skin or a cool gun or something, and say, well, now we own it, so this thing is only on Xbox, right? So but the shit is
this is so
that,
crazy.
Well,
this blows my mind.
The shit that it is that is 100% literally what
Sony does.
Sony is doing right now with Call of Duty.
Yes.
They have exclusive skins. They have exclusive modes.
But they know why they're doing this. It's like, like a thief saying, but you're going to steal my money. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you know about these things because you're a thief. Yes.
They know the power of having the skins and the exclusive shit.
Exactly. Remember when Marvel's Avengers came out? The game was shit, but it was a little less shit on PlayStation because Spider-Man was only in the PlayStation version. Undoubtedly the most popular superhero in the world.
Yeah.
Only on one console.
Well,
that's crazy.
That helped them with the sales, right? Because people were like, oh, I'm getting Spider-Man here. So I literally know a bunch of Xbox heads on Twitter and YouTube who are like Xbox people, but they're also Spider-Man people. So they're like, well, I got to go buy it on PlayStation.
Yeah.
I mean,
because it's there. And then the funny shit that happened, which I'm so glad I didn't fucking submit and go buy it on PlayStation.
Okay, tell us.
Was that Crystal Dynamics made the shittiest fucking Spider-Man ever known to mankind.
Damn.
And put it in Avengers,
the gameplay, Spider-Man doesn't look that great. Like, it makes Insomniac Spider-Man look like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece.
Like, it literally was just a trash fire that
But the
effed
up thing is that if you ask me, hey, you'll get Spider-Man on PlayStation, so what do you want? Better graphics or Spider-Man? I would pick Spider-Man without any thought or anything.
Agreed. I get that.
Well, it's not like, you got to remember, if the game's on both systems, it's not better graphics. Even though Xbox is more powerful, PlayStation has a parity policy in their contracts. The games cannot look better on Xbox than they do on PlayStation.
Dude, but I've seen side-to-side comparisons of the game, and we see things that happen with Xbox that we don't see with PlayStation,
but
right?
that's not like purposely done. That's just like a limitation of one of the systems.
Purposely done.
Yeah. So when you do see the things, because honestly
but there's
speaking,
a reason why PlayStation is kicking and screaming about this and so paranoid, right? We've been onto this. We've made, side-to-side comparisons, and we feel like something's off, right? For me, this is just reassurance that this is what goes down. Because, dude, you are freaking out, right? And if this is on the contract, you shouldn't be so worried. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it is, right? And
we know that it's not, though, right? Exactly. We know he lied about it, and he's not worried because he knows he's getting it.
Exactly.
This is all a farce. This is all just a show he's doing to try to stop the deal from going through. And that's the reality of what the problem is. But yeah, you're right, McNasty. There was a ton of gotcha moments during the trial where it was just like they thought they were attacking in some way,
Like,
and
oh,
then
we're so
the
clever.
answer got like destroyed, and then they were like,
Yes.
all right, moving on.
Moving on.
Like every single time, dude. Like I don't
Shoulders
understand.
down.
I don't
Phil
know
Spen-
what they thought was gonna happen.
Bro, they think they're playing tic-tac-toe, but Phil Spencer's playing 4D chess. It's like,
Yeah,
Seriously.
they came ready. They
Yeah.
came.
They're not messing around.
They were ready to go.
They're not messing around. But yeah, so that was just a, funny thing that happened. This is literally just a funny exchange. The FTC told Sarah Bond, all right, so you need a Windows license to stream PC games, correct? Sarah Bond goes, no, you can stream PC games without a Windows license. And then nothing.
Moving
That was
on.
that.
Just moving on.
Moving
Like what? Oh my god. Another thing that popped up, and it explains a lot. And I think if we just think about it ourselves, obviously we can kind of make it make sense to us.
Okay.
But Phil Spencer did come out and say, when it comes to exclusives, right? PlayStation obviously has a crap ton more. Like
Yes.
it's so many more exclusives than Xbox. Is not even funny. But he made the very real comment here that leads to something else that's funny. But he said like it costs Xbox way more money
Mm-hmm.
to make a game, a third-party game exclusive than for PlayStation to make a third-party game exclusive.
Really?
Well, yeah, because the way they do it is essentially the payment is almost like you could think of it like a buyout.
Okay.
Where like they're saying, listen, I know that if you put your game on PlayStation, you're going to get so many more sales.
Yes.
Right. But we want you to make it for Xbox. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to pay you a percentage of the money that you would have made on PlayStation. We're going to give
Damn.
that to you up front.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. PlayStation is almost double Xbox, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically speaking, for every exclusive Xbox gets, that is being a debate, right? Like where they're saying, no, I it's between you and PlayStation. Who's going to give me the most money, right? Xbox has to pay almost double what
Yes, because
PlayStation
they
would
got to
play.
pay more money plus the difference that they would have made from having it on PlayStation,
Exactly.
right? So it's a lot more money. Holy crap.
Yep.
But listen, in this, obviously now it all makes sense why they're out there buying all these studios, right? Do we go ahead and we're going to continue to lose like exclusivity because of this, right? So what do? We go buy them and make them our own.
Yeah.
Props.
Simple.
I mean, it's a smart thing to do,
it's
man.
It's a
Like,
smart thing to do.
just
In the
do
long
it.
run, saving hella money.
now, that being said, okay,
Yeah.
the FTC strikes again, okay, and they took that information
Yes.
and they're like, well, so you're saying that you guys can't afford
It does.
to
Basically.
it? Yeah, it does. Ownership ends the
Exactly.
the exclusivity game. Absolutely.
Shuts that down
Buy the
real
building,
quick.
baby. Buy the building.
Buy the building.
So the FTC goes to Phil and they're like, listen, you're crying, right? I'm using my own words a little bit, but
Yeah.
you're crying about the fact that it costs so much more money for you guys to get an exclusive,
Okay.
yet you're paying $70 billion to get Activision,
Mm-hmm.
right? So how can you justify, right, saying that you can't spend the money on exclusive, but you can spend the money here?
I got the answer.
So Phil Spencer
I know why.
slaps him up. Well,
Yes.
let me read it and then you
Go
we'll tell you.
ahead.
All right. So FTC says now you have $70 billion upfront payment that you're making for Activision, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Phil Spencer says no. When you acquire something, it's not a payment. It's like when you buy a house. You're buying an
Damn.
asset that has value. So
Mhm.
it's really a transfer of cash into an asset called Activision that you believe retains the value that you acquired. So to try and characterize the 70 billion as somehow spent is incorrect.
Damn.
Financially, it's really moving 70 billion cash into an asset. which is a game publisher that to us is actually worth more than $70 billion. So it is not spent.
Yo.
Damn.
Slap
I wish
them
I could
up,
take
yo.
this
I
mic
know.
and drop it on the ground.
I know.
The way Phil Spencer
know.
just did that shit
I
to
wish
the
there was like a
FTC.
live stream of the court case.
It is.
You can watch it?
No, you can't watch it. You
No,
can hear it.
you can listen. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
love
it's on
to
Zoom.
see
Yep.
his face while dropping these
Oh
facts.
my
You know what I'm
God,
saying?
dude.
Like,
Bro. Like, how do you... like?
King Phil.
Who's this kid
Phil
in the
for president,
FTC?
you guys.
Like, who's this lawyer that the FTC has?
yes.
Who's like so
Ass.
stupid, bro?
Such a bad lawyer.
Like,
I can't
so
wait to see the next
bad and
episode
so
of Law and Order. It's
unprepared.
going to be about Phil
But
Spencer.
think about this, right? The FTC is what? That's government. That's a government, right? That's a government
They don't know
funded.
shit about video games.
Well, it's not that they don't. That's true. They don't know shit about video games, but it's government funded, right? So, like, it's like when you like the lawyer who works for the government is not the same as a private lawyer,
Yes.
right? The lawyers that work for the government are on payroll, right? So they only make a certain amount of money regardless of what happens. Private lawyers, if they're really, really good, they charge asinine amounts of money
Yeah, it's crazy.
to do it because they can, because they're worth it, right? The government is not going to go spend that much more money on their
No.
lawyers. They got the basic bitch lawyers.
Damn.
And that's what they've shown us, bro. You listen to this shit.
Seriously, though.
It's
like,
ridiculous, bro.
yeah.
It's ridiculous how shitty these lawyers are. It's really, really bad. So,
But
so
entertaining.
did you like that? I think that was fun.
That
do you
was-
like that? Do you like that slap up?
That
about
was a
the 70
slap
bill?
up, yo.
That was satisfying to watch.
And I
and
agree
hear.
with Madman. I can't wait to like watch a documentary. Someday it'll be out. And hopefully
Hopefully.
I'll still be alive, right?
That
And they're
would be
gonna
nice.
go over all this stuff and like really like show us footage and everything else. That will be entertaining.
Law
yo.
schools are going to use this audio
Right?
to teach their
What not to
students
do.
what not to
Students?
do.
What
That's
not
funny.
to do.
This is what
How to stop
happens when you're not prepared.
Yeah,
Man, it's a massacre, bro. They're destroying them.
that's crazy.
Now, one thing that the Xbox did do, which we already know, and they're obviously doing it for the case, but it's also very true, that Xbox is the third place system. They are losing the console wars.
Oh,
Yes.
we know
Okay.
that.
So that's why they're doing this. Now, the FTC guy, again, he thought he had him. And he's like, so obviously you're going ahead and hoping that by buying Activision, right? By buying
Yes.
Activision,
This
You're-
already sounds like a ridiculous question.
that
Go
you're
ahead.
going to try to make your console business better.
No,
Oh
what the
my
heck do you
God.
think
of
they're
course, no
doing?
shit.
But hold on, but let's back it
Yes.
up. Phil Spencer actually says no. All right, Shin. Thanks for hanging with us, bud.
Hi, Shin.
Ta-ta.
Take care, brother. So he actually said no. That's
Really?
not what it is. No, because the reason they're doing this, they've already admitted that there's no more console owners out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the people who are obsessed with PlayStation are going to stay obsessed with PlayStation
Yes.
no matter what happens right now, right? Sure, there'll be some type of cross-pollination where people will move over, right? But at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. So their play for Activision, the real reason they want Activision is for mobile.
Dude,
Mobile is the biggest platform that
In the
exists in gaming, is the biggest gaming platform. That's where all
That's
of the money is
crazy.
made.
Candy
So, by the
Crush probably
way-
makes more money than Call of Duty and many other games.
that's true. That's true. But dude, I was not expecting that answer. And I'm sure that lawyer was not either.
He was not.
He was not
dumbfounded.
expecting that answer at all. That's crazy.
Yeah, he was dumbfounded, dude. He was dumbfounded. He did not know what to do. He literally, again, this was just like so you don't want to use Activision to
To
make
grow
your
your
console
business?
business bigger. And it's like, no. He didn't know what to say. All right,
Like,
moving on. Like, there's
Let's
just
go.
nothing else there.
That's
It's
crazy.
ridiculous. So what else? Just finish. Oh, okay. This is the big moment. That was freaking hilarious.
Tell.
So at the end of the thing yesterday, at the end of Phil's segment.
Yes.
The Phil
So
segment.
he talked. Remember, I kept saying that he was. I remember I told you that he kept talking about Phil giving his oath that they're going to keep the game on PlayStation, right?
Yes.
Like the Call of Duty on PlayStation, Call of Duty on PlayStation, right? And he tried to he kept badgering it, right? And it's like he made him understand that this is going to happen, but obviously under the right terms, we're not doing it for free, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So then the same guy returns for another
round 2.
Yeah, round 2 of badgering. All right. So I'm gonna read this
Yes, please.
over here because
Can't wait.
it's funny.
Purple Berry said this guy's like so smart.
So Tom Warren over at The Verge, he wrote this here and put this all together here, but it's just funny. So Judge Corley, which is the name of the judge, cut off the FTC's Phil Spencer questioning. Okay. It feels like Judge Corley grew tired of the FTC's questioning of Phil Spencer earlier. Judge Corley cut in when the FTC was asking if Phil Spencer could legally bind Microsoft into keeping Diablo on PlayStation. A Microsoft lawyer objected, and Judge Corley said, "Your point has been made. Move along."
Damn!
Okay? Then later, Judge Corley directly cut off the FTC's questioning of Spencer after the regulator's lawyer asked if Spencer could make a Call of Duty commitment for bringing the game to PlayStation's cloud service. And the judge said, "I don't need that. I'm going to cut off your questioning."
Damn.
And they said that there was an audible oof from a few members of the audience watching.
Bet. Woo!
Yo, I was listening to it.
Can you imagine? This is so embarrassing, you guys.
It is embarrassing.
That's
bro.
crazy.
Why are you cutting me off?
It is embarrassing. I was
like
literally
your questions are stupid. Sit the fuck down.
Yo, I was
Enough
listening.
of your crap.
I was listening
you were
to
listening
it live.
live?
Yeah,
Yo,
I was listening to it. And yo,
that's crazy.
I literally, I'm in the car, right, driving. I'm listening. I'm like, yo, just shut the up, bro. Like you keep asking the same stupid shit. He already answered you. That's it. And he keeps going, and then she just shuts him down. I was like,
Nice.
damn. Like I didn't know it was going to go down like that.
Yeah.
Like that was
You were hoping,
crazy.
but to hear it, that must have been crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty dope that she just shut that shit down. Like, how do you feel leaving that day? Right? Like,
right? As a lawyer.
Like as a lawyer, like, oh damn.
Yes.
Right? Like, what did I just do?
On like a huge case, dude.
Seriously, like you don't want the judge telling you to shut the fuck up.
Listening. This is
That means
like,
the game's basically over. It's over. If they're at the point where they're literally telling the lawyers to please be quiet, it's like, bro, there's nowhere you can go from here.
That's it though. Like that's exactly the position they were in.
Like he got home and his wife was like, "Yo, how was it?" And he was like, "Yo, she shut me the fuck up."
No, listen.
No, he was
let's
like,
talk about the reality.
Nah, he was like, "I don't want to talk about it, honey."
No, he got home. His wife was listening to it.
Oh my God!
He got home and she didn't even talk to him.
Yeah,
she was like,
"You have shamed yourself."
Just no. You're not allowed to talk anymore. All right.
Yo, BC's like,
as Purple
get
Berry would
that
say,
ish
dumb
out
bitch.
of my courtroom.
Yo, for real. For real. Yo, it was really, really bad. I couldn't believe it when I
Purple
heard
Berry said pure bliss.
Seriously.
Pure bliss.
So the funny thing is, after all that happened, right, they moved into cloud gaming with the guy from Google, right? So they got somebody, one of the witnesses was from Google Stadia. Bro, FTC literally, I don't know what they were thinking. The entire line of questioning, all they did was solidify Xbox's point that cloud gaming is not a real freaking market. Because it's like, why? Like, why didn't Stadia succeed? Because there wasn't much of a market for cloud gaming. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, those are facts though. Like
He's like,
That's true.
Yo,
he was like, okay, and moving on.
you know what's funny though? Like before they finished with Phil, like when they came back from break and then they were gonna do like that last segment that we just talked about.
Yeah.
The lawyer for the FTC was like, "Listen, I'm gonna go pretty quick, okay, Judge, because we have our witness from Google and he has to catch a flight or something, so we got to kind of do it fast."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Okay. Yo, I'm so glad that they had him on there because the questioning was so stupid.
So
it had
ridiculous.
nothing to do with anything. And then all they did was bring the company that failed at cloud gaming, right? When there was no one out there because there wasn't a market for cloud gaming.
Yeah. The crazy crap is that they probably got together and said, this is how we're going to bring them down. We're going to bring them to their
Can't even
knees.
imagine
Like
the
before
stupid
this
meetings
started,
they
we're going to
had.
bring them to their knees, yo.
Oh my God.
This is our time to shine, to show off. I can't believe we're a part of this case. And then, boom, that happened.
The funny thing is, while all this is happening, you got the CMA on the other side. They're just sitting there watching this like, fuck. Fuck.
It's a bad day.
This is what they're debating right now. Do we just fucking change our mind and tell them they're good to go?
Yeah.
Or do we just accept that they're going to take their business away from us?
Yeah.
Because if they
It's-
keep going with this,
yo.
they're fucked.
It's ridiculous, though. Like, just let things be. You see this going, the ship is going down, jump the fudge off. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Is there a way to make this stop? Like pause? Like, guys, listen, we thought we had it. Let's just
Oh my God.
cut clean. You know, you did good. I did good. You know, like, leave with some dignity.
Yep.
You know, we're all winners.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
right?
but you got this.
Yeah.
Son. You got me good. You got me good. You know?
Oh my God. That's
Something.
funny.
Don't
That's
keep
funny.
getting dragged.
Yo, McNasty put in here.
Yes.
The questioning was like, question to Google, right? Who are your competitors? Google's like, Sony, Microsoft, and PC.
Yo,
Like, what are you fucking talking about? There's no
Exactly.
cloud
That's
market.
some dumb
There's no
ass
cloud
shit.
market. They compete with Xbox and
Yes.
PlayStation. It's just the same market. Oh my God. That was amazing, bro.
that was
It's so stupid.
It's so ridiculous.
Like, I don't understand. Like, the judge is taking this weekend. Like, why are we coming
Why
back?
are we doing this? Why am I going back
Why am I
to
going
do
back?
this?
Like, the decision's made. Come on.
Right now, they're just going through the process. And I'm glad that she's cutting those corners. Like, yo, you ain't got nothing better to say. Shut it down. Don't want to hear your questions. Sit your ass down. Next.
It's funny because I follow
You know?
a few like PlayStation people.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, please tell me. What are they
but
saying?
It's not so much them, but when you follow them, you kind of
Yes.
see some of the stuff that other people say that are involved with that side. And there, no joke, there are people who think the FTC was giving Phil smoke.
Really?
Yeah, like people were saying that, wow, the FTC going at him. Phil
Well,
can't handle it.
But
Oh
that's
my
the
God.
whole point for
Bro,
them
they're
to
so-
go
they're
at
so
Phil
blinded.
and Xbox and Microsoft. That's the point, you
No,
guys, is how you come
giving them
back.
no. They're saying that they think that the FTC
had it.
like was killing them,
I thought-
knocking them out round after round. They're done.
I thought they meant with the questions.
No, like
and
they're
yes,
saying that
obviously the questions
they
have to
did.
be asked. They were stupid as hell, but they were asked, right? But Philly went out there like it was a boxing match, which
Yeah, it's crazy. Barry put over there. The judge be like, "How much longer do I have to sit here listening to this
Seriously?
nonsense?"
seriously.
That's why she just snapped, bro. She was like,
Yeah.
"I get it.
Like-
Shut up. We get it. Get done. You're not asking that shit no more. Leave it alone."
I say they stop this nonsense, put Philly and Jimmy in a ring together, and let it happen.
Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying?
It'll
Jimmy's
be
an
the
old
Logan
man.
Paul versus KSI of our day.
Jimmy will get his
Nah.
ass whooped.
Listen, Phil's a nice guy.
He
doesn't
is.
need to fight him. He has the cash. Okay, he has the
To
cash.
pay someone to fight him.
understand?
Wouldn't you want to watch that fight though?
Nah, I feel like Jimmy's.
Not worth
He's
it.
he's had a rough year.
I feel like he's
Yeah.
had it rough.
He
you
needs
know?
a break. I get
I
that.
think we have to just let him disappear into his office. We ain't gonna hear from Jimmy for a long time.
I feel like it. I'm gonna miss Jimmy
Will he get
because all
fired?
this ridiculousness is just, it's really good.
I don't think he's going to get fired because
Oh, that's a
Sony
great
knows that
question,
it's a
Madman.
stupid-
Go ahead.
that it's a stupid thing that's happening,
Yeah.
and they really don't have many, ways to try to fight this. So listen, Jimmy made himself look like an asshole so many times that he's kind of like you can't
It's just
fire him.
a new time.
Like he did this for you, Sony. You know what I'm saying? He looks like a douche.
That's
for
okay.
you.
So yes, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think he's gonna get fired. I think that to them it's just like almost like showing what a team player he is. Like he's out there, even though he's looking crazy, he's really trying to stop this from happening. Right? And I mean, loyalty at its best.
For sure.
Right? Could we have wanted him to do things with a bit more finesse? Yes, but I think that this was a situation that he wasn't going to be able to stop. And he did everything he could to make it stop, even if that meant like lying, looking stupid, throwing
Writing
tantrums,
dumbass emails to governments.
Like, yo, get a pigeon, write the text, fly it out. You don't freaking go ahead and send an email
Oh my God.
saying these things. Like, or maybe like, those messages that self-destruct,
Yep.
something like that, Jimmy. But
Mission
you don't
Impossible.
send emails with this type of information that could be used against you.
Yeah,
Bro,
it's wild.
you're smarter
It's
than
wild.
that.
But it blows my mind that some of these PlayStation guys
Still see it like
can
they're winning
manipulate
this.
their
Yeah.
mind so much to believe 100% opposite of what's actually happening in front of them.
It's
Like, it's
crazy. It's all
crazy.
perspective, though. See, right?
Yeah, McNasty
It's
saw
all-
the same thing.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
100%.
Yeah, but perspective is one thing, right? Then just like going outside, seeing the sky's blue and
Okay.
saying it's green.
all right. See,
That's just
are
some-
you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm about to hit you with something,
Hit
and you're
me.
about to understand the ignorance we're dealing with.
I'm ready for it.
Okay. Remember when they had a petition going around for people to sign, and people use their own money, like regular people, like
Yeah.
us.
The everyman.
Oh, you mean
Yes.
the gamers lawsuit?
Yes.
Oh,
When
that
they
shit was
went
still going.
and had a lawsuit. They still have it
No,
going
they had
on.
it. The same judge that's ruling now
Yes.
threw that one out.
No shit.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing? Spending your money on this
It's just
nonsense? Are
fucking
you
stupid, bro?
Like it's crazy.
idiotic.
So exactly. So we're talking about this type of ignorance.
So this is the thing. They thought they had their Jim Ryan moment because
Yeah.
they had an email too. And their email was from Matt Booty.
okay.
Right? So Matt Booty is the head of the first party studios.
Okay.
Right?
Do tell.
Okay. So the email they had
Self-destruct.
was that Matt Booty was like, "Oh, we're looking to make some moves to, get PlayStation out or to take them down or to get them out of
Yes.
the business or something like that, right?" So they are linking it to this, right? Like, oh, they're trying to buy Activision to take PlayStation out of the business, right?
Yes.
And the stupid shit is again, I feel like these people cannot read. The date on the email is from 2019.
Okay.
Activision
So-
was not up for purchase in 2019.
Now, see, let me tell you something. There's a very big difference between knowing how to read and understanding what you're reading. Okay, so
Yep.
that's just
Comprehension is a skill of
comprehension.
its own,
Yeah, it's a whole other thing. That's a whole other level.
Listen,
All right.
it's ridiculous. But what I want to do real quick is just take a quick moment. If you are watching and you haven't, please hit the like button.
Yes, please.
That would be very helpful for us. And if you're watching and you're not subscribed, be a friend.
Just do
All
it.
right? Hit the subscribe button. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The
You
Price is
literally
Right.
have no reason
And
to
now
why
you're
not.
friends. Okay? Do it. Do it now. But
Do it. Don't forget the bell.
yes, ring the bell. All
Ring
right.
that bell.
So another actually this was crazy to hear. Okay, so Sarah Bond, she had her interview too.
Yes.
Not really interview. She was examined. God damn it.
Keep dropping it. Keep dropping it. See.
Sorry, my phone needs to be charged. So she was being examined as well, cross-examined and all this fun stuff. But in the trial, she testified and she said, okay, she dropped a little bomb on us about Activision. She said that Activision forced Microsoft into a new Call of Duty revenue deal. Activision refused to work on an Xbox Series X and S version of Call of Duty unless the revenue deal was reached.
What?
So this is the thing. Every game, 99% of the games out there
Yeah.
have a 70-30 split.
Yes.
Okay. So 70-30 means 70 to
Percent. Yeah.
Yeah, 70 to the publisher, 30% to Xbox or PlayStation, right?
Okay.
McNasty, thanks for coming. Boom sent him over.
Oh, thanks for coming
Appreciate
by.
it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Boom. You're the man.
Yes.
So that 70-30 split is what most of the time happens. Okay. It's just what it is, right? But remember what we talked about earlier, right? PlayStation has many more people, Xbox has less, right? Well, Activision wanted an 80-20 split. So they want 80% for them to keep, 20% for Xbox to keep. And they use that to the point where if Xbox refused, realistically speaking, Call of Duty would have been a PlayStation exclusive.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, that's wild.
That's crazy. So they wanted 80-20.
80-20. Yeah, Kodak is a snake. Facts, Beastly. Like, it's
That's
crazy.
crazy, dude.
It's wild that they went ahead and put the gun to fucking Xbox head like that, bro. Like, that was wild.
Listen, so look, and this is the thing, right? We're talking about being cornered into making decisions. And that's what they felt they needed to do with Starfield, right? They were going to go ahead and have it exclusive to PlayStation. So they went ahead, bought the building. Right here, they're asking for, 80-20.
Yep.
What are we going to do about that? Let's buy the building.
Buy the building.
You know, buy
now
the
it's
building.
100-0.
That's the
I
answer.
like that shit. All right?
That's
And
the
guess
answer
what?
to everything.
Now we'll do that shit to PlayStation.
Yes.
80-20. Do it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because now they got proof. Like, this is what Activision did to us. So now what would you do? Forget the fact that we own them. If Activision does it to you, PlayStation.
Yes. What are you going to do now?
You're going to say
And
no?
listen, they need to change that dynamic where, PlayStation seems to have so much power, obviously, because they sell more over there. But this is a whole different status that they're walking into right now.
Absolutely.
But, dude, like, I'll be worried if I was a part of that decision with the 80-20 now being bought by Microsoft. Wouldn't you? Like,
I mean, you got to know that that's just a reality.
Like, am I going to keep my job? You know what I'm saying?
Listen, it's all Tuesdays. Kodak is taking the stand. That's going to be wild.
Yes. Oh, that's going to be
wild.
juicy.
I can't wait to hear that. I can't wait to hear that.
Thank you, McNasty.
Yeah,
I love the info you bring in, bro.
Yeah, that's going to be dope. That's going to be dope. But yeah, so that was crazy. I mean, man, think about that. Call of Duty, PlayStation exclusive, because they're
Ew, that just
trying to
sounds
hijack
weird.
the shit.
Yeah, that just sounds creepy. Ugh.
Listen, it sounds bad, but we can see that that's where it was heading, right? We were gonna miss out on a bunch of stuff,
Bro,
right?
that timeline would have resulted in the apocalypse where Xbox was wiped out. Jeez.
Now, what would have happened then?
No one would give a shit. It was like, oh, PlayStation
no
being the best as always.
Yes,
Nope.
that's a PlayStation move, going ahead, taking control, doing what they do best. This would have been praised,
Yeah.
glorified.
Yeah,
Look
which
at
is
Jimmy
wild.
Jim. That's a business
crazy.
dude handling his ish.
Think about the
that would have been
total
glorified,
of what was
dude.
being planned. You
Yep.
had Starfield was supposed to be an exclusive, and Call of Duty would have been an exclusive.
Yep,
That's fucking wild.
it is 100%.
Bro, why
Oh
would you
my
buy an
God.
Xbox at that point then?
I mean, it's
Stupid.
just like not. I mean, there's obviously reasons, but it's like shit. They would have been
But
hard to
obviously,
justify.
that's why they made the moves that they made. And we're like, they're giving the side eye about the fact that they're out here buying all this stuff and that they're buying Call of Duty. They
You're
were
right.
cornered
It's
into
like they're
doing this
forced into
stuff.
doing this shit.
Yes, and they
And
have
just
the
like-
money to do it.
You know, just like you said, with the way that they're having to pay more money, right, to get the exclusives.
Yeah.
You're right. It just I feel like they are cornered in this shit. It's like, wait, do we just keep paying ridiculous amounts of money for exclusive shit, or do we just buy the company, own it, and now there's no more extra cost for us? It's just all income.
So 2 things. I have something to say, but you got to read McNasty's message. In the chat?
Oh,
I
he
could
barely got
barely
to work. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that for sure.
Listen, this is vacay right now, dealing with this case. We're part of it.
I know.
All right.
Papa Murray said it. When you got the power, you got to use it.
Heck yeah. But this is the thing. I'm a true believer that everything happens for a reason, right?
Yep.
And listen, they felt like they had to do this to go ahead and make moves. And this is like a lifetime change for Microsoft and Xbox. This is a moment where they're like, we had to make these moves, and it put us where we are now.
Yes.
Right? This is going to take them to new heights. This is going to stop that big gap, that huge freaking gap that's always been there between PlayStation and Xbox.
Of course. It's
This is going to shut that down.
Narrowing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Plus, they're going to get so much more from it, right?
I agree. 100%.
I mean, it's just wild that would even happen. That they're doing
It's
it. And
true,
that,
McNasty. Xbox
Yeah,
wouldn't
they probably
exist,
wouldn't be
basically,
existing.
because they pretty much were not around all last year. They've been like benched, trying to, gather up what they have to do. That would have been really a mess for them.
Agreed.
100%.
And because of this, it did let slip that I guess because of this, they did kind of make it where if they needed to, they do that 80-20 split.
Yes.
So with other companies too, like if they need to do it, they'll do it.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I guess it just is what it is at this point.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared to go ahead and do what you have to do to make it happen.
Agreed.
For sure.
You got to be ready for the fight, and nothing keeps you more prepared than having money.
Yeah, right.
If we've learned anything, all right, is that money can make things go your way.
Of course.
Apparently.
Yeah, you know what? McNasty makes a good point, right? If you think about it, not too many companies could do what Microsoft is doing.
Exactly.
Maybe why Sega bowed out. PS is brutal, right? PlayStation is brutal. Yeah,
It is. Yeah.
you're 100% right? But this is the thing, McNasty. This is the thing. Microsoft is not Sega. PlayStation is they thought that Satya would not
Get
go
involved,
in.
right?
You know what I'm saying? They felt like they're dealing with the small Xbox, not the big Titan Microsoft.
Yes.
And Phil has Satya's ear, right? Phil is out there like, listen, we need to do this shit. And Satya's like, whatever you want, Phil, let's make it happen. All right, let's make it happen.
They're the boys now.
Yo,
Phil-
I'll be like, Daddy, let's hug it out.
Yo,
You know what
Phil
I'm saying?
is low-key gangster, yo.
Seriously,
Phil
yo.
is taking shots where he needs
Phil
to with a
is
smile
our
on his
dude,
face.
yo.
He's doing what he
Seriously.
has to do. And he's out here proving that money will make you move, bro.
Yup.
Money solves a lot of
A
problems.
lot of problems,
A
dude.
lot of problems.
I got 99 problems.
PlayStation doesn't understand that they're literally, Xbox is buying a company who makes a game for almost the same amount of money that all of Sony is worth.
That's crazy, dude.
All of
Literally.
Sony.
That's
all of
crazy.
them, not just PlayStation.
Like
their TVs.
Columbia and
their
all that shit.
Feels like, yo, we got the cash to take you and put you into our first party.
Yup. Oh my God.
Can you imagine
Can
if
you
Xbox
imagine?
buys Sony?
Sony's is the
Yo!
first party studio for Xbox.
That would be hilarious. I would love to see the fanboys
Yo!
lose their shit.
They will lose
Oh
their
my God.
mind. That would be crazy.
That would be epic. You know what? You know
And
how that would happen,
hilarious.
right?
How?
You know how that would happen? If Apple jumped in
Yeah.
and like actually made a real play to make a console and do shit and starts
Yes.
buying up companies and stuff. And basically, if all the actual big companies came to play,
I feel like
Yeah.
Apple
right?
could do
Because
it.
remember, Sony's nothing, right? They're very small in the
They're very-
world of
they're
yeah,
business.
in the
right?
world of business.
Yeah, in the
yes.
world of business, they're nobody. Nobody's running around saying, yo, make sure you buy Sony stock. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody
That's
gives a
messed
shit.
up.
only
See,
gamers
yo.
give a shit about Sony.
Yo,
Yeah.
you're taking jabs
Nobody
right
gives
now,
a shit.
see?
TVs, they're second fiddle to the big boys who do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
they're out
Samsung.
there,
Agreed,
but,
though.
But
you
like,
know,
it's
Samsung
compared to, like,
and LG.
Yo,
come on.
Samsung. Yes.
That's where everybody talks.
That's where it's at.
Right? Cameras, whatever. You got Canon and all these other people. Like
Yep.
Sony dabbles in a lot of shit, but they're not the big dog in any
In
real
anything,
field that I
yeah,
can think
I
of.
get that.
Except gaming.
So it's like at some point, if too many big people come in, it's like, well, Sony, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna just go away or come to Papa Phil?
Oh my God!
Come on,
Can
we have a nice spot for you
imagine?
right here.
Can
King
you
said it.
imagine?
Listen, King says that from Iron Lords, he says that there's not gonna be a PlayStation 6. Maybe who knows? Maybe Sony's like, oh
Yo.
shit, come on, I'll join you guys. You guys won.
Can you imagine?
That'd be wild.
That would be crazy.
That'd be wild. We don't want that to happen because we want
We
competition.
don't. We want.
I want Xbox feeling like they have to spend $80 billion on a company to compete. You know what I'm saying?
I get that.
I'm ready. I'm ready for them to buy.
We need Nintendo,
they need to buy
PlayStation,
Rockstar.
Nah,
and
meanwhile,
Xbox
Nintendo
running
sells
around.
triple of what Xbox sells, and probably even PlayStation.
Nintendo. That's
Yep.
the OG, yo.
They are the OG.
Well,
OG.
if we're talking, I mean Atari, but
Yeah,
Nintendo's
well-
like the
Okay,
real-
the OG
the
that
real
matters.
OG, yes, the one
Of
that
course.
matters now.
The Atari's just a G. Like they're just old back in the day. They're not
Back
out
in my
here.
day, we
They're not out
were
here
looking to
making
have
things
2
happen.
Agree,
pixels on
Purpleberry.
screen.
Money does make the world go round, for sure.
Whether it's good or bad,
Mhm.
those are facts. Those are facts. And then
Guys,
just another
Look, I got to
last.
show off my Animal Crossing.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, You see it?
Another last tidbit on the trial. There was a lot of things in there that kind of came out, but as far as just kind of re-establishing the
Yeah.
facts here, they did talk about Valve,
Mm.
The boys of Valve,
who owns Steam.
and
Um,
Half-Life and all that fun stuff.
And again, it was just invigorating, like just kind of bringing back up the fact that they went to Valve to offer them the 10-year deal, and Valve did not want it. They didn't need a deal for it.
Confirmation.
Yeah.
Sarah Bond actually is the one who testified, and she said they told us that they had no need to sign the agreement, that they believed us, and that we would continue to provide it on Steam because it makes sense to provide it on Steam. Like that's
Yeah.
pretty much what it is.
And you keep yourself from a 10-year lockdown,
Yeah, exactly.
It was a smart decision. And you said, the wording was
That's
just
just evidence.
perfect. Like, we don't need it. We trust that you'll do the right thing. It's like building a relationship, but you know that deep inside you don't want to go ahead and sign a 10-year contract just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for now, that's pretty much it as far as the FCC
And the court,
versus
and all
Microsoft
the big
trials
bullshit.
right now is going on. Nothing crazy else that I necessarily think is worth talking about right this second. I may have forgotten some things or let some things slip, but we will be back next week talking about the actual results of all this. So that's going to be
and I cannot
super
wait.
exciting.
Yo, what do you do if you're like Phil and everybody over there at Microsoft and Xbox? Like every day, it's like, whew, another day to go knock some stuff down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you wake up feeling? Like, you got to be just running around with a bottle of like champagne or water, whatever it is you drink, just celebrating.
Well, I think
You know?
before you saw what the FTC was bringing to the table,
Yeah.
you're nervous.
Yeah, maybe now it's like, yo,
You walk in
let's
like,
go.
I'm here. What do we got? Let's
Yeah.
go. So, listen, this is exciting. It's fun, but we're going to move on because the week was not only
Oh my
about
God.
Xbox
It
was
and
not.
PlayStation.
No.
It was about our good friends over at Nintendo.
Nintendo, baby. I love Nintendo. Let's go.
It's hard not to
So,
love 'em.
we've been running it
Right?
in the background this whole time. So the Nintendo Direct happened. And I got to tell you, when I first heard about the Nintendo Direct popping off, I was like, what are they going to, all right, pick, because they even mentioned Pikmin 4. I was like, all right, so they are going to be,
Baby bullshit.
they're going to be doing Pikmin 4 stuff.
Like basically picking
Big
for
Nasty,
direct.
yes, we are on every
Yes.
Saturday. We have, I mean, if you heard me on Boom, then you know that we have 6 kids.
We do.
So we have
2 sets of twins.
we have a lot. We
And
have a
then-
lot going on. So sometimes it's early. Most of the time we try to do it early in the
Noon.
day. And then sometimes we end up around noon. Today just happened to be a later day.
This is the latest lately that we've
just
done. But
just busy day.
if you can or if you like to, McNasty, we have our Discord.
Oh yeah,
And,
the
we
link's on
kind
there.
of-
You can join.
Yeah,
We
we
always-
say ahead of time.
I'm sure.
Put in there
It'll
what's
be
going
awesome
on.
if you can join. But yeah, and we'll probably be back later on tonight with some gameplay.
We'll
It'll
see.
be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've loved having you here, so thank you so much for coming by. It's been
So
awesome.
absolutely. So the Nintendo Direct.
Yes.
Okay.
So see,
That was
listen.
juicy.
First off, who the heck tells everyone like the day before? Hours
I
before.
mean, Nintendo does that
yeah.
literally all the time.
Yeah,
By the way,
they're-
but this is
they're on
who
some
they
boss
are,
shit,
yo.
bro.
They're cocky like that.
They
like,
are cocky.
Ain't nobody showing up to work. Nobody's got anything else to do. The world is on pause. Like that Beyonce song. World stop. Carry on. Like that's the status that they've got going on, that aura they're giving us. And they told us like hours before, the day before, like, yo, by the way, put this down. Tomorrow we're gonna be on with a Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, it was the day before.
Yeah.
I lost my
remember it.
freaking mind. I was so excited. I didn't care. I'm like, yes. Pause.
Dude, it's like, all right, well, I guess I got to figure out work tomorrow because I need to stream this shit.
It's funny
Yeah.
because you
But
don't
it's
think
like,
about
I ain't gonna
Nintendo when you
work.
think about the gamer, like gaming titans in the world, when in reality, Nintendo's probably the biggest one of them all, and you never know what to expect.
I don't think anybody doesn't think about them. I think that the majority of what Nintendo puts out outside of their big franchises,
like
right,
Mario and Zelda,
it's just not necessarily.
the most hype.
Yeah, and just I think it's just because of the system, right? The
Yeah.
Switch is
Weak.
a weaker system, so like the big guns, a lot of
I
them
do
that are
feel like we're
multi-platinum.
getting
are
a
not
new
changing.
one,
GTA,
though.
like,
I'm ready
that's-
for part two,
Yeah,
man.
I
We
feel
need
like
Switch
we're getting
2
a new
big
one.
time.
You've heard it here, you guys. I feel like there's a new Switch coming.
The new console has to be
They should,
like
they should
next
follow
year,
The
I
Last of
guarantee.
Us and call it the Switch Part 2.
Part 2.
Part 2.
No, with Roman numerals.
Yeah, right?
Listen, by the way, you see, Money's been ready for a Switch 2 since the first Switch
My
came out.
God.
All right?
Yeah.
I
So-
love the Switch.
I'm betting
but
that next
I just
year.
need it to have
do.
power, bro. But I don't know. See,
I think
like,
they're
I don't
gonna
want them
follow
to
it
be.
similar to the Switch. Like I think that they'll announce the Switch, have some sort of teaser drop of their next console next October or fall, and then the year after, like an early presentation, all about their next new console.
No, I think this coming out this year. This,
Yeah,
I
this-
think
whoa,
this
not-
spring.
no, the beginning of
Yes,
the next
of
year.
next year,
I think it'll be
because
coming
Nintendo
out.
always goes for that springtime. They love that. Nintendo
That'll be 7
loves
years.
that
That's a long
style,
time.
yo.
I mean
That's
that's
a long
like
time.
360 PS3 kind of long. Well, we're
Yeah,
getting there.
that was a long time.
I don't know. I feel like that they're gonna probably next year. They're probably gonna barf out all the games that like. There's gonna be that Untitled Princess Peach game and that Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon remaster. And there's
That's
probably gonna
why
be some other
those
things.
are coming out on the new system. I
Yep,
think.
I
And
think so.
And it'll come out on both.
I'm
obviously,
I mean,
excited.
it's all a
Yeah.
teaser, and they were not like Dark Moon's a remaster, and the
All
Peach
right,
one did look
we're
next
gonna go
gen.
through the show, so we don't need to go through
Oh,
everything
yes.
now.
Let's
but,
talk about these games.
um,
I'm so excited, you guys.
But I think that they'll come out the beginning of the year. They'll do a re-release of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, updated
Yes.
for the new
HD.
system. So
Not even.
that's what I think. But all right, let's go through it because they had a lot of stuff. I'm only gonna really we'll
The big
Yeah,
dogs.
this-
we'll say the thing,
This is
but
a list of the
there's
biggest
things that are not like
Yes.
the things that matter. So
And by the
obviously
way, we did have, obviously, we had a live stream for it. And,
we did.
we had our reactions there and our little discussion after. So if you want to go, hop over there and check it out. Feel free to do so.
Yeah,
All
for
right,
sure.
let's go see what you got.
So obviously they talked about Pokemon Scarlet, which is great. Sonic Superstars we already knew about. Palia is the game that maybe Doodle might go.
And check out.
I wanna check
I
out.
mean, it's free to play, so there's not
It's
much
supposed to
reason
be
not
like
to.
the Animal Crossing.
Well,
A little more
of Nintendo. They're
realistic.
already Nintendo.
Yes, but like a more,
Yeah,
human-like.
We get it. We
Yeah.
get it. With
You know?
And you got Persona 5 Tactics,
Coming next
which
with Game
again
Pass, so
we
who
already
gives a shit?
saw. So then the big
the big boy.
one comes. Super Mario RPG.
Yo.
A remake of the Super Nintendo
Yo.
classic. I am
That
excited.
shit was awesome.
I'm really excited.
I lost it, guys. I lost it. It was really exciting to see, and there were rumors that there would be a
there was
2D
two
Mario.
rumors:
Yes.
a leaked 2D Mario and a remake of a beloved SNES title. And I did not expect Super Mario RPG. I thought it was gonna be Chrono Trigger, if I'm being honest, but it turned out to be Mario RPG.
So were
that's
you like
pretty rad.
presently
Oh, I was
surprised?
very caught
Yeah.
off guard. Like a lot of people, like the intro came on, and I was like, "Oh, Mario RPG is getting a remake." I think, but there was also a little part of me that was like, "Oh, Switch Online." But nah, it's an actual remake.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, they started with the old looking graphics and then they just boom dropped it on us.
Tinkerbell,
It
like
looks
fucking touch that
beautiful.
shit. It's like,
looks
wow.
beautiful.
It does. It looks
Very
amazing. Can we go to it? See?
I don't even know.
I mean, they know how to use their hardware. But
It
mind
was
you,
so-
it's weaker than the original
they have
Xbox
this,
One.
They have it
Broken up?
broken up,
Perfect.
dude. Look at this.
Yes.
All right.
Let's go.
Timestamps. Oh.
Look at them. Oh, is it
Oh,
working?
can't click them. Just go.
There you go.
There we go.
Yes.
But
Doesn't that look
yo, look at
sexy?
that. This is what it looked like.
And then they
And
Tinkerbell
then
that
they
shit, as Mad Mel
Tinkerbell the
just
crap
said.
out of it, as Madman said before. Look at that. This is
Jesus.
crazy.
It's
That
pretty
looks
wild
so
when you look
good.
at reactions online. It's like crazy how a lot of people do not know that that was the intro cutscene to Mario RPG.
Yeah, Mario looks so cute, you guys.
Yeah.
I feel like
So
they
the
keep making them
speech.
smaller and smaller,
Right?
Yeah. Like, man, how tiny and plump could he get? Like, he almost looks like a ball, almost.
This is like slightly like it looks a little bit from the top.
bro. Well,
You know?
they have like a weird perspective on it.
It's
It's an
that's how he
isometric
looked in
isometric perspective, but then like they just showed him climbing up the vines like it's a regular 2D game.
It's
Yeah.
simple. The RPG, it was supposed to be 3D without being 3D. It was in Super Nintendo. It couldn't handle 3D graphics like the PlayStation, which was yet to come. So they had to figure something out, and the common solution to 3D games on a 2D console was the isometric view. It gave you a 3D feeling when it wasn't really 3D. It was a 2D game at its core.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this looks really good.
This does look really good, and it's I love that they kept like you can still see
And Gino's back.
the characters looking just slightly like they did then.
Yeah, and
you know
that's-
what I mean? Like they didn't just made the characters modern and changed them to what Mario. I love this spinning thing in the water. It looked like
Yeah.
Donkey
See,
Kong
that's like
style.
2D,
That
bro.
yep.
Yeah, and also Sakurai has no excuse now to put Gino into Smash Brothers. It has to happen at this point.
Sakurai's not making anything for Smash Brothers anytime soon, bro.
Wait till like 10 years for the next Smash. I don't know. He deserves a break. Supposedly he has been taking a break, so that's
Listen,
good.
we need another team working on Smash. Yes, we need a new Smash Brothers for
I don't know.
the
They just,
new
they just need to
Switch.
update it, man.
Well, the new Switch
the
will-
one they have is good enough. Just
The one
update
they
it.
have is popping. There's so many characters in that freaking game. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
what I would want for the next Smash, or I think what will happen, is that they're probably going to have a very trimmed down roster and focus on making every character as unique and like interesting moveset wise as possible.
Yeah.
Because a lot of time you basically go like, oh, he looks funny. I don't like to play as him. They'll probably make it a little bit more like you want to play this character because he has this, and that's special and stuff like that.
What are you talking about? Smash Brothers?
Yeah. Like obviously there's different.
I don't think they're
Bowser
gonna,
is
they're
bigger
not going to
than
restart
Mario.
it. They're not going to restart it. They already perfected it.
Well, here's a licensing
they'll
deal. They have
just make-
so many licenses that it'll be ridiculous to have to pay that every single time. It's pretty
That's true.
stupid.
I mean, not if it sells the amount that it sells.
That's
it's not
true,
stupid. Why would that be stupid? They license it for a purpose. They sell ridiculous amounts of copies of that game. They're
Yeah.
gonna just pay what they gotta pay to make sure they sell it
Listen,
again.
I'm not opposed. Another Smash,
Absolutely.
not opposed. Doodle's here for it.
Absolutely, but
But
Mario
this
RPG,
game looks amazing. I'm
that
so
looked dope.
excited that they're doing this.
And it
So
was a
this
big
is coming
surprise.
out. Yes, this is coming out next year, or is that
No.
for,
This year,
this one's
November.
this year.
November
Yes.
18th, I'm pretty sure.
yes.
And then boom, look at that. Our boy
that's
Luigi.
exactly what I was gonna say. They went ahead and gave us this bombshell.
Luigi's
Now-
Mansion Dark Moon Remaster. It's
Yes.
about time.
This was on the DS, correct?
The 3DS, yes.
The 3DS. C-Money has never played it, so he's really excited. He played the third one, right?
Yeah,
on the
beat
Switch.
the third one, love the third one. You
and he
played the
loved
third
it.
one.
I did. We
Yeah.
did a
He
gameplay.
beat the original on the GameCube, and I mean, it speaks for itself. A classic, even in today's standards.
Yep.
And Dark Moon is the only one he never played because it was on dog shit hardware. But it sold better than the first one, so Nintendo probably want to keep on that track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm
Now,
excited
C-Money
to be able to play
Can
this.
finally play Dark Moon.
Yes.
They also
we don't know
showed-
when. It's next year.
They
So
also
maybe,
showed the Princess Peach one.
maybe,
Oh, yeah.
maybe it's going to be
Huh?
released with
It's confirmed to be released next year.
with the new system.
Nah, no. You're not gonna release your new console have a remaster of a more than 10-year-old game.
That
It's a
will-
remaster of a
Why
3DS
not?
game.
How can
If
it
you- look,
not?
look. If you literally was like, oh boy, I can't wait to get my new Switch, what does it come with? A remaster of a 3DS game that barely looks great, and it's like,
Well, I would be
Really?
happy to
I
play
mean, you don't know
it.
what it looks like
okay, yeah,
on the
sure,
new system.
but they just showed that wasn't 3DS footage. That was Switch
Okay,
footage.
I didn't. Yeah, but it's not Switch 2 footage. if they have
maybe
a
it will
Switch 2
be.
version of the game, maybe it'll look better.
Now,
I mean, wouldn't you rather have a new game? Like, it's like saying, like, instead
I'm
of Breath
sure
of the
that
Wild,
they
we're having-
don't need to only
I
release
think they
one
will
game.
have
Like, look,
that
instead
as
of
well.
playing, like, it's like if they said, hey, for the Switch, instead of Breath of the Wild, we're getting Twilight Princess HD. Get excited! So, honestly, it wouldn't have been that big of a success if it was just a remaster. They're gonna have some new original, either Mario or Zelda title. Probably Mario this time around.
Well, I agree that will be there, but I think that there will also
They
be
can also do
options,
that.
and they will have something like this as well.
I don't know if you're so confident on this being on the next Switch.
I don't know. I'm hopeful.
It feels like like one of those like we have time. One more or two more games for the old school Switch for the new console.
Yeah, see,
But then
Purpleberry saying that
the
their
new
one was
console's
fun.
gonna come out, and they'll go ahead and they'll update it for the new console. It doesn't
Yes.
matter that it already released on the old console. That's not the way consoles work,
And
man.
as you said, it
Well,
was
they
the
don't-
one that sold the
Well,
most.
Well, the Wii U,
right?
they
So
do that
people
because the
will be
Wii
really
U sold like
excited.
no one bought a Wii U.
No, they
honey,
do that
so-
on every system.
No, but the Wii,
remakes
they
are
did-
everywhere. It doesn't matter. This is a 3DS is an old ass system. If they want to remake it for the Switch and then further remake it for the Switch
That'd
2
be awesome.
and make it even look better, then they will.
And let's
if they
face
don't, they
it,
won't.
we will freaking buy it.
Okay.
Anyways,
So, the
I
next-
don't know, but I am hoping that they do have a new system,
Yeah.
and that these are some of the games that we get to have. The big surprise also was that Peach is getting a game.
This was her first own game since Super Princess Peach on the DS.
Yes.
Honestly, we
That
have
looks
zero
so
idea what
cool.
it is, other than the fact that it's going to be a stage play. That, like, I didn't know what to expect, but this has me thinking. Perhaps this game, like, if you ever know, Super Mario Bros. 3 has been confirmed to be a performance. If you know, is that it looks like it opens with curtains and everything looks like there's a
Yes.
shadow behind it.
Yes.
Yep.
Could it be taking that concept further?
Oh
What
my
if
gosh,
Peach is playing
Madman.
some sort of show or some shit, and all the residents of Mushroom Kingdom, Mario, Luigi, and everyone are watching this shit, and she maybe has some little show going on, and then the Bowser, who's not playing along with her game, comes and actually tries to kidnap her or tries to wreak havoc and shit, and the play becomes real and shit like that, and now it's like some crazy experience.
All
I
right,
don't
so
know, I have some
that
wild
sounds
pitches
pretty
going on
amazing
here.
to me. And I didn't even think about the fact that they do have in every game, like the curtain opens and boom, there you have it. And there's the background behind, Mario
third
running
one,
back and
yeah.
forth or whatever. But yeah, the classic games, did that.
Only part 3.
So that would be that. I didn't even think of that. That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
That'd be dope. That'd be
nice
dope.
thinking.
Well, remember,
man.
Mario 2 is actually just a straight up dream, so theaters like, it didn't happen. So, yeah.
So that's what I love, that they get creative like this, and it'll be really, really cool. It didn't even cross my mind that would be the approach that they will take. But again, Nintendo's known for being creative with.
They're very spontaneous with what they do.
with the
You
things
can't
that
predict
they
them.
do.
You know?
But I'm super excited that Peach is getting a game. Is such a big deal. What is next?
So
See
the
money.
other one
that's
that
like
caught my eye
juicy.
was Myth Force.
Okay.
Myth Force,
Why-
it's been out a
why
little
this
bit
is
already on
really
Steam
fun.
via early access.
So
Oh yes, this.
It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon,
yeah, it's
like
like a
D&D
Saturday
or
morning
something.
cartoon.
It does look like it. And also, I feel like it just fits in. And I know it's not Nintendo exclusive, but it's like it fits right into Nintendo. I feel like the graphics go right into what Nintendo is.
So is this on
Don't
other
you?
systems?
It's on Steam right now, but I don't know if it's confirmed for Xbox and PlayStation. I don't know. When I look at this, I immediately get like, this is something you'd find in the depths of Xbox Game Pass. I don't know.
Well,
You
why,
think so?
why are you talking about Xbox Game Pass as if it's not amazing? That sounds weird to me.
No, I'm just saying
the
that.
depths of Xbox Game Pass. It looks like a fun first person
does,
magic
right?
based shooter.
Like, look,
Like,
you know,
that's
Game
dope.
Pass obviously has their big first parties, and they have some
Uh-huh.
big games, but there's also a lot of smaller titles from
Okay.
smaller publishers, and this feels like one of those kind of games.
Okay,
Well,
but
this
it looks good. So
to me,
it looks like a
really
good game.
good. It looks a lot.
No, I
like-
never said it was bad. I just said that's something you'd easily find on Game Pass.
Gotcha. So it looks really good. It looks super fun. And I feel like it just falls right into that vibe.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
So what's next?
Then they talk about Splatoon 3 a little bit, which is on screen, which is
they're having a
exciting.
Splatfest. What's your favorite kind of ice cream?
They talked about
Vanilla, strawberry, and
Batman,
mint
all the
chip.
other stuff already on here. Actually, they have it broken down right on there.
Yeah, they have
their list right here.
Detective Pikachu Returns.
But Detective Pikachu is the next one that
coming
I
out
felt
October 6th, by the
was
way.
very exciting. And unexpected
no, Ryan Reynolds
for
isn't
me.
Pikachu.
Where is it? Right here. It was right before they played it right before the Mario RPG. But Detective Pikachu, man, like that's really cool that they went ahead and got another one, and it looks pretty good for
It
being a
looks
Switch
good.
game.
It's going to look
Yeah.
even better when you are playing it on your Switch, because right now we're looking at a big screen, right? So when it's compacted, we'll be able to see better graphics.
Yeah, the original Detective Pikachu was a post-Switch 3DS game, and
Yes.
Part 2 was announced not that long afterward, like maybe 2019, as Detective Pikachu 2, and then we heard nothing. And now it's been reconfirmed as Detective Pikachu returns with better graphics and, everything
Yes.
the 3DS game was, but better, and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they remaster the first one at some point for the Switch.
Yes.
Well, see, that's what's nice when they take a game that was on the handheld and bring it to the bigger system.
On a hybrid.
Because I never played Detective Pikachu Part 1. So this one, I'm excited to try out. I think it's gonna be dope.
I think
Yeah.
so too.
We talked
What
about
else do we
Peach,
have,
Batman.
baby?
We talked about Dragon Quest. Then they Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4.
Guys,
Yes.
so Pikmin 4,
Looked really good, not
it
gonna lie.
does. I was on the fence. I was waiting. I wanted to see more. And they gave us more. And you
They
go
did.
into houses now. You're not just collecting fruit as Pikmin 3. You're not just collecting
Treasure, like
treasure.
Pikmin 2.
yes. So it's kind of like you're getting the best of everything and then more.
And plus, you can say, I think the big thing that I was caught off guard is that you can stay up at night. And
Yes.
like their bowls
Yes.
are evil with red eyes and shit. And I was like, okay.
And there's
They're
a
doing something
Pikmin
cool.
for the nighttime. There's a
glow
new
Pikmin.
Pikmin. Yes, the glow Pikmin. Super exciting. We have now a dog. What's his name?
Ooh, Ochi or something.
Ochi.
like that.
And he goes in the water, because normally if you don't have water Pikmins, like normally you leave your Pikmins, the red or whichever ones are not water Pikmin, behind, and then you go through,
And shoot
or
the
you
blue
only
Pikmin
bring
to drown.
But now you can get a cross with Uchi, you said?
Ochi, that's his
Ochi.
name, I'm pretty sure.
So this is really cool. The game looks really good. And not only did they announce, obviously, the date and everything else, it went out for pre-order, but they're also releasing Pikmin 1 and 2 for the Switch
in a bundle, 1
in a
plus 2.
bundle, which
With
I'm
oversimplified logos.
super happy for, because I didn't necessarily love those. My big game was Pikmin 3.
I'm seeing a
I
trend
beat
here.
it quite a few times, but I also didn't like the remote, the way that it
We
played.
don't know, Nunchuck? I feel like
Yes,
that's the best way to play
didn't
Pikmin,
like
even
that.
now.
For me, that didn't work. So I'm really excited to see it now, like in the Switch, and playing it with a controller that I feel comfortable with.
Yeah. Honestly, personally, I don't even, like, I'm very happy it's coming to Switch, but I don't even know if it's going to be the same, because I don't know what it is. For me, personally, the Wii Remote Nunchuck, like, it was made for Pikmin. Pointing and showing exactly where you want your Pikmin to go
Yeah,
without
I
having to do it
didn't
just
like
a
that at
joystick and shit. Like, it's
all.
perfect. It has to be one of the most perfect control schemes for a game.
Well, we will
Stupid.
find out.
But-
I already have it pre-ordered, so
Yeah.
we're gonna check it out.
So
and
do
I feel
I,
like
apparently.
no
Oh,
way.
yeah, of course you do.
Not Pikmin 1 and 2.
Like, we didn't
No,
know.
no.
You're talking
Part
about
4.
Pikmin 4.
1 and 2 is
I'm
coming
talking about
physically.
1 and 2
But
that is coming to
I'm
the
starting
Switch.
to notice a trend with Nintendo.
Yes.
When they release a new entry in a game that you might not have played their other past titles, or they haven't
Yeah.
sold as well, or pretty obscure now, they tend to re-release it. Like, look at Bayonetta. Bayonetta 3 came out, so they brought Bayonetta 1 to Switch with its own standalone release. After
Yes.
releasing Bayonetta 2 and 1 being digital and 2 being physical, back in 2018. They seem to, like, they think that if you get to play the other games, you're more likely to play the new game. Or if you like the new game, they think they can squeeze some money out you by playing, like,
I mean,
having you get some of the older
honestly, I
games.
think that's super smart.
And they're doing
Bring
the same
some
shit with Luigi's
light
Mansion.
into the older games that you have. Yes.
Well, okay, I forgot. Luigi's Mansion 1's still not on Switch, but Dark Moon is close enough. You're going to get the game before 3, so they'll probably do some.
Purpleberry's
make some
excited
nice
for
money.
Pikmin 4. I am too, baby. We're going to play the crap out of it. Yes. It's going to be so good. All right, C, what else do you have for us? Look at those glowing Pikmins. That's crazy. And it is so cool that we're going to get to play at night. That's such a big deal. You had to, like,
Yeah.
whole ass
And
when it was,
run.
when the sun was down. It's like danger, can't be here. And look at them now out exploring the world. Obviously, new bad guys are going to come out during the nighttime.
Of course.
New creepers and everything. So, your other Pigments can't be out there, but the new ones can. So that's pretty epic. And look at that, walking through a house. So Nintendo loves doing this type of atmosphere with the flowers and the gardens and outdoors.
Yeah.
They do love those elements and they do it well.
It was actually Pikmin was inspired because Shigeru Miyamoto, I'm pretty sure he had a garden or he liked gardens. Somebody that attended a garden, yeah. And he was compelled to make Pikmin for the original GameCube as a sort of launch title.
That's pretty awesome.
Launch window. So yeah, that's pretty rad. And I would never guess Pikmin would have come to this point where it's a big franchise for Nintendo.
It is.
And I think you'll have the classic Switch treatment of it'll probably be the best-selling Pikmin and stuff like that, and more people will like it now because it's on Switch.
I agree.
That's good.
I'm excited for it.
Well, that's going to be pretty awesome. And I'm very excited for you, Doodle, to have Pikmin back in your life.
I'm excited for you. You had it pre-ordered before I had it pre-ordered. So good for you. See,
and remember, Mario Kart 8, more DLC.
Yes,
Wave 5. 3 new characters. You get PD Piranha.
Yes.
So we were gonna get to that.
Chemic.
We were gonna get to it down here. But yes, Mario Kart.
Check it
8
out.
Deluxe
Play it. See.
Is going to be
Wave 5.
Yeah, Wave 5, right? So
it's getting more content.
The last wave was good. The other one before that, was that the one with the ice cream cone?
Oh, you didn't like that board.
You didn't like that one. I'm loving this original board. I love that that's the only one they showed because I'm excited to see what else they're going to give us. But look at the ducky with Mario's hat on. And you go obviously under the wire. You're going through a house as well, which is like a pattern right now because we just saw Pikmin and they did kind of like the same thing. I'm loving this, you guys.
Now, this is pretty crazy because Wave 5, then Wave 6, and this pass is over.
Yeah.
So the next Mario Kart has to be coming out, or at least announced soon after the last wave is released to the public.
No, it's going to be for the new system.
Okay, I agree with you there.
Coming out this spring.
No, I'm saying that by waves, they have a lot of space between waves. Next year, they already confirmed it's going to be when the last wave comes out, which is a ridiculous wait. So by the time that is announced and released, right after, I'm sure they're going to announce their next Mario Kart, and it's not going to be some remaster.
So this is aligning perfectly. If it's coming out, when is the Wave 5 coming out?
This summer.
This summer,
yeah,
right?
so by the end of the year, we'll have the other one.
Yes, no, they're saying next year.
Supposedly it's going to be early next year.
So we're thinking early next
Wave
year.
Wave 6?
Yeah,
which
they have pretty
means
stupid weights when it comes to these waves.
For me,
they're stretching the game.
Wait, did they say that or did you say that?
No, when the thing was first announced, last year, right, 2022.
Yeah.
They said that in a small little text blurb on the bottom, it said this pass will release in waves via from 2022 to 2024. So we already know the last one's gonna be 2024. So it'll probably be
early 2024.
Yes.
And then they'll announce the Switch.
The new Switch with a new Mario Kart. And I don't know.
Can you imagine Mario Kart's a launch title?
Dude, I don't know if
I'm
running with it. But I feel like these are all facts. Okay? We're getting a new Mario Kart. I'm literally plotting all this stuff. The Luigi game is for the new system.
God.
The Peach game is for the new system.
That's hilarious.
Guys, this is happening. All right? And then we're going to get a remake of the Pikmin 4 for the new system. I'm going to have to get it. Man.
Wait, they're not going to remaster or remake Pikmin 4 for the new Switch.
Of course they're going to release it again for the new system. Do you think
Nintendo,
they have a Pikmin 5
Nintendo is the god of fucking stingy, stupid release strategies. So,
and I love that.
I think they'll just update it.
There you go. That too.
I think that they're probably smart and they know that a lot of people will have a Switch. Maybe they'll do it where, maybe Xbox style, you put your game in the new console and then it'll have an update that gives you better visuals.
That's possible.
Probably, or they sell you a $10 update if you already own the game. Or you just buy the game.
Oh, WarioWare. Wario Move It. That was another one.
Yes.
Wario is back after Get It Together a year or two later. Prior. Yeah.
Yeah. WarioWare they announced, which we're
when
not
is
big.
It's a fun party game. It's coming out this year.
People.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay.
Wario is Wario.
But we did just see the other game that I wanted to mention, which was
Star Ocean. That looked really good.
So Star Ocean actually looked really good.
it falls in line
And I
with
was
the
not
HC2D
expecting that.
remakes that came in the past with like Live Alive and Octopath and Triangle Strategy.
Yeah, when I first saw the name, I was like, well, this is a waste.
It's just a
But then I
very
saw
generic art
this,
JRPG.
I'm like, dude, this shit looks good. I like this. I'm
this
in.
looks good. We're gonna play this. This is gonna be fun. Maybe we'll do some gameplay.
Yeah, I am looking
Yeah,
forward
I
to
think
check
so.
this one out.
Yeah.
I am playing Triangle Strategy, funny thing, as of late, and it's finally getting good an hour later. It's actually really good. So, yeah, when I finish that, I'm sure I'll be ready for Star Ocean. I tend to really like these HC2 remakes, so, you know, I'm
Agreed.
looking forward to it.
Purple Berry saying that the Wario game that it
Looks
looks
like
like it's
1-2 switch.
Yeah, like a strange 1-2 switch.
Oh,
Yeah,
you know
I
they're
can
making
feel
a new
that.
1-2 switch called Everybody 1-2 Switch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a waste
Which
of
you
time.
would
That
thought-
sounds like a
1-2s.
song title, by
People
the way.
hate it.
Well,
Everybody
everybody
1-2
1-2
switch.
switch.
The whole thing is that now
It's
only up
1-2
to
step. Remember
Yeah,
Ciara?
Ciara's song.
Yeah.
the whole
The
gimmick is
1-2
that
step.
everyone can play. 100 people can play because there's like a QR code. You scan your
Yeah.
phone, you get like an app or like a little controller on your phone, and literally everyone can play at the same time. And it's pretty ridiculous, but it's like,
Nice.
oh, they're really trying for a game that everyone hated at launch. So I don't know.
All right. So next one
Always
for
up for
sure.
more.
We needed to deep dive
Yes!
into a little bit
Vampire
was Vampire
Survivors.
Survivors.
Coming to Switch.
So
This game I'm so excited for because we're all gonna get to play it together.
yes. So this game has been out and we had a great time with it on Xbox and mobile and everywhere that you can play it. It's everywhere.
All that
Switch
I can
is getting
say
it now.
is don't judge it because I did. All
Yeah.
right.
No,
So
it's
I'm gonna
tight.
give you a heads up. Don't judge it. I was judging the graphics. I was like, I'm not gonna like this.
8-bit, I don't know. The problem is that it's just so like if you like it's an indie game, that means it's most likely gonna have retro graphics. And it's like it was cool before, and it's like honestly, very very few actually stick out now because everyone loves the retro style because they think they're cool.
Well, but
Well-
they made something different here. This is not about the style, it's about the gameplay. And the fact
Exactly.
that you have all these creatures coming to you, you get to choose your
It's
path of
so
how you update
fun,
your character.
you guys.
It's so
And
dope.
I
But
can only imagine playing with you guys as well. It's gonna be
well,
even
that's
more
the
fun.
thing. So that's the whole point of why I'm excited about it
Yeah.
because they are announcing the 4-player mode. So it wasn't 4-player before; it was just single player, and you would just play it on your own and have a great time. But now it's coming to Switch and everywhere else that they currently sell the game.
Yes.
Xbox, all that stuff. They're all getting the update, and the update is going to allow you to have multiplayer, which is going to be epic.
I am here for it.
It's
Now,
gonna be so
C
good.
was so annoyed about this game that we're watching on the screen.
Pigeon.
All
Yeah,
right.
It's-
Pigeon fuck
this
fest.
is-
I don't know.
I was bugging out, you
Unnecessary.
guys. I was like, it's pigeons and mini games.
No, you said it's mini
Definitely
games
not.
with pigeons.
With pigeons.
Yeah. No. I'm all right.
Listen,
all right.
it may be so much fun. See,
Headbangers Rhythm Royale.
I mean, maybe.
it may be so much fun.
This is the
saying.
game that we talked about that it sucks that it's going to not do well.
This game
But
looks
if it
so
had
good.
Mario, it would be
Because
amazing.
yes, I was looking at the board and I'm like, switch the character to Mario, and I'm in. Like, this will look amazing to me if Mario was the one running around,
or at least
right?
Mario theming around it
Yes, and I feel like it's a good game that may not do well because it doesn't have one of our beloved characters, but. Because I felt that way right away, I almost feel like trying out the game.
too. It's the thing, like it's like Super Lucky's Tale. If it was from Nintendo and branded as a smaller 3D Mario experience, you would be like,
Yes.
wow, this is a 10 out of 10.
Amazing.
So,
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality, right? But that's the Nintendo bias that we know exists.
Yes.
Like,
Because same thing with like Zelda.
Like
the
Tears of the
original
Kingdom
one.
is the same shit as Breath of the Wild with more stuff and people adore it.
If you take Zelda out that picture and put Penny in there, the one that they just showed us, nobody would give a shit
nobody
about
will
the game,
care.
right? That's what sucks. But
That's what I think.
you
Yeah.
did it again.
Man, I unplugged the fan.
But yes, so this is gonna be good. I think it looks good. It's from Take-Two, so it's not like from a
Yes.
small indie. But yeah, so that's one that I am excited for. And then the last
See?
one,
Purpleberry said, I'll buy it. Pigeons.
Pigeons. The last one, man, that blew my mind. This is the one that I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh,
oh
you
my
guys.
God.
Super Mario
It's
Brothers.
going
This is
down.
amazing.
Wonder.
Yeah, that looked so good.
Dude,
Looks
I was
beautiful,
not
bro.
expecting this. We were hoping for like one of those moments, like one last thing, and it be something epic. And C Money kept saying they already
Metroid Prime
talked
4,
about
honey.
Pikmin, so there has to be an ending to this that's like
Yep.
epic. And guys, it was. This is amazing. I am so excited for it. Dude, the way he moves, his reaction,
so
you see
nimble.
his
He looks
cap. Look
cute.
at him grabbing the cap. But that makes you feel like it's gonna have those elements of Mario Odyssey. You know, with the cappy, you throw it and you turn into. Yes, I think so.
They would have
man.
advertised it 100%.
Look,
if Cappy
you're
was
gonna
there.
see though. When you see that ball with the spikes, is wearing
Yep.
Mario's hat. So
Exactly. They
I
don't
do
have to
think
play
that
all
you
their
can
cards
turn
yet, man.
into them. Exactly.
We'll see.
This looks amazing. I'm so excited. It has that Mario situation. Look right there. He's wearing the cap.
Yep.
If you pay attention, he's wearing the
Which
cap.
is
Well,
what
this-
he did in Mario Odyssey.
It's weird because
Yes.
this game was like a fever dream. He probably ate a mushroom and went like nuts and shit. So,
That's what I
you know.
feel. I feel like
No, look
it
at
has
that. I think you're transforming with these.
it
wonder
has the
seeds.
fun of like mini games, right? I feel that rush and excitement when I see it, when I see the game on the screen. And I feel like it's gonna be epic.
And plus, if it was Cappy, the cap would have had eyes on it.
Guys, check it out. It's freaking Daisy.
Daisy?
Daisy's in
It's
this
her
game.
second mainline appearance. Good for her, thankfully. I did not expect Daisy. Like, that was probably the biggest
Oh,
surprise
you
of this
can
whole
hit
thing.
them in the water now.
Not the art
Yes.
style. Oh, also, Yoshi's playable. Like, he's riding him right now, but you can actually use
And
Yoshi
look-
as a character.
Yes, and Peach's crown just turned into a cap while she was floating.
That scares
so that's super cute. I'm excited. I'm all
This is
in.
gonna be really good.
Yes, it's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be really
that.
fun
freaking
for us to
amazing.
play together.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited for it. I did not see this coming. Look at the little hut they have at the end. It's not the regular like castle or like the little mushroom houses that
Yeah,
they
it's like a
normally
different
have.
type of people.
Yes.
Because you saw the person was wearing the same hat as the house.
It's
so
like Mario wandered into a different world or something, you know?
Yeah, it has been 12
Look at
years
this.
since we got an original 2D Mario game, and I'm glad it's this one. Because
Yeah.
honestly, I heard leaks about 2D Mario. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, it's gonna be another new Super Mario Brothers. The
I would
most
have been happy
generic
with that
bullshit
too,
you could
though,
think.
if I'm being honest.
I mean, if you look at like the last, like
amazing.
New Super Mario Bros. Other than like the DS and the Wii, because the Wii introduced multiplayer to Mario 2D, which is pretty ridiculous when you think about it. But after
Yeah.
that, they look the damn same. So it's like if like it's sure it's Mario, but it's like we already have New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe on the Switch, so it's not gonna look that much different. And I was like, man, that would stink. But thankfully, look at them. Look at this. This looks great.
You know,
all right,
I
so
have
that
to-
means next time you don't have to be thinking so much about it.
Exactly. They're
Right.
looking to play differently with the Mario formula, you know? They're gonna switch things up. And Mario's an elephant. I don't know. I'm hyped.
Absolutely. And I mean, as far as the direct is concerned, that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. And they're releasing new amiibos. So the amiibos look amazing for Tears of the Kingdom. So they have
Yes.
a Zelda amiibo coming
And
out
Ganon.
in Ganon. And I love that they're bringing the amiibos back. I really, really do. Because I feel like these are like collectibles. They put so much detail into them. They look so cool. It's the Nintendo characters. They're not normally licensed to make a bunch of stuff for them.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's
Nintendo
made by
knows
Nintendo.
what amiibo are. Amiibo, no one gives a shit about using them. They like to collect them based on characters that they like. And Zelda is prime for that. They
Yeah.
know that people will buy it because a lot of people love Zelda, and they put a lot of detail in their amiibo. So people will naturally buy them. And they know they're not going to give them some funky features, barely, because people like to collect them and display them.
Well, I'm really excited that they're back. Because they had stopped for a while. I feel like when Animal Crossing they started releasing the fifth series of the cards,
Oh,
and then
cards.
they started re-releasing the cards, which thankfully they did because I never played Animal Crossing before, so I never experienced the whole collecting the cards situation. So I did play New Horizons, and I fell in love with it. So they re-released this at the perfect time for me. So I got to enjoy that thrill of opening the little packets and seeing
agree.
what cards
Ooh, we
I
only
was.
have 2 missing, right?
I'm missing 2 from Series 5. So like the newer one. And those
Yeah.
are so difficult to get
Just get them on
because
eBay.
you get a special one. Yeah, I have to get them. You get a special one and then I think you only get a special one and then you get the other 5 where the other ones were mixed. I don't remember. Or I think half the characters are special and then half of them are like
Wasn't
the
it just
regular
one? Like
villagers.
the one is like the special one, and then you gotta see which one
Exactly.
you
You
have.
only get one special in the packet. So if you didn't get that one special, I think I'm missing 2 that are from the special ones. I'm not sure. But I've seen them too, and I'm like, yo, I don't want to go through the emotional roller coaster of like getting them, opening like 15 packs, and my cards that I'm looking for are not in there. So I almost feel like it's just easier to
It's
go
just worth. We'll just get
and
it.
buy it
That
on
way
eBay.
you have
Yeah.
it and it's done.
But I have to remember to do so because I literally have them all except for those 2, and I'm talking about like every
Literally,
series.
every
And
single
that's crazy that I fell in love with that game so much. So yeah, that's pretty much with the Nintendo Direct.
That's it. The Nintendo Direct was done.
It was
and
awesome.
It was very good.
I had a great time watching it, and I'm so excited. I went, and on that day, they just put a bunch of games to pre-order. We already knew about this, but Sonic is also getting a new game, which I'm super thrilled about because that seems like the type of game I will play. They brought it back to like the 2D style. And again, we had discussed that Sonic, they keep trying to put him in these 3D situations. And the problem with that is that Sonic is, you love Sonic because he's super fast, right? And you can't have that speed when you're cutting corners like that. So they brought him back to its original spot, just modern. Really, and I'm so excited for it. I'm going to play that game.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it now because we already talked about it on the Xbox, but that's going to be super dope.
I'm pumped for that.
So, so it's very exciting. So we're going to move on and leave the Nintendo, the surprisingly amazing Nintendo
Direct
behind for a little bit. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into more of a gaming news block where we'll just hit some things that are going on and what matters right now, hot news of the week. So one of the big things that came up this week, which I think it was smart to do it now, this was the time to do it, which Xbox went ahead and announced that they have a price hike coming. Okay, so the Xbox console and Xbox Game Pass are going up. Now, the Xbox console is going up in multiple places, but there are a few places. So the United States, Chile, and Japan will not be having price increases.
Oh, yeah.
But everywhere else that Xbox is sold will be going up to $550 for the Series X.
Okay.
So to match the price of the PlayStation 5.
Yes, fair.
Series S is not changing anywhere. No. So it's still going to be $299.
Yes.
No matter how you call it. Or you can buy the $350 version, which is the 1 terabyte black one that they just announced at the showcase.
And listen, they're announcing it. So go ahead and get it before the prices go up.
Yeah,
but
this is the time.
It is fair that with everything they're offering and the games are coming out, that their price at least matches PlayStation's. So good.
Absolutely.
What else, see?
The Game Pass is going up. All right. So Game Pass is going to cost, for the standard Game Pass, is going from $9.99 to $10.99.
Okay.
So it's $1.
Yes.
Now Xbox Game Pass Ultimate will go from $14.99 to $16.99. So it's a $2 difference.
Oh, wow.
So
$1 difference, a $2 difference.
I think if you can afford $10, I think you can afford an extra $1. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously there's a lot of people who are very upset about this. And a lot of people who feel like they want to do, they want to keep the same energy, right? So they were talking shit when the PlayStation went up. And now they want to say, well, we got to keep the same energy, talk shit about the Xbox going up.
Yes.
Right? But I'm not going to keep the same energy. I'm sorry. I could give a shit that they're going up $1 or $2. And the reason being is simple, right? PlayStation already did it. You know what I'm saying? So it would be stupid for Xbox not to go up a little bit.
Yep.
It just is what it is.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is.
If anything, I blame this on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's PlayStation's fault. Yeah. They pulled the trigger, they moved up. They raised the price on console. They raised the price on. They have a tier of their premium PlayStation Plus subscription, which is $18.99. Okay, so
they're kind of like, why are we not?
Yeah, exactly. Like Game Pass is a way better value than the PlayStation
100%.
version, and it's still going to be $2 cheaper than where PlayStation Plus Premium is.
Can I ask you? Is this like you have to get monthly, or do they have, you know, how you have the
that's the trick. So
memberships?
PlayStation does not. PlayStation has you can buy yearly,
Okay.
and it greatly reduces the
Xbox
cost.
does not?
Xbox does not.
Because I was going to say, before they raise the prices, lock in that year plan,
Yeah.
you know, and then
Yeah. I mean, you can also
you're
pre-buy
set.
it though. So if you want to buy a couple of years at this price, you can do that.
then that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, you can buy like
I don't
the
think Game
cards and
Pass
stack
is going
up on 'em.
anywhere. If not, they're going to just...
Yeah, there's a lot of people on Twitter like, well, that's why you should buy them in bulk. And it's
Exactly.
like 2026 is their time that they have off.
100%. Why not?
So, but I mean, again, this is not like Game Pass is increasing in value.
Correct.
Right?
And that's why
Like,
they're hiring the prices.
So it's not like they're just saying this is the same old Game Pass, so we're just gonna raise the price because we need to make more.
Mhm.
They showed us the lineup of what's coming. 4 games a year that are gonna be huge, and we already saw what they are.
When are these
Right?
prices going up?
July. So if you didn't if you already have it prepaid, then it'll go up after your prepayment is done.
Okay.
But I think it's in July.
We'll see, money.
July
I
1st
might
or
get
2nd.
you some years of prepay.
Oh,
For your
thank
birthday
you.
coming up, I'll add that in.
Oh, it is coming up.
Right?
That would be dope. That would
Yeah.
be dope. But if you think about 4 games, $70 a month. I
Mhm.
mean, $70 a game. It's $140 plus $140. It's $280 a year. Come on, man.
Yeah.
For 4 big bangers, what are you paying for Game Pass? Probably around the same, just a little bit, but you get like
Listen,
a million
you
other
have
games.
Starfield coming out. You have Forza coming. And then there's a lot lined up for next year.
$204 a year
Yes.
for Game Pass Ultimate. That's Ultimate.
Ultimate.
Remember, you can get Game Pass for $10 or
Mhm.
$11 now. So a little over, $132 or something
Yep.
like that. And you're getting 4 huge games
Yep.
a year. $280 worth of games for that amount, plus
Everything
thousands of
else.
other dollars worth of games
Yep.
for everything else.
It makes sense, but I will say that is going up now in July, you mentioned,
Yep,
right?
before.
It won't be the only time that it goes up. These things
Well,
are
they
going to
kinda
continue to move.
So this is why people are saying they're doing it now, which makes sense.
Yeah.
They have made almost like a commitment, like when we buy Activision,
Yes.
that's not going to make us raise the prices.
Okay.
So it's like,
So they're raising
do
them
it
now.
before we buy Activision.
And do it hand in hand with PlayStation, right? So it's,
Yeah, and it's not like the crazy
more
hike.
seamless. And no, it's just a freaking $1. And then $2 for the Ultimate. I don't see the big deal, but if you're that conflicted about it, then go ahead and pre-buy the years.
Yeah,
to
and if
come.
you can't, I mean, it's, hopefully get it every other month or whatever.
That too.
Space it out.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I mean, it's time. It's been years. 2017 is when Game Pass started.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be 6 years this year.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the same exact price. They're going up $1 and $2.
That's what I'm saying. I thought you were going to hit us with some
Yeah.
numbers, but yeah, it's not that bad. What's next, C?
No, it's really not.
No.
All right, so this one's just it's just ridiculous. So there's a petition on change.org.
Oh, boy. Yes. These are entertaining
People
normally.
are asking to make Starfield a PlayStation 5 exclusive.
That's a
Oh
good
my
one.
gosh.
That's a good
this
one.
is ridiculous.
A PlayStation 5 exclusive. Understand? They're not asking, hey,
Can we
give us
have?
give
yeah.
us
Can
PlayStation, give us Starfield.
Yeah.
No. Make it exclusive,
Yeah.
Microsoft.
Talk about a reach.
That's
oh my gosh.
crazy.
God. This
That's
is ridiculous.
That's stupid.
It's crazy.
That's what it
Petition
is,
for
bro.
this
Come on now.
nonsense?
Come
Like,
on now.
I get. You're free to do whatever you want to do. That's the clown crap that people come up with when they have the type of freedom to do whatever they want to do. They think they can start a freaking petition to make Starfield exclusive to PlayStation. I don't know how else to repeat that in a way that it will
It's
Yeah.
dumbfounding. All right, that's the thing.
it's
Like,
crazy.
you
Listen,
feel-
when I woke up this morning, I did not think I will hear something so idiotic.
You're welcome.
So, look at
You're
that.
welcome. Okay, you're welcome.
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the
Every day,
unexpected.
expect the unexpected. You never know what you're going to hear.
Absolutely. All right, so Starfield, just kind of keeping on Starfield a little bit. They had an interview on Kind of Funny They did an interview with them, and a few details popped that are worth noting. So these are just a few things that they're going to be doing. So they're going to be focusing on accessibility with a big font mode, right? So they want you to be able to read the words. So they're going to have an option to make them bigger, which is cool, especially if you're playing on, a streaming device or like the ROG Ally, where you want to make bigger letters so that you can see it easier. So also for people with bad vision. So that's a huge thing. They have there won't be any vehicles in the game. So there will be no mounts. So like you can't ride the aliens or the monsters or the creatures, and you can't like drive a car or like a rover machine or something like that.
Yes.
And the reason he gave is because of the jetpack.
It's really fast.
So you have a jetpack, it's really fast, it's the way to get around. So they're not investing in, making vehicles.
Yeah.
That being said, this game is going to be hugely modded.
Yes.
Modders are going to be taking over and doing a whole bunch of crazy fun stuff with it. I'm sure somebody's going to put a vehicle in there. But
if they can put guns into Minecraft, they can put cars in Starfield.
That's right. So officially it won't be there. Another piece of data that they came out with is that you can sell planetary data. So you can actually, as you're looking at these different planets and learning about them, you can sell that information to people. So it's almost like you could be like an explorer and go explore these new worlds and find something that was undiscovered. Then you take back the information to whoever you would sell it to and sell them that information. So
that's cool.
There's ways to make money if you just want to explore, right? Which is dope. Another thing that they said was 10% of planets have life and multiple biomes. Cool. Okay, so there's 1,000 planets, but 100 planets will have like life and things like that that you'll find on there. Obviously, it's not all grouped together, right? They're in different places. So as you're exploring, you'll happen across them. Yeah. So that's cool. Like you'll be exploring, there'll be nothing on this planet, nothing on this planet, nothing on this planet. Then, oh, snap, there's something here, right? And that'll be cool, right? That'll be exciting. And then as far as romance is concerned, that was a question that came up. And people were wondering if you're just free to romance anyone. Oh, man. And no. So there are 4 people. 4 of the Constellation crew members you can romance.
Oh man!
Oh, so specific ones, or they just
like the 4 that are.
You only get to hit on 4 people.
No, only those 4 people.
Those 4 people are available.
Yep. So obviously, it's not just like you don't just walk up and like, all right,
yo, what up? Romance. I heard you're in the market. For some romance.
Romance.
But no, that's not what's gonna happen.
No.
But they do have. You could build a relationship with them and then take it there if you want, which is pretty cool. So those are the little tidbits. Wasn't a whole bunch that came out, but it was a good amount. The other thing, as they were giving the interview,
I love that they showed us an hour of gameplay, and there's still so much.
There's still so much more. There's still so much more.
Hear about this game. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's so much more that can be done, and he basically alluded to the idea of you just being able to do what you want, like what you can imagine. They want you to be able to do it, right? Like when they're building the game, they're asking all the same questions, right? Like, oh, should we be able to do this? How can we make?
They're answering the questions, which is pretty awesome.
Well, they want to make them a bunch of yeses, right? Yes. They want to say, well, what are we going to ask? Like, what would you think of doing? And how can we make that a yes?
And that's the approach that they've taken, because I thought the game was very stealth. Like you got to, I didn't know what to expect. And then we saw when they did the gameplay and they showed us, what you can choose to do. And they showed us people playing this game very differently. I'm the type of, explosive player that wants to go and break things and very direct. I'm here to cause some problems. Let's handle that. And they kind of show somebody playing in that way. And then you can also play like very assassin style, you could just choose how you want to play the game. So absolutely. I love the fact that they thought of every type of gamer, that they can think about and kind of said, let's fill that gap.
100%. Now they did also reveal that some of the stuff we've been seeing in the direct and things like that, they're not actually going to be happening for a while. So, for
Yes.
instance, like the shipbuilding, that's not something that you would do right away. It's a
Mhm.
late game thing, like a late game system.
Obviously,
So
it
as you play it for
seems.
a while and you have a lot of money, then you'll be doing it. There's a lot of resources, all that fun stuff. So
Yes.
that's when you'll be able to go crazy with the ships.
You guys go kind of nuts on me when I do comparisons like these, but this is kind of like, Animal Crossing. You're growing your island. Here we go. You're growing your island. You got to make your money. You're picking up things from other planets or the beach,
Mhm.
and you're getting crafting materials. You're selling it to make your bells, meaning that you're slowly going to grow, and it's going to take you as time, and as much effort as you put in, you're going to get back by unlocking things and being able to purchase things,
Yep.
and these things will become
Yeah, being
available
able
for you.
to decorate
Yes.
the people's
But you have to
houses
kind of like
and put them where you
evolve your
want it.
planet.
It all costs more money.
Yeah, literally they said you can go to a planet and find resources that you can bring back to a planet that you like, so you can evolve things as you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So next bit of news. It looks like Sony could be preparing to launch a new PlayStation 5 console bundle, which comes with 24 months of PlayStation Plus Premium.
All right, it sounds pretty rad.
So that's pretty dope if that's true. Because if you get PlayStation Plus Premium as part of the build, I mean,
You get some classic PS4 games,
you get a bunch of games. There's PlayStation 5 games in there. You get the old school games that they have. You get cloud, their cloud streaming stuff.
Yes.
It's not bad. I mean, I don't know what the bundle's going to cost.
Like I said,
I think they're
500 is
doing it-
800.
I think they're doing it in Germany or whatever right now. So I don't know. I don't know what the cost is, but if it's reasonably priced, like if the system's $550 and then for the bundle is like $600 or something,
Yeah.
like if it's a $50 spend, like come on, that's a no brainer,
Agree.
right? But it's also that would be really cheap for PlayStation to do it for $50 for
Mm-hmm.
they do it $18 a month.
Yep.
2 years they're gonna give you. I don't know. That might be a bit much. All right, and then next up, you got Xbox talking about VR and saying that
Ooh.
the market is too small for it to
Agreed.
do VR.
That's
Yes.
fair.
So as
They-
much as PlayStation has the PlayStation VR 2, that's really good.
It hasn't even sold
They're-
1 million units.
Yeah, they're jumping into the streaming services hard. They know what they can, like they're doing the right moves, and they kind of saw what happened to PlayStation. They were like the guinea pigs sent out, and it's not going so great. So I don't think it's the time to go ahead and venture in that. Like if they want to start getting prepared for the future, like 5 years from now, and like really perfecting and seeing what they can look into that will evolve this market,
Mhm.
that's different. I also feel like we got the PlayStation VR and they didn't really account for like amazing games for to be out with it. It's kind of like, here, we made this, buy it, and then we'll see what happens beyond that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. There's
it was
we have
irresponsible.
it, and there's not like a lot that you really want to do with it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're like so into VR, like like you love it so much
Yeah.
that you just play VR all the time. If you're like a regular gamer, like it's really hard the idea of constantly putting that on,
Agree.
right, and to play. Which I don't have a problem putting it on and playing, but it's like I don't know. I mean, there's so many other experiences that don't require you to disappear, right? Like that's the biggest problem is time, right? Like
Yes.
playing games as an adult is difficult when you got a lot to do.
Yes,
Right?
100%.
So it's like, when am I going to find time to play VR? Like when I'm sneaking in, handheld gaming every chance I get, with the
and
Rogue
that's
Ally
the
or something
thing,
like that.
and that's why people, like, what do people normally have with them? They have their phones, right? If you make a handheld, like the Switch is such a big deal. And, that's what kind of opened me up into like playing video games, because you have your Switch, you play the game, you put it down if you have something to do. And then when you have time, you go right back up, pick it up right where you left off. Dude,
Yep.
it's magic. Like it's a perfect
really is.
scenario than saying, listen, I'm going to go play video games, turn on my TV. And like, it's such a commitment.
Honestly,
like-
I wish Xbox would just do it.
Yeah.
the next console.
it's
You kind of hear
literally-
them when they were talking about it during the trial.
Yeah.
He was talking about how the Switch is, they thought of making it a handheld that with a battery and you could take it and do all this stuff.
Yes.
Honestly, man, that would be so dope if they did that.
Right?
It would be so dope if they made an Xbox that you could just remove the screen, go play, and it's like a Xbox Series S in your hand.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And then go back to the big boy system and it's, fully loaded.
That'd be freaking
That'd be
amazing
epic.
because that's what we've turned this thing into. That's what makes it practical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the ROG Ally just shows it. Like I love that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like it's so good. But yeah, VR, it's not gonna be a thing on Xbox. Listen, people still hold it against them because back when they were talking about the One X,
Yes.
the Xbox One X before they released it, they did that E3 and they said that they'll have be able to do high quality VR. And then they just dropped it. And that's because nothing came from it. Like VR never took off. Like it's honestly the moment for it to have taken off, honestly already passed.
Yeah.
Like
I
it
feel
already
that
passed.
too.
Like if it was gonna blow up, it had to blow up already. Like Apple's getting in it now.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with that is that it's fucking $3,000, $3,500.
Yes.
It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, in order for this to be something that has a chance to actually blow up, it has to be stupid cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, you can buy an Oculus, thing for $300. You know what I'm saying? This is 500 or whatever it is. So, like, even those prices, they're
Are
not
high. Yes,
low enough for
as in
everybody to want to just jump in.
Exactly. Because it's an extension of playing games, right? It's technically somewhat of an accessory,
Yep.
to be
Like,
honest.
The only way it would blow up is if somebody like Sony said, all right, we're done making PlayStation 5s.
Yes.
We're just making VR. And if they put all their all their, God of War,
I would be so
everything-
mad.
but that's the meaning.
So
that
mad.
would never
I get what
happen,
you're saying.
but that
it
would
will
be the
never
only
happen.
way.
But you guys, can you imagine carrying this thing on for no.
Yeah,
No,
and then
thank
you
you.
can't see anybody. You're
Ooh,
alone.
no.
It's a weird, I don't know.
It's also, and that's probably another point to it. Like we see Nintendo, all they try to do is find a way to bring people together, kind of play together, have fun. That's a very personal experience when you're locked into that VR. You can't, it's just you in there. Even if you're playing and someone else is playing with you, you guys are taking turns. This thing is such a hassle to put on, take off, share it. No. It's not a let's have fun together, let's hang out. It's a very personal experience, in my opinion.
Which, I mean, if you're alone in your
Mhm.
house or you're you live by yourself or whatever, and it's you want to be able to disappear into one of these worlds, that's
Yeah.
dope. Right? Like the option for it is great. But it's mass market, it's just not, it's not
No.
there, you got kids, you don't want to see your kid disappeared on the side and with in VR.
Exactly.
You want to be able to engage with them, right? So I don't know. I think Xbox is making a smart call here.
I agree. 100%. Better to stay out of something than to jump in and fail. They're having such a good year.
Yep.
It's not the thing to do.
Absolutely. All right, a future Doodles Never Have I Ever game, Ghostwire Tokyo,
So you say.
has finally crossed 5 million fans who have played Ghostwire Tokyo.
Oh.
Now,
And I have not. So
and you have not, so it's gonna be 5
What does that
million and one.
What does that
soon
mean?
enough.
5 million copies sold? Just
Nope.
they tried it. They didn't like
5
it.
million. No, 5 million people have played the game. You got to remember, this is an Xbox game now,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So Xbox don't need your sale, right?
All right.
They have the money.
Right.
They have the Game Pass games, right? So who's playing on Game Pass? That's what they want to know.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
how
who's
many
playing and
people are
what are they
downloading it?
playing? Yeah. These are stats. They need to keep track of it, and I'll be trying it. I'll be trying it.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. But that's good on them. Tango,
In
they
due
released
time.
Hi-Fi Rush,
Yes.
so it's they had a poppin' year. Ghostwire came to Xbox as well, so it was good.
I have things on my mind right now, I got to do an extended play of The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh yes, we got to get that. That shit is
been on
wild.
my mind, baby. So
Absolutely.
yes,
All right.
such a good game.
Then this piece of news came out.
Do tell.
So I don't know if you guys know, but there is a Metal Gear Solid game that is exclusive to PlayStation 3,
Okay.
Yeah.
which is Metal Gear Solid 4. And
Sons of
Doodle,
Patriots.
you will remember Metal Gear Solid 4 because that is when I bought the PlayStation 3.
Yes.
When that game, I bought the bundle. Came in the box, the white box.
You were losing your mind about
so
it.
dope. I was so pumped to play it.
It was.
It was a very good game. But come to find out, it was gonna come to Xbox.
Really?
Xbox 360. They were porting it there. They had a great build of it running. It was running smooth. Everything was good.
And
What happened?
PlayStation bought the exclusivity right.
No.
They didn't give a shit.
Xbox 360
yes.
was still releasing their games on DVDs. The PlayStation 3 transitioned to Blu-ray.
Yes.
Blu-ray can hold a lot more data
Mm-hmm.
than DVDs can.
Yes.
And they found that it would cost them too much money
To transfer into a DVD.
to use a bunch of DVDs,
Yeah.
that it didn't make sense for them to release the game having to do multiple DVDs for each copy.
I get that.
That's fair.
I get that. That's
So they
fair
just-
enough. Yes.
They just kept it on PlayStation.
I guess that's
but
fair when you think about
That
it.
sucks. But that being said, there's still hope
Yeah.
for us to get Metal Gear Solid 4
For sure.
on Xbox now that we're freed from
DVDs.
the DVDs and all that stuff.
Correct.
So I'm holding out hope, but this would be awesome because I really enjoyed this game. This was a really good Metal Gear Solid.
Very nice.
All right.
What do you have,
Next
C?
up. So there was a leak for Marathon. Remember Marathon? We
Bungie.
saw it on PlayStation 5.
A remake of one of the first
showcase.
games.
It was the people who make Destiny.
Yeah.
They,
and,
it showed the
first three
character like
Halos.
running or something like that, and it was we saw it was interesting, but it looked like just a cinematic.
Okay.
So bunch of details came out for it.
Which are?
Well, as far as Marathon is concerned, it's going to be very similar. As far as like the look is going to look almost identical to what we saw.
Okay.
Like the gameplay, when you play it, it's actually going to look like that,
Mhm.
supposedly. So as far as that's concerned, it's going to have that next gen look that we saw. So that's really cool. So it's a 3-person extraction shooter with features that you might find familiar if you play games like Escape from Tarkov.
Okay.
But if you're not a fan of playing as a team, it's understood that you can jump into a server and act as a duo or solo if you wish, but you'll still face bigger teams. Extracting without your team is also seemingly a feature. So
Okay.
there's also like an oxygen system to it where all players have a limited amount of oxygen supply that acts like the match countdown timer. Once the player loses oxygen, you begin to lose health. Extracting before you run out of oxygen and health is the goal, but players can also find O2 canisters. I mean, I gotta tell you, just reading this, I'm like bored.
Thank
You know
you.
what I'm saying? Like, what
Woo!
the fuck is this game?
Jesus.
Like,
I'm
why
exhausted.
are you talking? Like,
yes.
dude,
Thank
the
you.
game should
If
not
you
have
could
all this like
If
random
you could not
bullshit,
put
bro.
a video together to sell the game, sorry. It's not your time. It didn't
Holy
happen. Like,
shit.
I don't want to read any of this nonsense. Dude, I was out of my mind while you were
Yo, like I'm reading, I'm like, what am I
I'm like,
reading?
C-Money, shut the
Extraction?
F up, bro.
Like, just fucking
What?
tell us. Like, what am I extracting? What am I doing? Why do I have oxygen? Of course, we all have oxygen. Why are you
Yes.
monitoring mine?
Dude, I
You
felt
kill
like
me,
that.
I have no more oxygen.
That Friends episode when Ross is talking and Phoebe's like, this is it. This is how I'm going to die.
Yo,
That's what I felt like.
that was wild.
Hit me with the next, dude.
Yeah,
Let's
seriously.
go.
Let's just keep it moving. My head hurts. It's a marathon.
So-
seriously,
ID and
you and me both,
Xbox
madman.
is announcing that they have a showcase coming up
Good
on
for
July
them.
Really?
11th. And that is at 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, so 11, 12, 1 o'clock Eastern. So that's pretty cool that they're going to spend some time showing
The indies.
the indie games. And they're
When
going
is it?
to
July, you said?
in July
11th. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they deserve a spotlight right now. Honestly, there's indie games are not even like
Little games.
indie, like you know what I'm saying? Like
100%.
indie just means that they're not necessarily
from like
made by
they're not like Capcom or Square Enix.
yeah, it's not necessarily made by a big team, but some of the shit that we see on like
Amazing, dude.
they're amazing.
And the story sometimes is like you can see how much effort goes into making some of these games.
Of course, games like Hollow Knight or Shovel Knight or
Perfect.
Cuphead and like the games that recent.
well, we talked
blowing
about
up, that's
you know
independent.
how the engines are maturing now.
Yes.
And it's allowing people who are smaller and like smaller teams who go ahead and are able to make better looking games and bigger games, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, Xbox has already given us another show, July 11th.
I love that they're doing this. I love that they're also doing it spaced out. I think that in order to appreciate, and I'm not saying that the games won't look just as good as if a big studio had made it.
Mhm.
However, it's good that they're keeping them apart for judgment, right? So,
And
like
they get some
did,
oxygen, you know what I'm saying? Talking about
Exactly.
oxygen that Marathon put in my head.
Right?
They
Look
get
at
some
you.
chance to
Look at
breathe,
you coming
right?
up with new words from
They
it.
don't have to worry about competing with the Fables and the South of Midnight.
Exactly. Let them have their own moment
It's
in a
a month
separate
later.
month.
Literally
It's
the same
freaking
day.
Summertime.
July 11th.
This is when we expect to have these type of things going on. It's all about the video games that we're going to be getting, and it's just perfect timing.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Good.
mean, we've had some good indie games come our way recently, so I'm really excited. I'm really excited for,
Very like
for
my
what they're going to
jokes.
show. And it's it could be again, we defining ID at Xbox as indies, but again, it's really any company who's going through that
Yes.
system that they have that can show us something new and hot. So I'm pumped.
Yeah,
I'm pumped.
100%.
I'm ready. All right. Now, this is just literally a photo, but the photo
Says a
can
million
make
words.
your mind kind of run a little bit.
Yes.
So, Kojima, the guy who created Metal Gear Solid, who makes Death
Silent
Stranding,
Hill.
and Silent Hill, and who has the deal with Xbox to make their new game.
Yes.
Nicolas Cage is gonna be the
Currently
star.
making a new game, right?
I think it's gonna be.
There's a picture that Kojima posted with Nicolas Cage. I remember
Ooh.
Nicolas Cage was just in
Yes.
that Dead by
Dead
Daylight.
by Daylight, yeah.
So but after that, his has a picture with Kojima, and Kojima has him at the studio, at
Uh-oh.
Kojima's studio.
Yes.
And that's the same place that he takes pictures with everybody he has a deal with, right? So the fact that the deal with Xbox is for a new game that's not been revealed yet or is out.
Mm-hmm.
Nicolas Cage randomly over at
Hanging
Kojima's spot.
out, acting like
Is
they're
Nicolas
buddy
Cage
buddies.
gonna be in the next Xbox
I think so.
game that
Kojima,
Kojima is
bro.
making?
I think
That
so,
would be
bro.
crazy.
That's amazing. Nicolas
would
Cage,
be
look at him
wild,
everywhere now,
bro.
yo. Look at that.
would be wild.
He's officially in the gaming sphere.
Now, if we have Keanu Reeves all over the place, Nicolas Cage is like, why not, right?
Listen, Nicolas Cage has that presence. You know what
He
I'm saying?
does.
They have that
That's
presence.
what I'm saying. I'm
He has that
loving
range.
I love when actors jump into this. Like, I love seeing Keanu in this type of, place doing these video games. And they did the what are they doing for Cyberpunk?
Phantom Liberty,
Yes.
Yeah,
well, he
Idris
was,
Elba.
the
came
expansion.
out, yes, and he was talking and everything. So that was really cool to see. I love that. That he was a part of Cyberpunk. It's
Keanu,
freaking
yeah.
John Wick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like the perfect role
Yes.
for him.
And then Face Off, Nicolas Cage. Are you kidding me? Let's
Yeah,
go.
dude. Yeah, dude, for sure. I'm very excited for the possibilities.
Me too.
Seems really random to just take
And
a
I
picture
love
with
when
him.
they do things like these that make us like read between the lines, and it's that excitement of like they're not telling us anything, but they're telling us something. So what does this mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
Absolutely,
You get all
absolutely.
antsy and
Yeah,
excited for it.
sure.
So that's cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. All right, so next thing is a little bit of Halo news, right?
Ooh.
So Halo Infinite the multiplayer is on season 4
Yes.
right now, which is epic. It's dope. It's really good. But a couple tidbits came from that. So multiplayer wise, for the first time since it was promised back before the initial talk of the game, there is ray trace shadows in multiplayer. Sun
Ooh.
shadows. So any shadow from the sun, you can switch on and have it be ray traced. So that's going to look
Cool.
very nice, which is dope. But one kind of sad part, but also kind of, I guess, a necessary thing that they needed to do was that for Halo Infinite, the multiplayer, they're taking out the cutscenes that they were making. So every season had like a story that they were telling.
Trying to be
via
like
these
Fortnite and all
cutscenes.
that.
But they were telling like a story all the way through, and now they're gone. And they're saying it's because they need to focus on the actual, game and getting all the systems together that they want.
Yeah.
Right. So it's it is what it is. Nothing major. I'm gonna miss it for a hot second, but then it'll be over because I'm really looking forward to campaign. I want them to
Good.
make something new for campaign.
Listen, I love that they continue to work on the games even though they're out, right? The game's been out. They continue to put details into things that were maybe overlooked, things that are now popping in. And it's like, oh, we could do that. We can add that to the game. Why not? That's great. Excellent.
Absolutely.
Continue to evolve a game that's been made.
Yep. Like just keep making it better. And
Why
you
not?
gotta do the right thing for the game.
Exactly.
And if
it
it's
takes
taking a
time
lot
and
of
money, but guess
resources
what? You
are
have
coming
the team
out.
and you have the resources, you have the money. It's very nice. It's something let's not overlook the fact that they don't have to do this. It's very nice that they do this.
Well, they market it as a game as a service, so it's meant to be online. So they already promised us that, so we know its stuff is coming. But the fact that they took away the cutscenes, it kind of sucks a little bit. But obviously, they're focusing on what they need to do to get it to where they want to be, which is, I think, what makes
It
sense.
won't
let
be the
them be.
same, but it's better for the game.
Yeah.
Well, that rhymes.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do what's best for the game that you're making. Next little piece here, I think we talked about it maybe when we were talking during the Nintendo Direct.
We mentioned it, but we didn't
But,
formally talk about it.
The Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, he is regretting not listening to Nintendo.
Oh,
So
those
they
dumbasses.
make Mario plus Rabbids,
Rabbids,
right?
yes.
So they made the first game, then the second game got released, Sparks of Hope, right? And Nintendo told them that they should not release Sparks of Hope on the Nintendo Switch. That they should have waited for
So
the
the
next
next console.
system. Only release one game per console because the games are different on Nintendo.
Mhm.
On Nintendo, you make Mario plus Rabbids, people are going to keep buying it over time because new people come in, they see Mario in the title, they buy it. This is what happens, right? So they got greedy and wanted to move forward with another sequel.
Because the
Spark of
first
Hope.
one did surprisingly well.
Yeah,
It
so
did.
they wanted to jump on it and say, well, let's capitalize, but now it didn't do as well.
Nah, not even
Because-
close, bro.
Listen, if
I don't even know if it
only
cracked a
somebody
million.
who knew would have warned them. It's like
Dude, Nintendo's
ridiculous.
telling you, don't
Nintendo's
do it.
telling you who knows better about Nintendo than Nintendo. Like, you don't not listen to them. You listen. Like, that was ridiculous.
And plus, I don't think Mario plus Rabbids is a franchise. It's like a wacky crossover that people will kind of remember and maybe remaster or make like a sequel way after. But it's not like oh boy, can't wait for this year's Mario plus Rabbids.
All
So
I'm
I don't,
saying,
I don't believe that. I don't
all
believe.
I'm
I believe
saying-
it could be great, but they have to do what they said, space it out.
for me, what I'm hearing is the system was close enough that they could have waited.
That's
And
the
they didn't.
reality.
So
That's
all
the
I'm getting
reality.
from this and all I'm hearing from this is,
I
Doodle, you're
love this
right.
Doodle train, by the way, where she's all aboard my train of thought that we're getting a Switch
it has to make
soon.
sense, and it's making sense to me. And if it
Good.
makes sense to me, then that's it. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters to me,
That's all
right?
that
I'm
matters.
on board if it makes sense to me.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. But yes, okay.
It's all real now.
They regret it. That's what they get. Next time, listen. All right. Just a few more before we switch gears. Immortals of Avium. That's that cool first person game that we saw multiple times that looks super dope with like magic.
Yes.
That's been delayed to
Okay.
August 22nd.
Good.
All right.
Saying this is that EA game. So they're saying that this will give us time to further polish the game, finish optimizing all platforms, and deliver a strong launch.
Good.
So
Deliver a strong
that's
launch.
the thing.
That's all you can ask
This is a new
for.
IP, so you can't, like, you're not going to get a second chance.
When was the game supposed to release?
I think in July.
In July? A month?
I think in July.
That's
yeah.
fine. Gucci Gooch, take your time. Deliver the right game. You can't screw yourself over by feeling the pressure of a date that you've given. You need
Dude,
to
especially
hold
with
it.
how many games are out. Like,
Exactly.
if
There are
you
so
don't
many
have
games
the best
out.
impression when you come out, it's over.
Yep. If you drop the ball, that was your time. If you didn't shine, people will move on so quickly. So hold that game until
Dude,
it's
look at
ready to
Redfall.
go. Yep.
Came out, gone.
Gone.
Nobody even, like, it literally is Bruno.
We
Like,
don't talk about
we
Bruno.
don't talk
We
about
don't
Bruno.
talk
We
about
don't talk about Redfall. That shit
This
is
is
dead
the
to them.
thing. The best thing that could have happened to Redfall was that a worse game came out and we moved on from talking about
Thankfully.
Redfall.
Yeah.
But yeah, like until we have news about Redfall that like some major update or like just something that's huge should not be talked about because it will not be brought up in a good light.
Agreed.
Of course.
100%.
Yes.
Speaking about EA is actually splitting into two divisions now, or two
Ooh.
different organizations.
Ooh.
And it's a pretty easy
EA
split
and
as
EB.
far as what they're doing. They're taking their sports games
Yes.
and they're making their EA Sports by
EA
themselves.
Sports.
Okay.
So that is going to be on its own, and then EA Entertainment will be everything else they make that's non EA Sports.
So that
Okay.
means Madden is no longer an EA game. It's an EA Sports game.
Well, EA is still the parent company,
Yeah,
they're
but it's
just,
branching
they're
out
just
into
breaking it
sports
up
and
into two different
that's what
organizations.
you mean. So that's labeled now EA Sports.
Yeah, so EA Sports is one, and then EA Entertainment. I mean, they're not. I don't think they're going to be two different companies.
Yeah,
they're just
obviously.
one company
Two branches.
split in two branches.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. I mean, Madden's
So it's-
basically the breadwinner for EA now. Like they
No,
make the money.
man, FIFA.
Yes.
FIFA
Oh my God,
is
they're
the one
huge.
that is
Yes.
their big ticket. Madden is their big ticket in America.
Sure,
FIFA
football
is their
doesn't exist.
ticket globally.
Yeah.
So FIFA is that's why they're not making FIFA anymore. Now they make EA soccer or EA football
Yeah.
club. Football club. I don't
Oh,
know,
I
some
didn't
shit
even
like
know.
that.
They
Yeah,
put in their name.
they dropped FIFA
Yeah.
and now it's just EA.
EA.
Because
Well, they
they
shot
spent
themselves
so
in the
much
foot.
money for the license just to put the word FIFA,
FIFA,
in
yeah.
the title. So they're
Good.
making moves. They're doing what they got to do. I don't know how this is gonna, what purpose this has.
I don't know.
Because
I don't
every
feel like
game
it's
was
something
labeled
that,
differently. You know, if it was an EA Sports game, it would say EA Sports.
EA
Man, remember in the
Sports.
beginning-
Go fuck yourself.
No, back in the day, we used to every time, even back on like Sega, and shit, EA Sports. It's in the game.
It's in the game. Yeah.
That was dope. That was such a dope slogan.
Ah.
But yeah, so
I saw, I don't know why, because you were talking about back in the day, but I saw a video today and someone was talking about how back in the day, like the TV had to remind parents that they had kids. Like it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Like that's crazy.
now nobody's
That's
outside.
crazy.
Nobody goes outside. Everybody stays home. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
so
huh?
what? I feel like this is information we don't really need to know. All right. Good. You're branching it out.
Yeah,
no
good
problem.
for you, buddy. Good
Two
for
branches.
you. You really tried your best.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So Persona
Yes.
5. They're selling. They're selling
Yep.
copies.
Good.
How many are they selling?
Do
They
tell.
sold
9
over
million.
9 million.
What?
That's
Alrighty.
pretty damn good. Persona
That's
5 and Persona 5
freaking
Royal.
amazing.
That's very impressive.
That's dope.
And they can say thank you, Xbox.
Right?
Yeah, it did sell 1 million in 1 month after its Xbox and Switch release. Like in a month alone. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
And
dude.
that is literally half of the entire Persona franchise's sales. I mean, it made like
Yo.
18 million across 1, 2, 3,
That's
4.
Now, to be
insane.
clear,
All of them.
it's also on Game Pass,
Game
Yes.
Pass as well.
and people
Where-
still bought it
And people
That's
still
just
bought it, but
impressive.
why did they buy it?
because they got to try it.
They got to try it.
They got to try it
They
on Game
got
Pass.
to go ahead, and
and
people
make
are
the moves.
hearing the word is spreading that the game is good and all this other stuff. And look at them kicking butt. Good for them. I'm glad. And this is the situation where, like I mentioned, if you made a good game, Game Pass is advertisement, right? You go ahead, you put your game in there, the word spreads that you made a good game. Because who were we talking about? They had a fit about how putting their game on Game Pass was such a detriment to the
The
game.
guy who
The
made
guy who made-
Somerville.
That
Yeah,
one,
it's like if you made a good enough game, it would not have been. You obviously took the money for a reason, but he was hoping that more people would have bought the game and he would have
So
made
they
that
didn't have to make
money.
it good.
And then everybody would have been that style with a game that didn't, live to the
Somerville.
expectations. So messed up.
Like Somerville, Persona 5 has been critically acclaimed ever since its release. Game of the Year nominations, praised endlessly, has a 90-something on Metacritic.
And now Game Pass. So that's the big boost it needed.
Absolutely.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah.
This is just a quick bit. I didn't care about this until I saw the trailer for it.
Yes.
Trepang, 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 Part 2. Is coming to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S later this year.
Okay.
Now, it's a first-person shooter. It's out on PC, and that shit is crazy.
Is
like-
it?
Beautiful, crazy action when you're shooting, blood, people bursting and shit. Like it's
A doodle type of game?
it seems like a doodle ass
It's
game.
the Mortal Kombat
It
of
seems
shooters.
like a doodle ass game.
All right.
We'll check
You
out
got
the
my
trailer a different
attention.
time. But yeah, if you didn't watch the
Yeah.
trailer, watch it. It's pretty good. But yeah, Trepang.
Trepang.
Coming to
I like the
consoles.
name.
Bang, bang.
Bang,
Right?
bang for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, now
Let's go.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, you guys
It
have
has
so much to say.
released. It has released, and I mean, scores pretty good.
Yes.
You're at what, 88 Metacritic?
It's good.
It's not bad.
Not at
Not
all.
bad.
And I'll
Now-
tell you what's an 88 when you get to.
Yeah, it would be
Got it.
better. But I mean, no, I mean that's just what this is. It's just
Mhm.
kind of talking about the fact that it released.
Guys,
It's hitting all the right marks on the
Mhm.
reviews, but it will also burn your house down.
because your PlayStation can crash, overheats
Yes.
from it. You guys, first of all, we did a gameplay. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. We were, C Money was
Playing
so
finally.
frustrated.
Finally
Okay.
getting into a part that was like, all right, finally they're starting to ramp
It
up.
started off beautifully, graphically amazing. And then it just goes into cutscenes, and you take 2 steps, and it goes into another cutscene. And I'm not talking about like
Crazy cutscenes like Metal Gear Solid or something.
these were like long cutscenes.
Like Kingdom Hearts cutscenes.
yes, and then like back to back, which is fine. But damn, we didn't know we signed up to watch a movie. We thought we were coming to play a game.
Dude, like it's
So-
literally they would let you walk for 3 seconds
3
and
seconds
then start
and
another
then-
one.
Yes.
Like, don't fucking let me walk
Okay.
then. Just keep the trailer, just keep the damn
Just keep
cinematic
it
going.
for like, and C
Jesus.
Money had a count. He was like, "Yo, we're 30 minutes in, and it's still we're done nothing but cutscenes." It got to a point where I kind of fell into their game. Like I caught on, and I'm like, "Hold up!" They let me walk, and I took a different route, and I did a couple of laps just to get the feel of like I'm playing a game, And then I went ahead and followed through with what it was supposed to happen, and again, it went into like 3-4 cutscenes that were super long. But with that said, it was because I didn't walk into the game with the mentality that I was going to go ahead and watch all these cutscenes. The game is beautiful. The cutscenes are engaging to a certain extent, but when you're playing at night and you didn't sign up for like movie night,
Yo,
it's rough, right?
I
And
could have
then
fallen asleep. Not
We-
because it wasn't good, but it's like you play at night and it's just like, dude, I wasn't.
because you weren't expecting that.
Yeah,
And
man.
guys, as I'm playing, I kid you not, I'm thinking of like, oh my gosh, The Last of Us Part 2. Like that game is so entertaining. There's action there. That's a doodle game. I
There's
want to
action.
play it. Why don't we try that instead? Why didn't we play that instead? But as it starts getting good and a little bit of action,
Just
what
a
happens?
little bit.
Just
shit
just
dies.
a taste. The freaking PlayStation overheats
Live on stream.
Live on stream.
just shits the bed.
We're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. PlayStation's like, don't look at me. Literally, I think I heard it say
PlayStation
that.
will
It was
turn
like,
on,
don't look at me.
pressing the
I'm
button,
not even lit up.
It was dead.
Dead, you guys.
So Doodle went and unplugged it.
I'm no technician, but guys, I figured it out.
She made it happen. She had to unplug the PlayStation, plug it back in, it rebooted stuff.
And then I felt it too. It was super hot, so it did overheat from the game.
We were pretty close to just saying, F it, forget the game.
Yes.
We played it. It's not for us. Move on.
But you guys kept us going.
Yeah,
you
chat
guys
was
were
popping,
watching. The
and
chat
it
was
was like,
popping.
all right,
We were
let's
like,
just
let's
keep
go. And I'm so glad we did.
It took a turn,
guys,
for sure.
this game is freaking amazing.
The story gets so crazy,
story is
bro.
insane. The fighting is smooth. It moves well. Right from the beginning, I said, I love the camera work. It's not jerky. It's it's amazing. And so much unexpected stuff. I was banging on the table. I was in it, dude. I was like, the story, it's just unexpected. The things that pop in. I've never played, obviously, Final Fantasy 16 because it had just came out that day. But I've never played a Final Fantasy game, period. So I didn't know what to expect.
The closest to an action RPG they got was Final Fantasy 7. Even that, they had like these silly, like, to do your special, you have to go into command mode and click triangle or some shit. I'm like, okay, you really had to add it in there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
It was crazy because even as we're doing the gameplay, not the gameplay.
I'm not talking about
we're watching the cutscenes, right? The most movement that took place was a training. Right? And I'm like, yo, why are you training me? It seems like it's about to pop off, which it didn't. But like, I did all this training, things that I like completely forgot as it continued into cutscene after cutscene because they explained everything and then I didn't get to use it for a while. But when you do, man, it's like so worth it. And then you're so pumped up from the game you were playing that you kind of do need. You're like, yo, where's that cutscene at? Like, I need a break to regroup myself and then get back into the fight, into the action.
Bruh.
It was amazing, dude. Amazing. Great game.
It really was.
And the reviews are, you said 88?
Super high.
88, yeah.
That's high, but at the same time, I feel like it's not because, and it's
when
the
you see
cutscenes.
other games, like from the 90s.
Like, damn. You know?
Lot
I mean,
of
well,
cutscenes.
reviewers have to play through the whole thing. You know, you can't just be like, I play 20 minutes and know nothing about cutscenes, so I get this a 4. Like, you know, they can't do that.
I know they
playing
play
through the whole
thing
doesn't mean that they're enjoying doing it.
And I'm also saying the annoyance or the knockoff points may have something to do because I did
Yeah, because it'd be
bring
like
up,
every fucking 3 seconds.
yes, when
that's
we
just a
were
Final Fantasy in
watching
general.
and we were, playing, it's very telling. Like, you watch The Last of Us, they get to captivate us, they get to take us into that story, and it's compact. So what are you guys lacking that you're not being able to compact the story a bit better and like cut the bull crap out? Like, clean it, edit.
Well, it's like when you read a book or watch a movie where there's a lot, like, there's just a style of writing that some people do where they just want to have like these long,
so much
big
in there.
talks, and it's like, just get to the point.
And sometimes you just need
so
an
we can move
editor
on.
to go and trim the fat. And yes, I think that it will make for a better game, even though the game is freaking, the story crazy. I do feel like they could have filtered it better with the cutscenes. Because again, if we had turned off the game when the PlayStation tried to blow up, or
You would just given up. Like, bro, fuck this game.
you would have never touched the game again. You would have been like, no, this is
I would've never
another
played it again.
what's
Like,
the game?
and this is why I don't fuck around with Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like this is another
Kingdom Hearts.
style.
Yeah, and Persona 5. They
Which-
talk endlessly. Shit.
Yeah, but like,
Even I had to
see
admit.
Money try to play Kingdom Hearts 3 like
Yep, the cutscenes. I
80
admit.
times, fell asleep
They're
through the
pretty-
first cutscene multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know. I stopped giving a shit about the story. I try to understand Kingdom Hearts lore, and I watch like here's how everything you need to know in 5 minutes. It never worked, and I'm like, who gives a shit about the story at this point? I try
did love
really
the
hard.
game though.
I
You
like
played it.
I like the game. It was
Yeah.
good when you actually just play the game. Like, the game is fun in the Disney World, stuff like that. Even though there was barely any classic worlds, it was all based on modern, like Big Hero 6 and Frozen and Toy Story, stuff like
Yeah.
that. It was still fun. So I like the game.
And that's the thing. Like, I do feel like if you're playing the game, you can't miss out on the story and the cutscenes. But like, man, when they get you and you're in there,
well, that
it's
only
insane.
lasted for a little bit because then once the cutscenes got crazy, it was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like they don't hold back.
No.
They do not.
Oh my gosh,
There's blood
betrayal,
everywhere.
They don't care, bro.
blood everywhere.
Like
This
it's
was
insane.
This is the first.
insane.
I mean, fun fact,
Nobody's safe.
Listen,
I mean, fun
don't-
fact. This is the first M-rated mainline Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
So, yep.
I didn't know that.
The first one. They're always T for teen. So,
Dude.
yeah.
It takes a lot to like shock me or like surprise me, especially with like obviously something that I'm playing. I know it's not real, right? The most you can do is like you kind of get into like my heart, and it's kind of like, oh my gosh, how
Playing
can
with
this
my
happen
feelings.
to this character or whatever? But dude, I was caught off guard. Like I was like, what? Mind blown situation. Like it was crazy.
it was wild for sure.
It was.
Yeah, and we haven't really played the other one, so we don't know if anything is like. Is this normally how Final Fantasy is?
I
Is
don't
it
know,
normally
dude.
this crazy?
But as Madman just stated, it's the first
I only
rated
really
M,
played
right?
yeah, and the first action RPG completely. I don't know. I played
Man.
7 and nothing mind blowing has happened yet. Like it's really good, but no like betrayals happened yet. That's like, oh my goodness.
Oh well, this is.
Obviously we know the
crazy.
iconic Final Fantasy 7 scene where Aerith, I think her name is, dies at the end with Sephiroth's sword, and I think that's pretty. Everyone knows at that point.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm
Well-
gonna actually go ahead while we're talking.
Yes.
I'm just gonna put on
The gameplay.
the
Final
gameplay that
Fantasy
we
16.
did.
Oh my gosh, you should.
You're not gonna find it by. Oh, okay.
Okay, but you guys can continue talking while I find it.
Okay.
I'm like,
Everybody's
watch it.
watching me
Oh my
do
god,
it.
it's coming! You're gonna put it on. It's crazy. Now, again, it's cutscene after cutscene for like 40 minutes, right? See? Had to
Yeah.
be 40 minutes. But man, when it kicks in, it's crazy. And I
Oh,
did
yeah.
say, man, I think you will love this game.
I mean, it looks really good.
Yeah,
Like, I definitely am open to trying it out for sure.
you should. You should for sure.
I gotta be Final Fantasy 7 remake though. That's the problem.
You get so caught up in that. Like,
Well-
if you haven't beat it yet and you're not like constantly playing it, like it's time to let it go, move on.
Well, I know that. Well,
or you're
7's
never gonna try the new
Well,
stuff.
I really like 7. 7's usually considered the best of the franchise, and not to mention, I really like it. And Cloud's a badass character. So,
Okay.
I don't know. I do want to play more. It just fell into, like, the backlog sort of thing. I do
Yeah.
want to play it in the future.
You know why?
I'll
You know what's the
probably rather-
reality of it? bro?
Oh, and you and I figure this out, see, because we say this a lot. Go ahead. We say this when it comes to TV.
Oh, damn. That's a lot, of pressure.
pressure.
That's a lot of pressure
if
right
it
now.
was that good, you will find a way
Oh,
to
yes.
make time to watch it or to do it.
That's true.
So if you are
Those are
saying
facts.
this is a great game, this is so good, yet you don't actually play it, it's not for you. You got to move on. You got to know when to quit.
Yep. Then you're
Oh,
just
you did
forcing
quit Final
yourself.
Fantasy 16.
Exactly.
You said what?
You didn't quit with Final Fantasy 16. Well, almost quitted. Thank goodness you didn't, because you wouldn't have
No,
gotten
yeah,
good shit.
we didn't.
That
But the
was
point is that if
crazy.
you're drawn to it, you know,
Mhm.
like that shows that you really like it. But what I was gonna say, thank God, I'll let you go first. What I've also was gonna say was that with Final Fantasy VII, it's like as much as it's cool that they re-released it, it's still it's an old game that they remade.
As core.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like the story is old. The way they like the delivery is new now, but the core of that story is old. So, you know, it's if you're not feeling it, it's like, man,
I get
I'm playing
that.
an old game. You know,
Mhm.
you're playing Final Fantasy VII, the same game that you played before.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, it's not Resident Evil 2.
Like,
Resident
oh my
Evil 2
gosh.
remake
That was a huge difference.
fucking amazing.
I still think it's the best Resident Evil out of all of them, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the Resident Evil that I played?
Resident Evil 4.
Four.
Oh my gosh, that game is
4 is
so
great
good.
so far. I
Yeah,
don't know why.
We
I
still
feel
gotta
like
work through that.
I don't know
one
what it
too.
is about Resident Evil
Yes.
2 when Leon's kind of like, he's like a rookie and shit. You don't know what's really going to happen. You already know he's badass in 4, but there's always like a little bit of like, I don't know what's really going to happen with part 2. Because for all you know, things go really south, things go really good. Like you have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Before, you know that Leon's going to figure some shit out because, you know, he's badass at that point. So
Now,
you
if
know.
you're going back to play the game, don't you know that he's gonna figure it out
Yeah.
anyways?
And now I saved the president's daughter. So I don't know what's gonna happen now. So yeah.
Man. All right. Well, see, you're in it. You're in it. Now, see, this is a very self-absorbed moment right now you've got going on with us. All right, because you did put the gameplay and like our pictures are there because we're talking through,
Mhm.
and now we have the pictures from the podcast as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
It's a very self-centered moment
Well,
you've got going on.
listen, Final
with us.
Fantasy, we spent a lot of time talking about it. We need to show the people what it actually is.
That is true. It's good. It's good.
You know what I'm
Gotta
saying?
check it out. All right, what else you got? See,
All right. So this one it's been leaked, but Barbie is coming to Forza Horizon 5.
Oh
What?
my god.
Barbie.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
From the movie.
The convertible.
What?
Yep, the convertible
Get the
and the
heck
other
outta
car
here.
are going to come. Now, the question is, are they going to make like a Barbie world?
Yo, that is so dope.
That would be wild.
First of all, just the fact that her car is coming. Yes, it's such a big deal that this movie. I can't wait to see this movie. By the way, but the fact that they're bringing it into Forza, like such a big game with like all these freaking cars in it, like I'm
Yep.
so excited. That's such great news.
That would be pretty dope.
And dude, if I know this is reaching, if they made a Barbie world in there, that will be crazy.
That would be really
Are
crazy.
you insane?
That would be really,
Guys,
really crazy.
I will tell you this much. I'll be playing Forza for sure.
I mean, I really hope that
if they
the
made a
movie's
freaking
good.
Barbie world.
Yeah.
I want to
I don't know.
try out the car. Now I can't wait because I want to drive the car. But if they made a Barbie world in there, you guys will get a Doodle playing Forza for sure.
That's funny.
Man.
That's funny.
I don't know. I have a hard time getting excited for Barbie, but you know, maybe it could
She's
be
going to
cool.
be good, man.
It's going to be good. That movie's going to be awesome. I'm
It's going
excited.
to be good.
All right, what else you got? See, that one blew my mind. I was not expecting that.
See, I'm dropping bombs for you.
Are you dropping bombs, yo? You still keeping it entertaining? We're like hours in, huh? Holy
Yeah,
crap.
apparently.
Damn.
So, this one's a quick one, but just good to acknowledge. So, Quake 2 Remastered has been rated in Korea. So, Quake 2 Quake
Nice.
is basically the id Software. They made Doom
Yeah.
and they made Quake, right?
Okay.
So they're like similar games, but different focus.
Yes.
So Quake 1 was released last year. Remember, Xbox owns these systems, but they released them. This was a multi-platform game.
yeah.
So they put it on PlayStation 5, all this other stuff. So the new one, Quake 2 Remastered, is been rated. So they're going to be essentially doing the same thing. And they think that QuakeCon is when they're going to announce it. That's
Ooh,
August 10th to August 13th.
very nice.
So we are also thinking and expecting that the new Quake, like the remake that they're talking about doing,
yeah.
similar to the Doom reboot, not remake, reboot, similar to the Doom one that they did, we think and expect it to be to be announced at QuakeCon. So August
Ooh.
might be a nice time to find out about Quake. You
I
know?
love that it's spread throughout the summer.
Absolutely. All right, and then these are just last two very fun, fast things before switching gears. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is going to have its title track
Ooh.
revealed and played by orchestra for the first time ever at the Hollywood Bowl,
Yo.
which
that's
is
pretty
Jeff
epic.
Keighley's concert that he's throwing,
Yo, that is so cool.
and it's actually this Sunday.
That's
This
pretty
tomorrow.
epic. That's
Yes.
pretty epic.
So
That's awesome.
that's pretty dope.
And
That's
Marvel Spider-Man has good music, so that's cool.
That's such a cool. Oh my gosh! By the way, Final Fantasy, the music,
Yes.
freaking amazing.
Music is epic, dude.
Even
Oh
you
my
think the
gosh.
music's
Music
epic.
is
I don't
epic.
give a shit on music.
Freaking,
Yeah,
I
music
brought
is
it
epic
up.
there.
Kudos to me. But yes, C Money agreed 1,000%. The music is freaking. It's insane.
Oh yeah.
But that's such a big moment for Spider-Man. That's awesome. You see, I tell you all the time that, Jimmy doesn't show all his cards. This is such a cool moment.
Well, this is
to
Jeff
have-
Keighley's doing.
But yeah, it's such a big moment, dude. Like, that's
course.
awesome.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Good for them.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that. And then the last thing is just about the showcases in general.
Yeah.
Summer Game Fest already put out there that they will be back June 2024.
Ooh.
They had a record-breaking 2023.
Oh, good for them. That's awesome.
Yeah, hopefully that means that they can get us better game announcements
Right?
next year.
Hopefully. Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
I forgot it was shit.
But it wasn't that good this year. It was all right.
It wasn't.
Nothing that
That's
good.
why I'm saying it's awesome,
That's the
though,
one that
that
they ended with the Final Fantasy
Yes.
7
Rebirth.
That
It's
was not-
awesome that
was
they
not it.
did good enough to top what they thought they were gonna do.
Well, not good enough. Just the anticipation was high enough.
Yeah.
And then on
I
the
was
flip
bummed
side of
out
that
too.
coin, looks like E3 is canceling 2024 and 2025. So
that
remember,
sucks.
E3 was supposed to make their big comeback this year,
That
and
didn't
then
happen.
it got canceled
I think E3 's
because
just
people
dead.
dropped out.
I
Now it looks like the
Hey.
city has leaked or shown that the 2024 and 2025 dates were canceled by E3.
okay.
Now, does that mean that is dead for sure? I mean, it could just come back a different day, right?
Agreed.
It could be a different time that they want to do it. But it's pretty damning that both years have been canceled.
Listen, I don't think this is a big deal. I think we're getting our fix. And I remember the conversation when we found out. We were talking about it on the podcast. You were super upset about it, and I was like, dude, like, we've got other things to focus on. Like Game Fest, Summer Game Fest was happening. Like, there are other ways to get this information than just E3. And I think maybe what happened was that they saw how this week went with all the conferences and everything taking place, and it's kind of like, maybe they don't need to come
Listen,
back.
maybe they need to just bend the knee to Jeff Keighley. Let him have the summer.
Yep.
And hit us with a fall show.
Oh my gosh, that would be
October?
awesome.
Late September.
Yes.
That'd be pretty neat.
Give us a E3 showcase that's,
I mean,
gives
Give us
showcase.
something different, a different time, that when people are kind of like off of everything and starving for something new, something more. But I also think, like Xbox has started doing their own shows. PlayStation was not a part of E3, right, for like years.
They still weren't.
And
they did their thing like 2 weeks
Nintendo,
before.
they do their Nintendo Direct, and it's kind of like,
I mean, they always. I think
know.
they partook in E3. Like, you could try some of their games out. There,
yes.
I think.
But it wasn't like what it used to be, And I think what they need to do, instead of like shutting it down, they need to adapt, and maybe it won't be as big of a show, but it'll still be around. Is that worth it to them? That's what they got to figure out,
Yeah.
And if everybody's doing their own thing, it's kind of difficult to say, I'm going to come out and do this too. But like, as you suggested, maybe do it at a slower time where people aren't expecting from other places to get these conferences.
Of course. Right.
And have your
Agreed.
own moment. But the name
Sure.
shouldn't go, the name shouldn't go.
Well, that's the hard part because
Yes.
you kind of don't want it to go. You want it to be able to E3. People still call it E3. Like there's
Right?
every single
Like,
person
even
was
though-
calling it E3.
Even though it's not, they're calling it E3. But guess what, guys? We felt the same way when Toys R Us was shutting down. And we made it.
It can't be.
We're all right.
Yeah,
So
true.
the same thing
It's
will
true.
happen with E3 if they choose to not come back. But I think you're giving them a way to figure this out. See, I think
think so.
at a different time,
I think so.
it'll be the time to do it.
All right. So that has officially ended our gaming news block.
Woo!
So we're
Nice.
done with that. Now we're getting into the back end of the show, where we'll just hit it with a few other topics that are from other things that we
Other
like.
forms of
Yes.
media.
So right
you know?
now-
You guys have us still for a little bit, and then we go bye-bye.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into our anime news block. We have
Let's
quite
go.
a few pieces of anime. So the first thing that is up is Spy Family has some new information coming out when it comes to the movie and such. So,
Code
man,
Y.
why don't you fill us in? What's going on?
All right. So first, there was a little visual release, like kind of like a poster image depicting the Forger family, Anya, Lloyd, and Yor and Bond, and it appears that it kind of looks like a bunch of like icons around that, big toys and travel guides. I think it's international or some shit. They might be traveling somewhere for a special mission of sorts. Maybe it's a vacation, and Lloyd has some bullshit going on. So probably.
Or your
And- Of course. Well, yeah, but Bond's the one who's Bond, the dog.
Bond.
Lloyd's always the one with always missions interfering with his family life. and shit.
Agreed.
So yeah, I don't know. The image looks pretty cute. But if you move down a little bit, there was also announced. There was a release date announced for the trailer for the movie, the first trailer, June 26th, 2 days from now.
Wait, so the trailer has a release date?
Yeah, I mean, well, the movie's coming
It was
out
just a
December
cover.
22nd in Japan.
Mhm.
But
Gotcha.
the trailer for the movie will be releasing 2 days from now, June 26th.
So
All right.
I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Spy Family is like we watched.
I like Spy Family. It's
Spy
pretty
Family.
We did.
Loved it. It was so good. I'm so pumped because I wasn't sure that the movie was gonna come through. I was like, yo, are they really gonna make a movie? Like,
Well, I think the big thing here is that it's an original storyline.
yes. And also, like, I'm hoping because we were starving for more like her work and stuff like
Maybe.
that. We wanted to see a little bit more of that. And if they're traveling, I wonder how much we're gonna get of like yours, situation and what
Yeah.
she does. I feel that there's so much potential for this show of how much they can do and where it can go. It's insane. The only thing that I feel like can come between anything is the creator of the show, because he was very annoyed with how all the changes that were made.
Huh? He didn't. No.
Remember he wrote the manga.
No,
and he
that's
was,
just like he just doesn't really like the comic that much. But it's not gonna interfere with the movie. The movie's
No,
handled
I'm sorry
by the
that it
showrunners.
doesn't ever come between like what they're producing with the show. The show's freaking amazing. I can't wait.
No,
for-
there's plenty
for
of.
more.
There's still content left. Season 2 is happening. No, everything's fine. Like his opinion on the show doesn't really matter. So
He just created it.
Well, hopefully he
But-
doesn't. Yeah, I know. His opinion on the show doesn't matter. What worth does he have?
Right?
Purpleberry pointed out that aren't they on a yacht in that picture?
Ooh.
Maybe.
No, that's season 2. Season 2, they're going on like a trip on like a cruise trip. That's season 2.
Now,
All right.
Apparently
Purpleberry
the
loves
books.
the show too.
She does love Spy Family.
And so,
Is it going
okay.
to be in English or Japanese? The trailer.
Probably Japanese because it's a first trailer. So English dubs take a while. So
That's
when
the
the movie
thing.
comes out, it's gonna roughly take 3 months after the Japanese release. So we'll probably expect in like March of next year, the movie most likely.
That's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna have to start studying some Japanese
Yeah.
in the next
We
couple
got
of
to get it
days,
in.
so I can figure out what they're saying. I'm gonna be watching English, Japanese,
And it's
whatever
not
the
as bad
heck.
as Blu-ray releases. They take something like a year to come on Blu-ray, which is
That's
bullshit.
what I'm concerned with. Like the movie's coming out in December of this year. Are we gonna have to wait a full blown year to like get the movie?
Oh, like own it? Yeah, Jujutsu
Yes.
Kaisen Zero took exactly 1 year.
That's
from March
crazy.
2022 to
Man.
March
I don't wanna wait that
2023.
long.
Ooh,
you
Jujutsu
guys.
Kaisen Zero was amazing.
Kaisen.
That was pretty
Yeah.
awesome. That was an amazing movie.
It was so
Amazing,
good.
dude. Oh my God.
It
Loved
was
it.
so good.
All right. So
It got us
yeah.
on the show because
Oh,
we
it
were
did.
watching the show.
did.
And season
It did.
2
we
is
actually
July.
have to, we
so I'm
have to
excited.
finish that last
have to
arc.
catch up
season
because-
2 comes out this July. July 6th.
Of
it premieres.
Jujutsu
July
Kaisen,
6th?
right?
Man, we got like a week and a half.
JJK.
I know. Now, Madman, real quick, do you
Yeah.
know when the new season of Spy Family is coming out?
At some point this fall, but there's no date. It's just
Okay.
fall.
I'm
But
excited
that
for
will, luckily, because we have Crunchyroll, we'll get it when it comes
It
out.
comes out. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Nice.
Good. Because
Nice.
I do love Spy
Yeah.
Family.
All right. Next up, Demon Slayer
Woo!
Yes.
season
Oh,
4.
man. Season what?
So after season 4 has been announced. So after the bombastic finale for season
Bombastic.
3, it was shortly announced, shortly after, that season 4 is already in production. Now, we already covered this before about a rumor of it happening, which there was no doubt in anyone's mind that it was not going to happen. But yeah, it's officially confirmed that season 4 is happening, and it will cover the Hashira training arc. What the Hashiras have been doing all this time with Tanjiro and everyone else on their great missions and shit. So that's pretty rad. I don't know. I have to watch season 3. I still have to finish season 2. But season 4, I'm pretty excited. It's cool to see Demon Slayer still going strong.
Agreed.
I think that no one expected Demon Slayer to be such a mega hit. And considering that it's already over almost, like the books, it's been over for like years now, the
Oh, wow.
comic. And there are already only a couple arcs left before the story ends completely. Or without
Cool. That's
becoming,
not good.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's this Infinity Castle, and then there's like the final arc or some shit, and then it's over. So I think they're just trying to squeeze everything they can because they realize that they didn't expect this to be such a mega hit, and now they're like, well, we got to stretch it out somehow. So they're making as short seasons to make it longer.
Like Madman, I too need to catch up with Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
I need to finish season 2 and watch season 3. Now, I got some info on season 3 because obviously
Oh.
Mario Kart Madman this channel, you have C Money, you have Madman, you have Purpleberry, and you have myself, Doodle.
Yeah.
But Purpleberry has her own channel, Purpleberry Crafts. By the way, amazing channel. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. Super funny.
Thanks.
And amazing. You kind of get lost when you go into her channel because you start clicking after clicking, and before you know it, it's like you can't leave. Like, it's freaking amazing.
Absolutely.
But she makes AMVs as well as we do, but she made an AMV on season 3
Before you go,
of Demon Slayer. And I'm watching the I'm watching the AMV, and I'm choked up the entire freaking time. And I turned to Madman, I'm like, this AMV has me about to cry. And he's like, you're in tears now, okay? So, yo, guys, when I tell you it's freaking amazing, go check it out.
So you know what happened.
It's freaking amazing. I'm not going to tell you anything.
Let's not go deep.
But, man, you got to watch it. It's oh, my God. I can't say
it's dope.
Enough about it.
I can't mess with Demon Slayer too much because it's a bit too graphic for me. But
I feel like Demon Slayer is a good old cycle. Every arc, I
love that video though.
Right?
It always, the first episode or first couple always starts like some bang. Then the middle it drags, and then until like the last 2 episodes were like the most hype pieces of fiction ever created or some shit. So
now my only problem. And I am so happy, like, Jujutsu Kaisen, we talked about Jujutsu Zero, right?
Yeah.
Movie, amazing. It's like its own standalone situation,
that's a good
right?
thing. It barely even brings up the show because, I mean, Zero's made first, so it makes sense.
Now, the great thing is that Spy Family, the movie as well, is a standalone.
No, yeah, that's original.
Yes, it's an original movie. Now, with the characters we love. My problem with Demon Slayer is that when they released the movie, it's like episodes that were just put together. Annoys the crap out of me because I was so excited to see the first movie,
Mugen
right?
Train?
So we finished season 1, we watched the movie, and I thought I was watching something like special. And then when I came in to watch season 2, completely hyped up, and I think that maybe this is what threw me off from like continuing with the show, was that the first episodes were the movie broken up. So they took the episodes, put them together into a movie, and it's like, shoot, I'm rewatching the movie. I was so annoyed by it. But with that said, the show is great. I do have to catch up with it, but they didn't fool me for the next movie, which went to theaters.
They made it very clear that was an event. It wasn't actually a movie. It was just 3 episodes literally stitched together, opening and credits and all. Like, I'm like, that's fucking
that's whack.
Yes, it is whack. Thank you.
However, to be fair,
Great
Mugen
choice
Train,
of
when it came
words.
out, it was a movie because there was no season 2. It just came out. It was made intentionally as a movie, and then they broke it up later on.
Purpleberry's calling us slowpokes right now because we're not caught up with Demons. We'll catch up, okay?
All right.
Well, she didn't finish season 3 either,
we'll
buddy.
catch up.
You didn't watch season 3 either.
Let's move on from Demon Slayer.
Whatever.
Next up, you got Chainsaw Man.
Yes. Ooh.
Reportedly getting a season 2. Why don't you let us know what's going on with that, man?
Oh, whoa. Not just season 2.
That's
but
what I
we're
said
getting
before,
into
man.
that. After the amazing first season of Chainsaw Man, there was dead silence. Like, completely dead. Literally nothing. Not even like, it's coming out soon. Nothing.
That must have been frustrating for you. I know how much you love that
show. And the
show.
theater seemed bleaked after, like, Chainsaw Man was very successful in America. But in Japan, it did ass.
No way.
Yeah, Blu-ray sales were shit. Japan, it was like a moment, and they just didn't give a shit when it came out. But Americans loved it. It was like an international hit, not a Japanese hit.
Maybe I'm part Japanese.
Yeah.
Ooh, look and see.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
But
that's gonna come
I'm
in.
not as
listen,
crazy as it seems,
apparently.
huh?
So listen, when in 2 days, I'm gonna need the Japanese kicking in. Yeah.
I'll be there.
For the trailer for the movie.
Oh, Spy Family. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's been reports that Chainsaw Man is actively getting... gosh darn it. MAPPA is actively developing a second season for Chainsaw Man, which, to be expected. It was still successful in terms of merchandise, and around the world it was a big hit, so it was just successful enough to get a second season. Makes sense. But the unexpected shit that I did not see coming is a Chainsaw Man movie, which will act as a bridge to season 1 and 2.
That's dope.
That's pretty exciting. I did not expect a movie.
That's awesome.
In America only, apparently.
No, well, it's still gonna be Japanese. So here's the thing.
Why they gotta play us, yo? We made the show popular, right?
Yeah. So the
Just
idea
start
with
making it here.
the show is that the next arc that comes up after season 1 is super short. I mean, like, it's really short.
Okay.
Like a Bomb Devil arc, I think it's called, or something like that. So they're making that into a movie, and then season 2 will continue off of the movie.
Nice.
But it's not going to be like Demon Slayer, where they're cheap fucks and they try to like, oh, no, we're just breaking this up, and this is really season 2.
Listen, obviously, this is the difference, though, I think. The Demon Slayer manga was already made,
Yeah,
right?
it's done. Well,
so
yeah.
in order for them to capitalize on movies, I mean, although they could create a branched off story, but maybe they just don't want to mess with the storyline. Here I am defending them after I was so annoyed with the fact that they did this.
Well,
and I still am.
I mean, I like it because it doesn't compromise budget. If it's your TV budget, you're not taking away, like, it's like My Hero, how you could tell that budgets went down for the show when they making movies alongside them. The movies look fantastic. The shows look okay animation-wise, and they had a compromise, which stinks.
Purple will disagree.
It's true.
So Chainsaw Man is the manga's not done. Like,
No.
it's just going, right? The same thing with Jujutsu Kaisen. The same thing with Spy Family. So it's a lot easier to go ahead and make a movie when it's not closed off. And you kind of want to stay true to what was in the manga, you know?
It's a good thing. I'm excited for more Chainsaw Man. I was worried it would have gotten the boot because of its insane budget, and I didn't know if it would make it back. But it was just enough to get a movie and a show. So that's good.
I'm happy. I'm happy for you. I'm glad the show is coming back. It's a good show. I find it really funny.
The dub's pretty funny, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. So I got to finish the season. But I'm excited that there's a movie coming out too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. What else we got?
All right. And then the last piece of the anime block is going to be...
Anime. It's live action, man.
The last piece of the anime block is going to be about One Piece.
Ooh.
The teaser. First look at the movie that they have that they're making that is, in fact, live action.
Whoa, a live action show. So here's the thing. It was confirmed a while back that they are making a One Piece show, which, I mean, I don't even really care about the actual real show, the anime, or the comics.
I tried,
so it's
you
like,
guys.
I mean, honestly, why would I be excited? And I know where you think I'm going to be going with this, but it's not. So, you see the trailer, and it actually looks very different. They're not trying to be exaggerated like the anime, which is a good thing. Almost like a little sitcom-ish, with more like their adventures, but it's a little more down to earth. But everything kind of looked okay. I was like, okay, this looks fine. Until he throws his gum punch shit from the show, where his arm stretches and it punches down. Because it literally looks like an N64 rendering. It looks so ass to CGI. You could tell that this is not... That looks like Space Jam had better visuals than that when it comes to stretching the human body. I was like, shit, that looks rough. And that's where it goes. Live action can capture animation the way animation can many times. And One Piece is just a big example of that. The funny thing is that the cast looks good. The show doesn't look terrible. It's just that the action's obviously going to be pretty... It looks pretty shit, what they showed.
Well, maybe if you get caught up in the story... will overlook maybe if it gets watched. I think a lot of people are going to see this. Maybe he'll get a bigger budget. Who's making the show? Netflix always coming through with these things.
That's what you say until you look at Death Note, Cowboy Bebop, every other failed adaptation that they made.
But they
one success.
Yes, but they're the ones who always make it.
Exactly.
Because, we talked about this on a different podcast, and C Money made a great point. How are you supposed to bring these faces to life that they make in anime, right? And like, how are you, like, imagine Deku or Tanjiro in real life? But obviously you can't bring that, and that's where the difference has to be understood. You can't bring these characters completely to life because they are animated, right?
Of course.
And they make a lot of faces.
But it's just that they do so much extreme shit in anime.
Correct.
Obviously,
we can't
take comic books and make them movies because all the superhero movies were comic books, right?
Exactly.
So we can adapt it, but it's just when the amount of cutting and crazy shit that they do in an anime that gets so out there that trying to make it live action just isn't.
The best we've ever got was Alita Battle Angel. The best goddamn imitation we ever got.
So listen, I tried to watch One Piece.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I could not get into it. And you know, I'm not with the whole you got to start on episode 1050 and that's where it really kicks in.
Nah, they always say that episode 50 and that's where it gets really good.
I'm all right.
It's like, honey,
I wasn't digging, and I'm not sure. Maybe later on I will. I don't know.
But it's funny because the people who watch the trailer
vibes. It felt a little bit like Popeye.
It is pirates.
The Sailor Man.
The whole point is that it's
to me.
this legendary pirate and shit that was executed but promised to. Okay, all right, never mind.
That's all right. We don't need a recap.
Jeez, I wasn't gonna say
they know who it is. If they like One Piece, if they need to find out more, they can.
What's
Google
funny
it.
is that people were saying that it looked cheesy, the live action one. I'm like, have you seen the original show? It's cheesy as fuck.
What I did like
way too
was
much.
that Luffy hat, and I picked it up, and I have it. It's super cute. Maybe one day I'll wear it for one of our streams, and you guys will see my hat.
Oh,
there we go. All right, and with that, we are going to move into our last and final block, which is the movie news block.
/ TV show, because there's a Squid Game topic here.
The movie news block.
Oh my gosh.
Whatever you say.
You guys are crazy.
So, yes, The Flash, Elemental, they came out, they sucked.
Now, here's what's embarrassing. Elemental actually did better than The Flash in the coming weeks. How bad is The Flash?
Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. I was not for it. I'm like, all right, they got a criminal out of jail to continue to keep The Flash going. That was a big no-no for me.
Dude, James Gunn said this shit was his fucking favorite.
No, well, he said it was amazing.
Then James Gunn came out talking about how he's cleaning the house. This movie is a must-see, is his favorite, all this nonsense. I got on the hype. I saw a little situation. What was the game we watched? And The Flash was the best part of the freaking game because the game was like on freaking crack. Yes, the trailer of the game was just
that has nothing to do with Ezra
crazy.
Miller.
But the Flash,
Suicide Squad.
But the Flash looked really cool in there. And I was like, yo, maybe James Gunn knows what he's talking about, right?
I
got a little excited
because literally like 2 weeks before the movie came out, he had an interview. What was your favorite comic movie? He said, actually, my favorite comic movie is Into the Spider-Verse. And it's like, honey, that's not DC, buddy. Yeah. And when you talk about shit about the Flash and all that, that sounds like a marketing scheme.
All right, so I got on the hype. I hopped on the train. I'm on the train. I'm like, yo, I'm not going to go see it. That's the one thing I'm not going to do. But when it comes out, now I'm open to seeing the freaking movie. And then it gets trashed. Because I was like, yes, for a little while, I was like, dude, what else is he going to say? Obviously, he's trying to promote the movie. He wants people to go see it. What is he going to say? This movie's whack? No.
By the way, this guy's is completely shit. Don't watch this movie, whatever you do.
Don't worry, Barry. We'll see Elemental.
We'll see Elemental.
I don't know. You know, the problem is that I love Pixar and seeing, like, you know, I love Pixar and I see Elemental.
You're a hater, man.
Oh my God. You know how many times I say, hey, this Pixar movie's really good. And you're like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. They're not as good as Disney and shit. You say it all the time. And now because I think Elemental doesn't look that great, you're like, oh, you're such a hater. Pixar's great. Like, you do it on purpose.
It is.
He does.
Have you actually seen the trailer though? I don't know. It's just that
I did watch the trailer.
It just looks generic rom-com, but it's trying to be like Zootopia, like the elements, shit like that, and they're all different, but they all come together. But there's prejudice, and it looks just like Zootopia.
But like
worse.
all the things you're saying are not bad.
But reviews are shit for it. So
okay. That probably means it's even better.
So this is the thing.
But when Across the Spider-Verse gets an 8 out of 10, you're like, but it's not a 10, so it must be shit.
No, let me help you out. That's because you hyped it up too much, my friend.
I mean, you didn't see it.
When you try to hype something up too high, when it doesn't hit the mark, everybody comes at you.
You didn't see it.
You know,
and
it
plus,
doesn't matter what I saw. I'm just talking about.
Okay, I'm going to cut this off right now, and you both have to listen. So stop. This is going to turn into a rabbit hole. But Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, I'm dying to see that too. I can't wait to watch it.
Facts.
Okay? Now, and I didn't want to see it, but I'm into it now. I want to check it out. So, because I made an AMV about it, and I only used the trailers because that's what I had available. By the way, it came out pretty good, right?
I really liked it.
Dope.
Yes. So
super dope. Watch it if you haven't. It's so good.
Yes, and I would
and plus, you didn't really care for No Way Home, so it'll make sense why you weren't excited for this one.
I wasn't excited for this one for different reasons, but
wait, what did you just say?
She
And
didn't
No
really
Way
like No Way
was-
Home that much.
Oh yeah,
we
No Way Home
watched
was
it.
kind
It
of
was
whack.
okay.
I mean,
Is that
hey.
the one with Doctor Strange?
I mean, here's the thing.
No.
Would you? Yeah, it was Doctor
Is
Strange.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doctor Strange. He opens a portal and shit. And all
Yeah, that's
Spider-Man
the
comes.
one with all the dimensions and all that shit.
yeah,
I mean,
that
here's
was
the thing.
crazy.
Would you rather watch No Way Home or Into Spider-Verse?
The best
No Way
thing
Home.
about No Way Home
Bruh.
was that I got
No,
to-
wait, you said Into the Spider-Verse?
Into Spider-Verse. That's Miles and all that. I
Into
mean,
Spider-Verse was good.
Well,
Yeah.
the best thing about No Way Home was that I got to go with my boy Madman, and we went to the
yeah,
movies,
I don't
and
know.
we saw
I
it
love
together.
No Way Home,
But-
especially
Didn't I
no.
fall asleep?
No, you didn't fall asleep. Actually, that's the funny thing. You didn't sleep.
Oh, no. I fell asleep during Doctor Strange last movie.
Oh my gosh, I
Ugh,
couldn't get
that
through
was
that
a
either,
trash
you
fire.
guys.
That was a trash fire.
That
Okay.
was the movie that made me realize, like, man, maybe Marvel isn't that great anymore. Literally.
So I am gonna try The Flash when it comes out and it's
yeah.
available.
It'll
If
be
I
good.
fall asleep or if I don't freaking watch it, then it is what it is. Now, the only thing that gives me hope for Elemental is the fact that the reviews are not great. Guys, sorry to say it. What was the one with all the emotions? That nonsense?
Inside Out?
Inside Out?
People
loved
Oh my
Inside
God.
Out.
I thought that was whack like Cracker Jack. And it got great reviews.
People, I mean, Academy Award winning. Yeah.
So for me, the fact that it's not getting great reviews is probably a great thing.
Yeah,
What was
absolutely.
the other one with
Well,
The Rock?
Lightyear got shit reviews, and
Oh,
you
that
didn't
was
like
shit.
Moana?
There was no
Lightyear.
saving Lightyear.
Moana?
That was pure garbage.
Moana? Oh yeah.
No, the superhero one that he played that got
Oh,
trash
Black Adam.
reviews. Black Adam.
Oh, Black
that
Adam.
was really good.
That was fire.
It got trash. What's the
So
dinosaur
good, bro.
movie from Disney?
Don't add us.
What?
The dinosaur movie.
Good Dinosaur?
The Good Dinosaur.
People didn't
good.
like that
got
one
trash
much.
reviews. People didn't like it. I liked
Yeah,
it. I'm
that's true.
people.
We liked it
I'm
too.
the only opinion that matters to me. It was great. I
Facts.
loved it.
I mean, people would like to say that Cars is a top 5 Pixar movie, and I'm like, bruh.
No.
I watched Cars. I'm like, it's the first one's good, but it's not great.
The first one's good.
and then literally everything
I
after that
like
was
it.
shit.
Yes,
Yeah, I know.
you like it.
Yeah, I know. I like Cars,
Like
but
it.
two
I like it a lot.
two was literally garbage. Like it was a horrible movie.
Not
3,
garbage.
2 was bad.
Mm.
No,
I
I said, hey,
remember.
I agree with you. I said Cars 1 was good.
Cars 2 was good as well.
2 was garbage. That was like
It was
one of the whole
not
spy
garbage.
shit, and it felt stupid.
The best
So?
memory about
Third one was better.
Cars was that. Do you remember Cars when it was in the movie theaters?
I don't remember.
No.
Well,
I wasn't
you
born.
don't. You were not born, but you were in my belly. I was pregnant with Madman,
Aw.
and
Wait.
we went to see
You
it.
went to see it in theater?
Mhm.
Cool.
Look at see, trying to
I'm trying to put
Trying
that
to
all together.
remember.
I remember the
I'm
good
doing
old days.
you know that GIF where he's looking up and all
Oh,
the
Woody, where
all
Woody
the
gets-
math equations are happening. That's where I am right now.
Oh.
Like when did
Yeah.
the movie release?
because I was
From
like, oh my
2006.
God, the message for this movie is so good.
It's about
Mm.
like bad people can become good people, essentially.
Essentially,
Wait,
or
what?
self-absorbed
Lightning
people.
McQueen was a dick
Bad
to
people.
he
everyone.
was
He wasn't
self-absorbed.
Well,
He was
Lightning
just
McQueen was a dick
self-absorbed.
and
He was
to everyone.
you.
Exactly. And but then
You are Lightning McQueen.
yeah, but then after he learned the
And that's okay.
yeah.
It's all right to be self-absorbed. Love yourself. All right.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
All right. So I'm
Next.
looking to see both movies. What's up? What's next?
All right. So Secret Invasion also sucked ass, supposedly.
Funny is that comic people
What
were like,
is
bro,
that?
if they do this shit right, it's gonna be like the best Marvel series ever, and it's garbage reviews.
The one with Samuel L.
Samuel
Jackson.
Jackson is Nick Fury.
Got it.
Nick Fury and his whole shenanigans and stuff like that.
Is it out?
I think it comes out soon.
Is it a movie or a show?
It's a show, Marvel series on Disney Plus. I don't know. After like the first year was pretty good. WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, What If, Loki, those are pretty good. WandaVision was great.
WandaVision
but
was amazing.
it really was. That was like the last really damn good like Marvel project.
Yep.
But
This is-
then after like the years to come, like Moon Knight was alright, but everything else is kind of
Yes.
shit.
Oh my god,
I mean,
Moon Knight! I
Moon
love
Knight.
that character.
I mean, he's a dope.
The
looking
He's like one of my
character,
favorite characters
But
in
you know
Fortnite.
what happened with them? They started releasing them once a week, I think. And
Yeah, we have to
started
go. We have to
right
go
away.
back and watch it and
Yes,
just stream
because
and do it.
we watched the first 2 episodes, I think, and then like you had to wait a week for the next one. And it was kind of like by then, like so much happens, you guys. It's like
Let's be clear
gotta
done and
that
gone
we, our team, release everything
in
and
one
let
shot.
us fucking watch
yes, I need
The
to
two
see
that
it.
we should
We're team
definitely
binge.
finish.
Loki.
Yeah, Loki and What If. We gotta finish those.
Yes.
Great.
it. Well, what if is not? What if is?
Well, okay.
What
you
if I don't watch it? Nothing.
Well, you
What?
saw the first episode. And you're like, that was. You saw the first episode. And you're like, that was awesome. That
Now-
was with Peggy Carter.
Yeah,
as
but I'm
Captain-
saying it's not like that's like just for fun. That's not a.
I mean, it's not like integral to the universe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And the thing is, I feel like there's this whole talk about like the Marvel movies. The Marvel movies are not going to be what they used to be. And the problem that happened with them is that they were popping, they were great. Then they started slacking, intermingling all these superheroes together, all the worlds and dimensions and all this nonsense. We're like, all right, we're entertaining it because we love the beginning so much. And then they kept on kind of
just
knocking
being
us
ass
down.
and ass.
And
And
this,
it-
they
it
did
was
worry
like,
with connecting
yo,
everything to
You
make
know
them
why-
good.
I
you
don't
know what
even
happened?
trust it
We got to the
enough
point where
to
we
go
got
to the
She-Hulk,
movies.
which
So
wasn't
let
even
me-
superhero
let
show.
me
It was
tell
just
you what
Law
happened.
and Order.
Let me tell you what happened.
Yes.
The superhero movies from the past.
Yeah.
See, we lived through a lot of.
Oh
We
my
lived through
gosh,
a roller
we
coaster
did,
of
we
this,
did.
right? So back in the day when the superhero movies were coming out, they were garbage.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
They were garbage.
Like
Back in the
90s.
And that's
Yes.
because, and I'm just gonna say it, is what it is. They were too nerdy.
Yes. Agreed.
They were too much about the comic fan
yes.
and not about the everyman.
Mhm.
Okay. So they made those movies, they were garbage. Then they started making Iron Man and all the other ones that became our
Yes.
foundation of good superhero movies.
Yes.
And they started using actual, real good actors and they made shit look really good.
Well, the
and
first
they
mega-
made them more bombastic and they made them great. And then that's why we all got
Got
into
burnt
it,
out.
right? But this is what happened. As it kept going, the comic book people rose,
Well,
right?
no.
In popularity and
Yes.
strength. And then what
It's
happened
not to the
is
comic.
that they
Mhm.
started bitching about how it doesn't meet the comic standard. It's not, they're changing this or they didn't do this. It sucks. And
They try to bend
Then
and
they
move
bent.
and
guess what? Those people who did all that uproar, right? They're the least reliable
Yep.
people to spend money. You know what I'm saying? Like you could make the movie exactly what they want, but then they don't go and watch it. You know
exactly
what I'm saying?
because they're busy reading comics.
Yeah.
The movies were
But,
made
well-
for like this is the thing. They were making superheroes like funny and badasses and like that's what you want to see. Like you know what I
Yes.
mean? Like I don't want to
Yes.
see a non-funny, dorky like
That
it
makes
was
no
all
sense. Even
coming
the comic boys are
together.
complaining about it. Like that came out of nowhere. There was nothing about that. Like, sure, they're kind of using some storylines from the comics, like Endgame and Infinity War. That was a comic storyline, but it wasn't taken in direction. They started doing their own shit. Like a lot of people were complaining at She-Hulk. Like it was basically a Law and Order parody. The show on Disney Plus, and it's
So-
like that's not how it went at all. So
Endgame was my least
fact, people are even
freaking
more
favorite.
pissed.
Yeah, I'm talking about movies.
I'm
The
talking
shows
about-
I don't
Yeah, I'm
we're
talking
not
about
really
like
into, but
I mean, Shang-Chi
Avengers.
was pretty good.
I remember we went
That
to
was good.
see that movie multiple times.
Which
Like
one?
Avengers.
Oh, yeah,
like
Avengers was
Endgame
amazing,
was
bro.
not like it was
It's
not
just-
my
listen,
favorite.
Did
it's
you guys
just-
forget about the Sam
it's
Raimi
the-
Spider-Man? That was
it's
the
the-
first mega hit superhero movie.
Yeah, but they were good. They were great. I'm just talking about in general, right? There was a bunch of other superhero movies that came out at that time
Yeah.
that didn't really live up to the hype. X-Men was pretty good.
Yeah, I
but,
heard like the first
you know,
three.
it's again we
then Logan.
lived through the hype, man. There wasn't the X-Men movies, all that stuff. None of it had the hype
Hugh
that
Jackman,
the
yo.
Avengers got to. Right?
Yeah.
Avengers killed it. I mean, you could tell by the numbers, right? What superhero movies came close?
Yeah. It's
the
true.
recent
You know what I'm saying?
Spider-Man movies. I don't know.
And the thing
Yeah,
is
but that's
also and what
because of the kid, though.
what's also
it's
leaving
the people, right?
yes,
the cast.
The cast.
Iron,
They're
the
leaving.
Avengers
They're
cast
done.
was perfect,
And-
bro.
Yep. And,
And
they're
it's done.
not duplicating them properly.
Spider-Man, they picked a good Spider-Man.
I
Spider-Man was the
also-
only hero that's
Yes,
post
he's
Endgame
really
that
good.
manages to survive in terms of box office.
I also feel like they're also bringing too many heroes out. Like
Yeah, they're doing
there's
a
such
lot.
a thing as too much heroes that
Suffocating.
we
Like they should be in other people's movies
and then
that are big.
Yes,
But like,
we can't just
Don't
start
make a movie
off
for
right
everybody,
away.
bro.
Exactly. And like warm us up, have that team, and then bring one in, and then see how that lands. Like they just
The
got
funny
carried
thing
away.
is that
It
I
became
thought
too
for all this
much.
time, Kevin Feige just went crazy. But actually, it was very recent that if you know, Disney is actually not that great in the spot. I mean, of course, they're releasing a bunch of movies and stuff, but debts are getting to them, and they're having a hard time convincing investors to invest in them because their recent movies haven't been doing so great, like especially in the animated realm, like Strange World, Elemental shaping out to be a shit show. So yeah, not doing great. So now, like when Disney Plus was coming out, they went to Marvel and they're like, hey, you need to pump out a crazy amount of shows and movies, and you have to have this amount ready for Disney Plus so you can start churning them out so people want Disney Plus. They forced them to mass produce shows and like cut the budget on the CGI because we just need more shows and movies for box office success. that ended up kicking up, shooting him in the ass in the
Yeah,
like. In
they
the
overdid it. That's literally what happened. They overdid it. It was too much. They got lost in their own mess.
Yeah,
Star Wars did the same shit.
Yeah, like funny is that, damn it, it's so sad because the Mandalorian, I always be like, the Mandalorian, that's our one reliable show, and then even season 3 kind of got caught up in that shit. It's
we didn't
sad.
even fucking finish it.
No.
Exactly. That's
Pedro Pascal is busy doing other things, y'all. He's out there being Joel.
Dude,
you know what I'm
he's already
saying?
done with Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Because I just read something somewhere else that like the girl,
like
is
basically
gonna be
he's been
taking
pushed
over.
off to the side, and all the other
like,
Mandalorians are coming out.
Yeah,
now.
he wants it. I
The
think he's
Mandalorian's
done
a
with that
brand
shit.
now.
I agree.
That's the thing. They don't give a shit who's under the mask. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
And funny is that
that's
people try to
true,
blame
too.
it on superhero burnout. Like, there's so many hero movies. But then there was a recent interview with the people who made Across Spider-Verse, Phil Lord and Chris Miller. I probably said it wrong. But they saying that there's no such thing as superhero burnout. It's just whether you make good superhero movies or not.
Okay, well, that's the person making a superhero movie that's hoping for people to go watch.
Well, Across the Spider-Verse
they
is
don't
very
get to decide if there's burnout. The viewers
We
decide
do.
if there's burnout. You fucking cracked?
Well, if he knows,
the fuck?
well,
The people who are making the movie says there's no such thing as burnout.
Listen,
well, it's funny
And
that
we
Spider-Man movies are literally the only superhero movies that still make billion-dollar box office numbers.
Okay.
Even Across the Spider-Verse is like, we're gonna get to that, but it's really close now. It's like halfway there. So
That's not really close.
Listen,
Okay,
halfway
well,
there.
yeah.
That's not right.
Madman.
Halfway there and really close are two.
Madman.
You know how
What?
math works, right?
why.
Halfway means they're halfway there. Really close means like they're 800, 900 million.
Yeah.
It's like,
Might end
oh,
that
no,
way.
you're really close.
Yeah.
500 million means they have to do everything they did
Again.
up to now again, including their initial box office weekend, which was the highest that it will ever be.
Yeah.
I mean, Guardians of the
So
Galaxy.
it's not happening, fam.
I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy had a huge slowdown, but ended up making 800 million in its total, and it's like no one saw that shit coming.
Okay, but that's not a
All
billion.
right. What else do we got, guys? Let's
Whatever,
move it
whatever.
along.
This we're not gonna. We're gonna.
This is very no.
I'm
this
gonna
is
say
really
it and we're
small
gonna move it
mention.
past.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The original movie for the Incredible Hulk with
Incredible Hulk?
Ed Norton.
Yes.
That wasn't owned by Marvel.
It was more by
and
Universal.
now it's owned by Marvel.
Now you can stream it on Disney
they can
Plus.
put it on Disney Plus. That's it. We're not talking about that. That's it. The original Hulk is back, but he got replaced.
But he
so
got
he doesn't
replaced,
matter.
and then it became popular.
Exactly.
By,
It's canon though.
Um,
Robert Downey Jr.'s in there.
All right, Squid Game season 2. There's new details
Yep.
that have been revealed.
Ooh, I love that
The new
show.
cast. The cast has been revealed.
Love
Okay, so tell
that
us
show.
about that, man,
Please
man.
tell us,
There's-
Madman.
Shit. So there's the one survivor, obviously, of Squid Game. We already know
Yes.
who won
The guy
game.
who went back
Yep, of
and
course.
said,
my
"Screw
gosh.
you, daughter.
That
I'm going back
dumbass.
to try to die."
I want to live on the edge. But yeah, now a bunch of cast members have been revealed, and these names I know I'm gonna botch like crazy.
Well, we don't have to
Young-soo,
say them. They're people we know.
Wee
That's the only thing that
No,
matters.
the Korean actors.
Okay,
You're
so
not
then we
gonna
don't
get-
gotta say their
You're not
names.
gonna get like Brad Pitt or something like that. In
Okay,
there.
so then we don't know them, but they
All right.
revealed
So
the actors.
what's
Go.
going on? Tell me
they
what's
say
going on
anything
with
about
this.
the show?
I think it's coming this year or something like that.
Any details about the show?
No trailer. No.
So
No
you just
trailer.
had a
nothing.
list of actors.
So
that
it's a
we
list
can't-
of names of people
It's
we
coming,
have
it's
no
coming
idea who
really
they are.
soon. Well, hey, but if you want selling Squid Game Inch, that's coming to look forward to. Squid Game The Challenge is coming really soon in Netflix, which is a reality show version of Squid Game, which people compete in in Squid Game challenges, obviously without the consequences of death. But you
Okay.
perform a lot of what they do, like in a tug
No,
of
they're all dead.
like
They're
the
all
tug-
dead now.
Like basically imagine like the tug of war, but if you fall, you probably fall on like a pile of pillows or some shit.
Listen, I don't know. First of all, I don't even. I would not sign up for a mild version of Squid Games. Like, have
Yeah.
we seen the show?
Like we saw the show,
This
guys.
show is crazy.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
It's. Are you nuts? I wouldn't. You're not allowed to, Madman. Are you kidding me? This show is insane.
It's also very illegal.
entertaining as can be, but damn. Like, I cannot wait for season 2 to be released because I cannot wait to watch it. You are laughing just imagining being on
I
that
mean, I don't
freaking
know.
reality show.
I don't know how good it's gonna be. Like part 1 was really good, but I feel like it was a self-contained story.
Yeah,
I
like
feel-
season 2 is a
They're
way to
gonna
stretch
regurgitate
it.
You know
the
what
same
it was
thing? I don't
like?
know.
It was like Prison Break. It
Yes.
kind of came to a conclusion,
It
but
was
the show
perfect.
was so big that they made Prison Break 2, like the second season, and it was like, yo, why? And we tried it. We didn't like it. We didn't care for it. But I hope that's not the situation. I did love the show. I think the show did so well that that's why they're making another season. So hopefully, like, they really got some good writers. They got the story flushed out, and we get that same excitement
They
and
effed up
thrill
by
that we
using
got
the
from the
same
first one.
guy. Like, they
Agreed.
should have just ended
Yeah.
it, and they just do standalone seasons. Like Bird Box. I don't know if you remember that movie that came out.
Yep.
Like that, yeah. But now they're making a new one, but it takes place in like a whole different location, like a different part of the world, Barkio or whatever the heck. It's
But
like
is
an
it still
Asian
Sandra
country or
Bullock?
some shit. No, it's like a new cast in a new like in Asia or some shit like that, and it's how they would deal with the Bird Box and shit. And that's cool because it's fresh
Different
and it has the
perspective.
idea
Yeah.
of Bird Box.
Yeah.
But it's
Bird Box
cool.
was good.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was.
Sandra Bullock. You
She
can't
killed it.
miss. I feel like she's one of the
You can't miss
like
with
even
her.
even if the movie's not that great, like a Sandra Bullock, like I still want to watch everything she does. You
Agreed.
know, I used to be like that with Julia Roberts, and then she started making some really funky stuff, and I'm
Well,
like, okay, I'm kinda
she had her
I
time.
mean, she was in
Yeah.
Wonder.
You know, she had her
I don't
time.
but what
Not
I'm
everybody
saying
can
is
stay on top.
Sandra has been around for pretty much.
She does a lot of comedies now, right?
Yo, I love.
She's
Sandra
funny.
Bullock.
She's really funny.
She's freaking hilarious.
All right. So the next thing we're not going to talk about because we already had a little moment where we talked about it, but Spider-Man crossed 500 million globally,
Good for
which-
it.
Good job,
which is
Spider
great
Man.
for it. It
across
did better than
the
part one.
Spider-Verse.
So
that's awesome.
that's good.
See, that's
Yeah,
great
almost
when
double.
you come out
But it's
and
nowhere
you do
near
better.
what a mainline Spider-Man does. So that's where the deficit comes in, right? Where we need to get it up somehow.
Well, I think Beyond the Spider-Verse, I think that, well, one, in Endgame did much better than Infinity War. So I think that because it left on a cliffhanger, and not to mention Blu-ray sales, and if people watch it secondhand, and then if people supposedly the to be continued is absolutely insane. So
Of what?
if like Across Spider-Verse, like it ended on
Yeah,
such a huge cliffhanger.
hopefully the next movie's good. If it gets good reviews, then maybe it has a chance.
Well,
to
Beyond,
get to
I think,
the,
will definitely
to
do
the
better than
$1 billion
Across.
mark,
So
maybe.
no matter where it ends, I almost guarantee you, Beyond will do better.
The Avengers did the same thing with
Exactly.
Unless
Infinity War
people
and Endgame.
didn't like
I
part
freaking
two.
But
hated
Beyond, I mean,
that. Like,
I really
guys,
doubt it's gonna be like, oh, this was garbage.
I get making another movie, but like
Yep.
leaving a movie that takes like a year at least to get the next one is kind of like it's not a show, you guys. You can't leave us on a freaking cliffhanger.
You remember,
like, I don't
Infinity
know.
War didn't
It's-
have it to be continued. It is like directed by Michael
So
Jackson. or some shit like that.
supposedly we didn't watch it yet, but we're planning to watch it
Yes,
maybe tomorrow.
hopefully
What?
tomorrow. Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So supposedly the problem with the movie is that the cliffhanger
It's pretty rough.
is literally a cliffhanger, meaning
Like, it doesn't
it's not,
wrap up anything.
It's not like you watch the movie and you're like, okay, this is resolved, but this thing is a cliffhanger.
Like, it
No,
cuts
the
right in half.
movie is a
Itself,
cliffhanger. It's
yes.
basically Halo 2 going into Halo 3, where he's like, finish this fight. And you're like,
And
all
the
right, we're
fight
about to
didn't
fight.
start.
And then boom, the shit didn't
So,
start. It's like,
got
what the
it.
fuck? The fight didn't even start.
It's how Clone Wars ended. I don't know if you remember, but it was infamous because season.
How would you, let me ask you a question.
Huh?
What part of this where you thought you were about to start this conversation by looking at me pointing and saying, this is how Clone Wars ended? Who the fuck? When did I watch Clone Wars?
No, but to be fair, I know that the Fozzie's was a big deal.
You, but it's like Clone Wars. What the fuck?
know what I'm talking
Season 6
about.
had
I
a
don't
final
watch that
season,
shit.
and it literally didn't resolve. It ended with like the fight was about to begin, and shit really didn't resolve. Then Disney Plus picked it up, and you
Yeah,
know,
but
it
it's
ended.
so
Yeah, we get it.
yeah, so it's supposedly it's not a great way to end the movie.
All right.
So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow we'll feel different.
Maybe.
I
Um,
hope you guys have a good time.
all right, so getting up to the last ones. Oh my god, I'm so wait. Oh, okay. Well, let's just skip to that
These are
bottom
like-
one real quick. Spider-Verse, Beyond the Spider-Verse is delayed.
So this is what's gonna make the Across Spider-Verse ending
What?
sting that much harder. Because supposedly,
No,
slow
you
down,
can't do that.
slow down. So Beyond, it was supposed to release March 20-something, 2024. That's, it might feel long, but it's reasonable enough when you think
Yeah,
about it.
it's less than a year.
Supposedly, there has been a, not just a little delay, a massive delay. It could release anywhere from 2025 to 2026. No joke.
What?
Well, let
Like,
me tell
it-
you right now.
Seeing how ambitious Across Spider-Verse
Okay,
was, and the
I don't
animation
even
is so
want to see it
demanding.
anymore.
Yeah, I feel like
I
that's
don't even want to
such
see
a
it.
waste.
That's ridiculous.
If you finish this movie
Oh my
on a
gosh.
cliffhanger and it don't have the
no.
movie ready to go in a
That
year, you're a
is
waste of life.
bull
You're a
crap.
waste of life.
Listen, you should have had the other one completely aligned for the next round. Like a year is too long, right? It should never go past that. That's ridiculous.
Here's the thing. Obviously, they didn't release, they thought they were on track, but apparently actors haven't even gotten script books yet and shit. So it would it would be impossible, literally.
That's
so even
crap.
if it's not that big of a delay as a rumor says,
Unacceptable.
It's gonna have to delay one way or another. But I don't know.
That's
the way I
stupid.
look at it is
I
that
would
since
be so
Across Spider-Verse,
frustrated.
at least with footage, so meticulously animated, so well done, and apparently reviews have been like as good as they say, I would rather them delay them that long, but have the movie be absolutely incredible, than it to be like, oh, we had to water down the quality a bit to get it out on time. Plus, with such a big time gap, box office is sure to be much higher than you expect. Because if people like, there's always like it's so long, the moment's gone. 14 years later, Avatar did nearly as well as the first one.
Don't even try to compare.
It wasn't
anything
left.
to Avatar, bro.
It wasn't.
Come on,
Avatar's
man.
a freak.
It's not the
You
same
can't
thing,
talk about these
though.
movies that are doing $400-500 million in business to the $2 billion.
Guys,
Well, I'm saying is that
Okay.
Beyond the
Behemoth.
Boundaries will for sure do better than Across.
It's not
Come on,
even about the money. We're talking about the fact that this movie left everybody waiting for the second part.
It's stupid.
Like, that's ridiculous. You
It's dumb.
can't. You gotta have.
Dude, you know how many people
everything on
change in
check.
2 years?
Yes.
Like a lot of those kids who saw it, who helped the numbers go up, are not going to fucking. It's
No,
gonna be
what
too
the
late.
heck
They're not
happened?
even.
Like, are you
they're not even
kidding
into
me?
it
That's
anymore.
so ridiculous.
Well, the thing about Spider-Verse
So
is that it
ridiculous.
feels like a lot of more like the fans of Spider-Man, and I guess it's not really completely kid audience. It's like one of those things how it feels like more like something an adult would be more interested in than a kid.
That's a huge drop.
Yeah, that's
they dropped
silly.
the ball with that.
That's
That's
silly.
nonsense. Unacceptable.
Yeah, that's whack.
To be fair, this is reportedly. I mean, things could somehow be March. Even that March seems impossible because supposedly nothing's really going on right now. So I don't see March happening.
It doesn't seem impossible because typically when you have a cutoff like that, that probably means that they had a movie in their mind and it grew bigger
That's the thing.
than
But
they
that's
thought.
awesome. Like what I'm saying is that if they
But then
if they
if
had
they
a
grew
basic
bigger, they
storyline,
should already have the shit
Things
ready to go.
arranged for it.
But what I'm saying is
Yes,
that if
the
they
budget,
had this big
everything.
storyline, like this is good, but then they're like, it could be better. Then if they take extra time to make it even better,
it's
I'd
not
say hell yeah.
Okay, so
go
this
do
is
it, bro.
this is how you do that.
It's not a video game,
This
bro.
is
This
how
is a
you
2-hour
do that.
movie.
You go ahead and you hire more people.
It's not that simple. It's already the biggest
It is
crew.
that
Oh, absolutely
simple.
is that
It's
simple.
absolutely
Well,
that
absolutely
simple.
it is.
Across
You
the
throw
Spider-Verse
the
had the
money,
biggest animated team for any anime movie. Over
and it
1,000
needs
people
to be
worked on
bigger,
it.
obviously,
so
for
then
them
you
to
get
deliver
bigger.
the movie.
Well, Sony might not want to give them that much of a
That
budget.
sounds like a
or-
personal
That's
problem.
But
problem.
again, the directors have no control over that. Sony just like,
Okay,
we already gave you a lot of workers. We can't give you more
Listen,
than that. That's too
maybe
much
if
pocket.
Microsoft made the movie, we
There
wouldn't
you
have a
go.
problem.
Actually, literally,
We
that
wouldn't have a
But
they would be
we're
problem.
like,
dealing with
Philly,
broke-back
my
Sony.
boy,
you need
yo, you know what I'm
5,000?
saying?
Ah, go ahead. Make it
Broke-ass
happen.
Sony can't finish their fucking movie.
That's
Barely.
ridiculous.
Come on, man.
This has Jimmy Jim written all
This
over it.
he's not even in charge of the movie department.
I know.
But it feels like a Jim-ass
It
move.
feels like a Jimmy
Well,
move.
see, money. You don't even
For
give a shit
sure.
about Spider-Man. So why are you pissed?
It's annoying.
Because I'm gonna
we
go
were
watch
gonna
the
go
fucking
see it. I
movie.
don't want to see it
Well,
anymore.
this is the first time I'm hearing
It's
this.
crazy.
All right, well, I was going to go watch it, and now I don't know if I'm going to watch it. That's so
Yeah.
stupid.
Well, talk to Pearl Berry. She really wants to see this, and she's not even a Spider-Man fan.
Okay,
Well,
so then
we'll figure it out.
we'll see
figure it
what's
out.
up. All right,
Too many
so
details,
next
madman.
one, Sonic the Hedgehog 3
Production.
production start. Well, I don't even know why this is.
August 31st.
Who cares? That the movie started production.
Production is starting. It's supposed to come out next year, but the big thing is that Shadow is the big thing here. If you remember Sonic 2 at the end, they teased that there was like some giant container and shit, and it had Shadow sealed in there and shit, and he wakes up and shit. So yeah, this looks pretty cool. And after a Mario movie, is that going to influence how Sonic does? Like,
Ooh.
you know,
That's
will
a
that
good
have
question.
any impact or impact how they make it? Who knows?
What? The
Sonic 3.
game?
I mean, is that
Look, we reached the part where Final Fantasy shit the bed.
Oh,
Crash.
yes. Look, this is where it crashed.
Nice.
Crashed horribly.
And then C-Money was like, I need a hero, someone to do it. I need a hero to save the day. And then I was like, shucks. And I got up and I handled it, yo. I handled it. That's right.
Oh my
yeah.
god. She did handle it like a G.
That's Adam Sandler, you guys, by the way.
All right, so
He's
Sonic is
hilarious.
coming. Exciting times. Last.
The final
this is
topic.
The last non-topic topic.
There we go.
So,
Shigeru Miyamoto
the creator of
thanks
Mario.
fans for supporting the Super Mario Brothers
You
movie.
are welcome.
So they're terrified
welcome, bro.
They
You're
were terrified for this
welcome.
movie. They didn't know it was gonna be another shit show. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario, openly thanked everyone for supporting this movie and making it as big as it was. Which
Good.
I don't know. I didn't expect Mario. Like I knew it was gonna be huge. honestly, I thought it would hit 1 billion, but I didn't even know if it'd become the second biggest anime movie of all time. I didn't know about that. So the fact that it did that well
That's
is
crazy.
incredible, and it shows how powerful animation can be in the cinema, you know, and how people are still wanting that kind of thing, you know.
We got you, Mojimoto.
Well, what do you mean?
You know?
Of course.
Mojimoto.
How does this movie show that?
This is the
Because
first anime
what
movie
it
to
show-
cross $1 billion since the pandemic.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that mad animated movies come out. Like there's
Yeah,
so
but-
many animated movies come out. How does this one show it? Everybody
But most of them
everybody
do-
knows that they want animated movies to come out. Obviously, what it shows is if you have a big brand like Nintendo making a Mario movie,
Yes.
that it's popular and people go watch it. That's all it showed.
All right.
This didn't do it. Nintendo is not some indie upstart that just showed and proved that you can make a movie
Guys,
out of nowhere.
We proved
and
that
make
with
it.
the game that we saw. The game
Wonder?
looked great.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no,
that penny
no,
game.
the penny game.
penny
and I'm
game.
like, yo, if Mario was
If
running
Mario was
around,
on there,
I would
it
want
would've
to
been
play
great.
this
Like, let's
right
be really
away.
honest. We all love the Mario movie, but let's be honest. If that wasn't Mario, that movie would be ass.
Exactly.
I don't know ass.
I don't know
but
ass,
it wouldn't,
yeah.
it wouldn't
it
pop.
barely had
it wouldn't
story.
pop.
It
But
was
it wouldn't
solely
have
for
been
the
what it
sole
was.
purpose that it
But
was
it
a
wouldn't
Mario
pop.
You
storyline.
tricked me there, madman.
See,
It's
don't
true.
worry,
Yeah,
I got
I know.
your back,
Thank
bro.
you,
You
see?
can't fall into
You
this
got me.
shit.
No, literally, like I like the
I got
movie,
you.
but I think a big inflator was Mario. I guarantee if it was
It's
not
not a
Mario, I
big
would just
inflator.
I just think I
It
wouldn't
is
like it if it
the
was not
reason.
Mario.
You think so?
The
Nah.
only reason.
The storyline was very bare bones, but the fact that it was Mario games, like it's coming to life, that was cool.
Okay,
and
so
the fact
I-
that they had so many references and everything, that made the movie all the more better.
Guys, we would be here for another hour if we start really talking about the Mario
I
movie.
agree. Thank you, Doodle.
Because this is nonstop. But I'm gonna say the story was there. It was really good,
Yep.
and I'm so
I
excited.
enjoyed the movie a lot.
I did. It was good.
But
If Mario
independent
wasn't
of
there,
Super Mario
yes,
and
it wouldn't
the-
have been the big success
the
that it is.
Peach's Kingdom and all this fun stuff. Yeah, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't. There's
Yeah.
not even a chance. So the fact that Nintendo did this, all they are doing is leveraging their properties,
Yeah,
and making money in a different way. And
Agreed.
was it going to blow up? Of course it was going to blow up, unless it was somehow garbage. Which again, in this day and age, as much as you may say, oh, there wasn't a lot of movies or whatever, that's because what they did is something called played it safe. They made sure they made a movie that wouldn't offend anybody and didn't push in any weird directions. They made it streamlined so they knew that they would get a return.
It was
And that's
basically
what
as
they got.
Mario in terms of like what
That's
you
it.
expect.
They're not going to
So,
go
yeah.
crazy. They're not going to try to push the limits because they want to make sure that they get their return and people watch it. And that's exactly what happened.
Guess that's fair.
And now if they make a part 2,
They'll
it'll
probably be
do
a
even
little
better.
more ambitious.
Yes.
Now, what I know
get a little
be a little
is
more
that
ambitious.
the other side things are not going to do nearly as well.
What do you mean side things?
Because
well, they're talking about
again,
a Zelda movie.
Well, that's a
the
rumor.
only reason this movie blew up is because
Mario.
of Mario.
We love Mario.
Zelda
That
does not
plumber. He's
equal
got my heart.
Mario.
Well, Zelda will probably do
does
really
not
well.
equal Mario. No other entity that they have. Fucking Luigi does not equal Mario.
Oh, I love Luigi too.
If they made Luigi's Mansion, it will not do better than the Mario
shit.
movie. 100% fact, and that's it. That's why when we had these big discussions about this, I said, as
Purpleberry
much as you
said,
guys
well,
were pumped,
obviously.
when you guys were pumped about them making these other movies
I mean, I
from
would
these
love a
other
Zelda
places,
movie. Like, I don't care about
I
box
said
office. Like, I understand
that,
box
well,
office
you
means
do
a
care
lot.
about box office with movies because if they
Then
don't
they'll
make
stop
money,
making
they
the
stop
movies.
making the movies. So yes, you do care because then it doesn't happen otherwise. So if they went ahead and they don't make another Mario 2, but instead they make all these other things before making a Mario 2, like before committing to making a Mario
Yeah.
2, when they see that nothing else equals the same amount,
They're
they'll
gonna
stop.
go, yeah.
Well, it's simple. It's like with Marvel. Like after Iron Man, like in the beginning, like Iron Man was super successful. If you look, a lot of the movies that after that kind of did mediocre to meh. Like no one gave a shit about Thor's movie that did ass, and Hulk
Yeah.
did ass. They all did ass until Avengers came out, and
Yeah.
that big made $1 billion. Where did the math come in? Like that's weird. So it's not impossible. Even if they made a Zelda movie that did like 700 or 800 million, yeah, it's not successful, but it's still pretty successful in general.
In
and then they made a
general,
Mario
yeah.
Let me
movie
ask you
2
a
after
question.
that.
Let me ask you a
That's
question.
$1 billion plus.
By
Do
the way,
you- do
guys,
you
let me
think-
just point out that the PlayStation is still shut off.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah.
whole time. This is how long it was happening. So the math comes in when you take the people
We're
who
doing
watch
math now.
Iron Man, when you take the people who watched the Thor movie, when you take the people who watched the Hulk movie, when you take all those people and add them together, that's where the math comes in. They all went to go watch the Avengers movie. That's why it blew up, right? So that's the difference.
Yes.
That being said, we're done.
We
We're gonna
are.
end it at that.
Yes, we're done.
4 hours and 21 minutes.
What?
Oh my god.
Of
Apparently, we had a lot to
grade
say.
A podcasting.
Yes. This
Listen,
is our 50th, you guys.
This is our 50th.
Are you kidding me?
That's pretty
that's
dope.
awesome.
That's pretty dope.
And our longest, I think.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think it did. I think it broke our record of length
Look
of time.
at
Yeah, it is our longest
So
podcast. Look at
listen, I want to thank you all
Final
for
Fantasy is
coming to
back.
hang with us and rock with us. If you made it this far, you're a trooper.
Yes.
I really
Big
appreciate
trooper.
you.
Thank you for
sure.
hanging with us.
Absolutely. Listen, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Okay, helps us out. Makes people know that people like what we're doing.
Yes.
All right, and then obviously, if you just coming to us for the first time, be a friend. Hit the subscribe button. Come
Hit
join
the
the
bell.
gang. Hit the bell. So you know when we go live. Right? Come hang out with us in the chat. We like talking to chat.
We
It's
do,
fun.
you guys.
Absolutely.
Also, don't forget Discord. We go
Yes.
ahead and we let you guys know ahead of time when we're going live.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
It's right on
if
the screen.
you want to pop in,
Hop
the link
in.
is there.
Have a
You're
good time.
Welcome to come in.
Absolutely. Well, guys, this has been phenomenal.
I had a great time,
podcast.
you guys.
Again,
Me too.
an excellent episode of OnPoint, the gaming newscast, episode 50. So we will be back next week, next Saturday,
Yes.
with episode 51, with what I know for sure will be the resolution to whether or not Xbox is going to have a
so
chance to buy
excited.
this company.
Yes.
So we'll see, and then we'll see what else comes our way. And then hopefully tonight, later on tonight, late night, we might be back for some Last of Us, but we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
We will see.
Maybe.
But with that, Madman and Doodle,
Yes.
until next time,
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
you're intruding.